Stop! I am from the Divine Zone! Kill me, and...
And what? Add another corpse to this frozen wasteland?
You ignorant fool! You're messing with forces you can't comprehend!
Forces? You mean a bunch of cowards playing dress-up in the snow?
How do you... Listen! I know where the real Hell Beast is!
A fake beast, a fake princess. You're all just terrible actors.
You can't do this! The Divine said they see everything!
Let them watch. This is the cost of treading upon our soil.
It's still... crawling? This isn't magic. It's a curse from beyond the stars. Five-colored rot. The war has only just begun.
Let me get this straight. You're saying a friend of yours locked Fan Chen out, forcing him to build a new squad and carry a bunch of outsiders to the top. Shang Shikyu shrank back, his neck practically disappearing into his shoulders. Right, so, here's the bad news. He chuckled nervously. That friend is actually me. Master, you're not mad, right? Yan Yang shook her head slowly. Oh, I'm not mad, I just want to murder you. Whoosh, her gorgeous face twisted with sheer fury as she lunged at him. You ungrateful little brat, I'm down in the underground world cleaning up your messes, and you're out here sabotaging me. 8,000 merit points. He was worth 8,000 merit points, and you just handed him over to outsiders. I'm going to end you. Shang Shikyu threw his arms over his head and bolted. Murder, master. On. Disciple violence. My master's gone insane. Somebody stop her. The deacons watched the chaos in absolute bewilderment, while the 4 vice pavilion masters practically glowed with petty satisfaction. The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion shot the brawling duo a baffled look before returning to his list. First place Fang Chen, 8,000 merit points. A warm smile spread across his face as he singled Fang Chen out in the crowd. Fang Chen is a mere rookie. To achieve such an incredible feat on his very first expedition into the underground world, take a good look at yourselves. Don't you feel ashamed? Fang Chen's eyebrow twitched. Seriously, again. Thanks a lot, old man. You really won't rest until every single person here wants me dead. He quickly cut in. Thank you for the high praise, Pavilion Master. If I may ask, am I allowed to head to the vault and exchange my points right now? The Pavilion Master chuckled, letting the interruption slide. Simply present your identity token at the Treasury Hall. All right, everyone, verify your merit points, and if everything is in order, the vault is open to you. Dismissed. The Pavilion Master hadn't even finished his sentence before Fang Chen made a break for it, but he barely took 3 steps before a burly figure in crimson robes blocked his path. 6 more red-robed cultivators fanned out, boxing him in with a flawless half-moon formation. Junior brother Fang, after racking up such an impressive score, aren't you going to share some tips with your senior brothers? Lai Shangqiu used the word share, but his face looked like a brewing thundercloud. Fang Chen had completely stolen the spotlight today, and these guys were pissed. Fang Chen let out a heavy sigh, completely unfazed. Pick a spot. We obviously can't throw hands right here. Trying to reason with entitled snobs was a waste of breath. A good beatdown was always more effective. Lai Shangqiu scoffed coldly. You misunderstand. I'm just here to give you a heads up. There's an item in the squad vault called the Radiant Brocade Robe. I'd hate to see you claim it. Do we understand each other? Fang Chen let out a sharp laugh. Oh, so there's a squad vault too, and it's hiding something called the Radiant Brocade Robe. If senior brother Lai cares this much about it, it must be top tier loot. Thanks for the tip. I'll be sure to grab it. Lai Shangqiu's expression darkened. You're asking for a death wish. Fang Chen's tone turned ice cold. Let's take a walk. It's time I taught you how to speak to me. A short distance away, Yu Yunzi frowned. He stepped up beside the Pavilion Master and asked, Sir, why purposely paint a target on Fang Chen's back? What's your end game here? The Pavilion Master was a man of calculated moves. Throwing Fang Chen to the wolves like that wasn't a slip of the tongue. It was a deliberate setup. The Pavilion Master's eyes gleamed with quiet amusement. An old friend asked me to sharpen the boy. Said he's a diamond in the rough. Throwing a few enemies, his way is the fastest way to forge his potential. Yu Yunzi blinked in surprise. Who on earth holds that much sway for you to gladly play the villain just to draw all this aggro to the kid? The Pavilion Master chuckled. Let's just watch. I'm quite curious to see what he's actually capable of. Suddenly his gaze shifted toward the pavilion entrance. His playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a grave solemnity. It seems the show will have to wait. We have VIPs incoming. A sudden gust of wind swept through the hall, carrying the distinct, briny scent of the ocean. A moment later, 7 figures strode into the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as people recognized Wang Chongling's squad, the team dispatched on a mission to the Southern Sea. Chongling was a striking woman, all elegant with a naturally gentle aura, but right now, her face was completely flushed with shame as she approached the Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master, I have failed you. She bowed her head. We were unable to secure an alliance with the Southern Sea Demon Emperor. The infernal behemoth broke its seal 10 days ago. Intelligence from the demonic beasts paints a grim picture. The situation is critical. Several demon tribes have already been wiped off the map. Worse yet, the behemoth is carving a path straight south. It's bearing down on the territories of the 9 great human sects. The situation was a political nightmare. The envoys dispatched by the Azure Demon Emperor to the northern and western seas had come back empty-handed. And now the Pavilion Master's own delegation to the Southern Sea had failed too. Honestly, it wasn't surprising. Until the fire reached their own shores, the sea demons wouldn't care if the rest of the world burned. The 4 sea demon emperors simply refused to risk their own necks fighting the infernal behemoth. The Pavilion Master's gaze flicked past her toward the entrance, and the guests accompanying you. It's the Princess of the Southern Sea, along with her closest friend, the 3rd Princess of the Eastern Sea. Way in the back, Fang Chen caught the words 3rd Princess of the Eastern Sea. The color instantly drained from his face. Oh, he remembered that heavyweight princess. He remembered her vividly. Without making a sound, he smoothly stepped behind a taller disciple, praying to the heavens she wouldn't spot him. The sect disciples craned their necks toward the entrance, practically buzzing with curiosity. Even though their pavilion bordered the Southern Sea, interaction with the sea demons was practically non-existent. It had been at least a century since a sea demon had set foot on the mainland. For this current generation of disciples, they were basically a myth. The briny stench of the ocean grew thicker as 2 distinct groups of sea demons marched into the hall. Leading the procession were the Southern Sea Demons. They were half a head shorter than the average human, but built like coiled springs. Their eyes darted around with predatory sharpness. They carried an ornate palanquin encrusted with vibrant corals and precious agates. Reclining inside was a breathtakingly elegant young woman. A delicate cluster of iridescent scales adorned her forehead. She appeared no older than 20, yet she radiated the overwhelming presence of a peak 9-level golden core realm cultivator. This was the Princess of the Southern Sea. As the palanquin came to a gentle halt, a servant pulled back the silken curtain. The princess ducked gracefully and stepped out into the hall. Her skin was flawless, and her features were so exquisitely carved she barely looked real. A collective gasp of awe rippled through the crowd. Most people pictured the sea demon race as a bunch of grotesque monstrosities. Honestly, just passing for human was considered a win. No one expected the Princess of the South Sea to be such an absolute stunner. Liang Feiyan elbowed his way through the crowd, wiggling his eyebrows. Junior brother Fang, be honest. Think I've got a shot at becoming the royal consort to the sea demons? Fang Chen gave him a flat look. The Princess of the South Sea is way out of your league. And as for the 3rd Princess of the East Sea, do you have a death wish or something? Just enjoy being alive. Liang Feiyan blinked, suddenly suspicious. Wow, the 3rd Princess of the East Sea must be a total train wreck, he thought. Out of sheer curiosity, he craned his neck to get a good look at the rest of the demonic entourage. A squad of hulking, bloated East Sea demons lumbered into view, carrying a massive clamshell litter. Reclining inside was an absolute goddess. She had endless legs and a killer figure wrapped in a flowing pink dress. Midnight, black hair tumbled lazily over her shoulders, pinned on one side by a simple coral hairpin. Her flawless, pale skin seemed to glow like polished jade, and her breathtaking face practically radiated under the sunlight. Liang Feiyan's jaw practically hit the floor. Junior brother Fang, she's gorgeous. Were you just trash? Stalking her because you were afraid I'd try to steal your thunder. Met with dead silence, Liang Feiyan turned his head. Fang Chen's brows were knit into a deep scowl, his eyes locked onto the so-called 3rd Princess of the East Sea. Dude, what's wrong with you? Liang Feiyan asked, completely baffled. Stay away from her, Fang Chen warned, his voice low and dead serious. Something is very wrong with this 3rd princess. He'd recognized the real 3rd Princess of the East Sea, even if she were reduced to ashes. Mostly because she was an absolute mountain of blubber. Even her cremated remains would pile higher than an average person's. There was no way in hell she had miraculously turned into this ethereal, breathtaking beauty. I am Zhu Zhen, Princess of the South Sea, the first beauty announced. By the order of the South Sea Demon Emperor, I pay my respects to the Pavilion Master. And I am Shanhu, third princess of the East Sea, the one in the shell added. By the order of the East Sea Demon Emperor, I also pay my respects to the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master's heart skipped a beat. Both the East and South Sea Demon Emperors had adamantly refused to help fight off the Hellish Desolate Beasts. So why on earth were their royal princesses suddenly showing up on his doorstep? Masking his suspicion with a warm smile, he stepped forward to welcome them. Honored guests of the Sea Demons, there's no need for such formalities. Please follow me to the reception hall. But the third princess of the East Sea suddenly paused. Her gaze swept over the gathered disciples before landing back on the Pavilion Master with a heavy, meaningful stare. Actually, Pavilion Master, I'm looking for someone. The Pavilion Master twitched an eyebrow. Oh, he knew that line all too well. First it was Gu Zinner, then the Vajra monk, Fayin, and now the third princess of the East Sea. Since when did his prestigious pavilion become a lost and found bulletin board? And who exactly might you be looking for? He asked, testing the waters. The princess parted her luscious red lips and enunciated a single name, Fang Chen. Of course it's him. The Pavilion Master's eyelid twitched violently. Seriously, what the hell had that kid been doing during his little detour through the demonic territories? The Grand Pavilion of Rivers and Mountains was hunting for him. The White Horse Temple wanted him. And now, out of left field, the East Sea demons were tracking him down too. Is Fang Chen present? The Pavilion Master called out, scanning the crowd. From the very back of the crowd, a heavily muffled, nasally voice piped up. Fang Chen isn't here. Nice try. Fang Chen had literally just stolen the spotlight moments ago. Everyone and their mother knew exactly who he was. There was zero chance he could hide. The sea of disciples parted like magic, instantly exposing Fang Chen. He was literally flat on his stomach, pinching his nose shut to disguise his voice. The Pavilion Master stared at him, dumbfounded, before snapping. Quit making a fool of yourself and get over here. Biting the bullet, Fang Chen pushed himself up and trudged forward. He offered a stiff bow. Greetings to the Princess of the South Sea, and greetings. He locked eyes with the tall, breathtaking beauty in the fluttering pink dress. Alarm bells were ringing furiously in his head. After a brief internal struggle, he decided he had to warn the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master had literally saved his life in the demonic territories and given safe harbor to Liu Ruxu, Liu Qingxian, and Chen Xiling. Letting him walk into a trap with a blatantly fake princess wasn't an option. Debts had to be paid. Pavilion Master, Fang Chen leaned in close, dropping his voice to an urgent whisper. Careful, that third princess is an imposter. I've met the real one, and I swear on my life, it's not her. What? The Pavilion Master's heart seized. He whipped his head toward the imposter, faint arcs of lethal lightning already crackling to life within his eyes. But before he could utter a single word of accusation, the third princess smoothly opened her hand. A faint glowing golden scale flashed briefly across her palm. The Pavilion Master's pupils contracted. A golden scale on the palm, that was the absolute, unmistakable signature of the East Sea's sovereign, the Pearl Demon Emperor. Wait a minute, if she's the Demon Emperor of the East Sea in disguise, then who the hell is the Princess of the South Sea? Right on cue, the South Sea Princess shot him a subtle wink. For a split second, her eyes morphed, revealing dual green pupils, the legendary emerald spirit eyes, exclusive to the South Sea Demon Emperor. It hit him like a ton of bricks. The sovereigns of the East and South Seas hadn't abandoned the mainland. They just couldn't show their faces publicly, for whatever reason. So they'd hijacked their daughters' identities to sneak in under the radar. Overjoyed by the revelation, he practically beamed, cupping his hands. Demon Emperors of the... He caught himself just in time, swallowing the words. Princesses of the East and South Seas, this courtyard is far too public. Please, let us retire to the Grand Hall. The disguised Pearl Demon Emperor shot Fang Chen a sideways glance. Bring young Master Fang along as well. I have a few questions for him. The Pavilion Master was inwardly reeling. Just what in the nine heavens had Fang Chen done to end up on the East Sea Demon Emperor's radar? This woman ruled the vast expanse of the East Sea with an iron fist. She wasn't exactly known for paying attention to nobodies. He gave a curt nod. Fang Chen, you're with us. What is going on? Fang Chen was utterly bewildered. He had literally just spelled out that this woman was a fraud, and the Pavilion Master was rolling out the red carpet for them anyway. Did the Pavilion Master know who they really were? Did he somehow think they weren't a threat? Pondering for a moment, Fang Chen just shook his head and decided to play along. Whatever, I've already told the Pavilion Master the truth. If he's acting like nothing happened, he must have his own reasons. But still, what could this fake East Sea princess want with me? Since they were in the heart of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and the master was right there, he let his guard down just a little. It wasn't like a fake princess would actually dare to pull anything in a place like this, right? If she dared to step out of line, the pavilion master would slap her into the next province with one hand. Inside the grand hall, the pavilion master dismissed the attendants, leaving only the 4 of them alone. "Princesses, thank you for making the long journey here." Fang Chen served the tea. Fang Chen nodded and served the South Sea princess first. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but the South Sea princess seemed to be sizing him up with a knowing smirk. And when he reached the East Sea princess, her gaze was shamelessly checking him out from head to toe. She nodded slightly, handsome face, sharp eyes. He's certainly a catch. His cultivation is a bit behind though. 2 more levels and he'd be perfect. The South Sea Empress agreed. I think he's solid across the board too. It's just his power level that's lacking. The pavilion master was baffled. Why weren't these 2 Demon Empresses talking business? Watching them critique Fang Chen and listening to their complaints about his progress. The pavilion master naturally had to stand up for his disciples' reputation. He chuckled. You don't understand. Fang Chen wasn't raised here in the pavilion. He clawed his way up from a backwater town, step by step. He was held back by a lack of resources. If he'd been with us since he was a child, he'd already be at the peak of the Golden Core realm. The East Sea Empress raised an eyebrow. Truly. The pavilion master took the tea from Fang Chen. He looked quite proud. You arrived a bit late. The Seal Vajra just left, and he was absolutely obsessed with this disciple. He practically begged to take him back to the White Horse Temple. The East Sea Empress's eyes lit up. You mean Fang Chen made it onto the Vajra's recruitment list? The South Sea Empress nudged her arm and whispered, "That's good. That's very good. Anyone on that list is guaranteed to be top tier. There's no mistaking it." The East Sea Empress looked satisfied. His potential sounds great then. He's just young and needs a little more seasoning. The pavilion master spoke up again, pride beaming from his face. Do you 2 know how things have been in the pavilion's underground world lately? The East Sea Empress hesitated, choosing her words carefully. I heard it's been peaceful. The disciples are staying safe, which is nice. Fang Chen was secretly impressed. This fake princess really knew how to spin a complete disaster into something that sounded almost poetic. The pavilion master looked a bit embarrassed. I hate to admit it, but for the last decade, a disciple would be lucky to earn even 100 merit points. Things have been going downhill fast. The 2 empresses didn't quite know how to respond to that. The situation at the Heaven's Secret Pavilion was indeed looking pretty grim. But the master broke into a grin. Fang Chen went down there for the first time as a rookie. He was only there for a day. Can you guess how many merit points he brought back? The pavilion master held up 8 fingers. The East Sea Empress guessed, 80. That's some impressive adaptability. The pavilion master shook his head. Her eyebrows shot up. 800. That's incredible. He's already outperforming the veterans by a mile. The South Sea Empress's gaze toward Fang Chen sharpened with interest. To their surprise, the pavilion master shook his head again. The East Sea Empress gasped. You're not seriously going to say 8,000, are you? The South Sea Empress covered her mouth in shock. Really, that number is just insane. The pavilion master just smiled mysteriously, letting the silence do the talking. The East Sea Empress's eyes were practically sparkling now. A rookie who was 100 times more efficient than the veterans. The kid's talent was undeniable. Looks, potential, and skill. All perfect scores. How could she not be satisfied? She looked at Fang Chen with total warmth. So, where is your family from? Are your parents still around? Do you have any brothers or sisters? Fang Chen was confused. Why did the conversation suddenly pivot to his family tree? He looked to the pavilion master for help, only to see the master's eyes gleaming. The master realized exactly what was happening. These 2 were vetting a future son-in-law. For a moment, the master didn't know whether to celebrate or worry. The good news, marrying into the Sea Demon clan meant Fang Chen would be set for life. He could basically retire tomorrow. The bad news, there was no way the Sea Demon clan would ever accept Fang Chen's collection of fiancées and concubines. He slightly regretted clearing Fang Chen's name just now. Clearing his throat, he asked, Fang Chen, what's your take on the Sea Demon princesses? You know, in terms of potentially tying the knot. Fang Chen blinked in confusion, tying the knot. He glanced at the 2 breathtaking beauties standing before him. You mean them? PFFD, the master of heaven's secrets, nearly did a spit take with his tea. Not them, he blurted out. You've got some nerve, kid. Marrying a Sea Demon Empress. Keep dreaming. To be fair, you couldn't blame Fang Chen. Not only were the 2 empresses using the title of princess, but the royal women of the Sea Demon clan possessed eternal youth. They looked no different from any other young woman. "I'm already married," Fang Chen replied without a second thought. "There's no need to even consider it." A powerhouse like the Sea Demon clan would never tolerate their daughters playing second fiddle or being mistreated in a marriage. Besides, if it meant marrying the third princess of the East Sea, forget it. That woman was way out of his league, he'd be in way over his head. "Oh, he's already taken," the East Sea Empress murmured, her expression shifting to one of deep disappointment. The South Sea Empress also sighed, giving a small, disappointed shake of her head. For a royal sea demon lineage like theirs, it was strictly forbidden for a prince consort to have a mistress or a second wife. "You're a good young man. Since this is our first meeting, here's a little something for you." Even though the matchmaking was a bust, she still admired his talent. She handed Fang Chen a crystal ball shimmering with tiny, dancing bubbles. "Come visit the East Sea whenever you have time. Just break this crystal, and you'll be able to ride a bubble straight to the ocean floor." This was a high-grade treasure, easily on par with a water-repelling pearl. The only difference was that while a pearl could be used indefinitely, the bubble was a one-time deal. "Thank you, Princess," Fang Chen said, taking the bubble. He was still a bit dazed, honestly. He still hadn't figured out why the East Sea Princess had summoned him here in the first place. Inside the hall, the atmosphere shifted as the East Sea Empress finally got down to business. "Sect Master," she said gravely. "The Empress of the South Sea and I. The reason we ignored your messengers before is because Sanking Mountain sent word. They strictly forbade the Sea Demon clan from helping the mainland. We couldn't move openly without causing trouble, so we had to resort to this, slipping in under the radar." Realization dawned on the Master of Heaven's secrets, followed quickly by confusion. "We don't have any bad blood with Sanking Mountain. Why would they go out of their way to sabotage us?" The South Sea Empress, Empress Jiu Meng, sighed. "The root of the problem lies with the Sky Demon Emperor. When the Tiger Demon Empress's grotto opened last time, Master Qiuanyong of Sanking Mountain brought a group of disciples and friends. The Sky Demon Emperor was a bit too overbearing. He ended up making enemies out of them. Now that the Hell Beasts are wreaking havoc, Sanking Mountain sees a perfect opportunity for some petty revenge." Hearing the reason, the Master of Heaven's secrets slammed his hand on the table, his eyes burning with fury. That Sky Demon, does he really think the mainland is the same as it was back in the day? Back then, the Heaven's Secret sect was backed by mid- to late-stage nascent soul experts, and the demons had the Tiger Demon Empress. Naturally, the people from Taikang province didn't dare cross the line. But times have changed. Does the Sky Demon Emperor really think being a local powerhouse makes him untouchable? And look where that's got us. They see we're in trouble, and they're kicking us while we're down. The East Sea Empress waved a hand dismissively. "Let's not dwell on the gloom. Once the Hell Beasts are done with the mainland, the surrounding oceans are next. No one is safe." Of the 4 Sea Demon Empresses, only the North Sea Empress couldn't make it. Her territory is under constant siege by some unknown entities, and she can't leave her post. The other 3 Empresses were all committed. The West Sea Empress was likely already on her way. The Master of Heaven's secrets stood and bowed, his voice thick with gratitude. "You are truly honorable, your majesties." He had assumed they were holding back because their own interests weren't at stake yet. He hadn't expected them to have such a grand sense of duty. The East Sea Empress shrugged. "It's simple survival. If the mainland falls, the oceans follow. We'll stay here at the Heaven's Secrets sect for a few days and wait for the West Sea Empress. Once we're all together, we'll move out and take the fight to the Hell Beasts immediately." She paused, then added, "Also, we've already dispatched elites from the East and South Seas to track the Hell Beasts. Your sect should start making moves as well. From what we've gathered, this Hell Beast is incredibly cunning and knows how to cover its tracks. It's harder for my people to operate on land than it is for yours, so don't worry," the sect master assured her. "We will pull our weight. I'll issue missions immediately and have our disciples patrolling the border between the human and demon territories." The East Sea Empress nodded, but then a look of hesitation crossed her face. "Sect Master, I do have one somewhat awkward request. Could we borrow the site where you underwent your heavenly tribulation?" The Master of Heaven's secrets understood her intent instantly. Sea Demon Empresses were different from human nascent, soul cultivators, or mainland demon emperors. Their power came mostly from their royal bloodlines, rather than surviving the baptism of a heavenly tribulation. As a result, their physical bodies were naturally weaker than the latter. With a brutal war on the horizon and danger lurking everywhere, the East Sea Empress wanted to use the lingering lightning energy at his tribulation site to temper and strengthen her physical form. That area was strictly off-limits to outsiders, but with these two empresses stepping up so heroically, how could he possibly say no? Of course, Empress Jiu Meng, you should go as well. The South Sea Empress gave a grateful smile. Thank you, Sect Master. The two of them prepared to head out together. Suddenly, the Master of Heaven's Secrets slapped his forehead as something occurred to him. Wait, one more thing. A few of my disciples have earned the right to cultivate at the Tribulation site. They might show up there at any time. The Tribulation ground isn't that large. If we've intruded on your territory, your majesties, please excuse the disturbance. The Demon Emperor of the East Sea laughed. Don't worry about it, we're heading out. Outside the hall, the disciples had already dispersed. Only Master Yun Yong, Giant Lin Yuan, and the rest of the team were waiting anxiously. Sorry for making you worry, Master, Fang Chen said sheepishly as he approached Yun Yong. I didn't mean to keep you in the dark, it's just that my seniors. Senior sister Shang, what happened to you? He was shocked to see Shang Shikyu's face covered in bruises. She looked like she'd been through a meat grinder. Giant Lin Yuan and the others were dead silent, not daring to pull any of their usual stunts with the master. Master Yun Yong's face had been like a thundercloud, but the moment she saw Fang Chen, her expression cleared instantly. How could I ever be mad at you? Having you as my disciple is a blessing. Come, let's go back. You have to tell me everything about your time in the underworld. Feeling her warmth, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wasn't in trouble. Master, let me wrap things up with my team first. I'll give you a full report once I'm done. What else is there to handle? The rewards from the team vault. Instead of leading them away, Fang Chen pulled out a handful of shimmering green lotus seeds and began distributing them one by one. One for Kingxian, one for Keoj, and one for senior brother Liang. Gu Zinner's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Master, master, she screamed internally. Do you see what's in his hand? Dragon heart blood lotus seeds. Those are worth a fortune, and he's just handing them out. The spirit within the hairpin was equally stunned. This kid is incredibly generous to his allies. Those seeds are a hot commodity. Even in the Great Taking Province, money can't buy them. It looks like your little act of crying and begging to join paid off. One seed alone covers your costs. Gu Zinner was ecstatic. Heh, I'll take his treasure for nothing. When the truth finally comes out on his deathbed, he'll be coughing up blood from pure rage. Smirking at the thought, she eagerly reached out both hands. Fang Chen shot her a confused look. What are you doing? Gu Zinner took it for granted. Aren't you giving out the dragon heart blood lotus seeds? Fang Chen flicked her forehead in annoyance. Have you actually done anything to earn a reward? You get a cut when you actually contribute something. Newbies these days always looking for a shortcut. No lotus seed and a flick to the head, the nerve of him. Gu Zinner stomped her foot in frustration. Fine, it's just a seed anyway, who cares? Fang Chen's next words made her eyes light up again. Let's go pick our rewards from the team vault. Gu Zinner snorted. I might not be able to scam your personal stash, but I'm definitely getting my share of the team vault. I'm taking you for everything you're worth. Watching them walk away, Master Yun Yong started trembling with rage. Dragon heart blood lotus seeds, those are divine treasures that could have boosted every single one of your cultivation levels. And he's just giving them away to other sects' disciples. If only you had recruited him into your team, you'd all be holding a seed right now. The senior disciples, who had been pitying Shang Shiky just a moment ago, suddenly turned on her with bloodshot eyes. Master, I think you were too soft on her. I suggest we give her another round. Master is too kind. Hearted when it comes to discipline. I'll step up and be the bad guy this once. Let's all help. It's for her own good. A moment later, blood, curdling screams echoed through the pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. Help, they're killing me. Sorry everyone, just slaughtering a pig here. We'll be done in a second. When Fang Chen's group arrived at the vault hall, the Wuji and expedition teams were already waiting outside. As the first place winners, Team Zero had priority. But the earlier the other teams arrived, the longer they had to wait for the champions to show up. We thought you weren't showing up until next year. A member of the Wuji team snarled. They were already bitter about Fang Chen stealing their thunder, and his lateness only fueled their resentment. Lai Shenkyu glared at Fang Chen with cold eyes. Fang Chen, I'd advise you to stay away from the bright brocade robe. If you want something useful, go for the moon mirror. The foreign geniuses are all eyeing it. It's a tool that works regardless of distance. It was a divine artifact capable of multi-person communication, a must-have for any elite team. They had spent a fortune just to get their hands on that moon mirror. He was trying to bait Fang Chen into wasting his merit points elsewhere. That way, when it came time to pick the bright brocade robe, Fang Chen would be forced to pass due to a lack of funds. Yu Tian wasn't having it. Senior brother Lai, that's just downright dirty. Fine, if you're going to play dirty, don't cry when I hit back twice as hard. Junior brother Fang, the radiant brocade robe is a pseudo-spirit artifact. It can block any attack below the nascent soul realm. Plus, it's a massive status symbol. You absolutely can't go wrong with it. The Wuji team glared daggers at the Yuanjing team, who instantly shot venomous glares right back. Fang Chen rubbed his nose. He hadn't been sure what to pick, but these two rival teams had just rigorously vetted his options for him. I'll take these two. Under the watchful eyes of both rival factions, Fang Chen and his group of 5 stepped into the treasure vault. I want the lunar mirror and the radiant brocade robes, Fang Chen told the vault manager straight away. The manager had heard the entire commotion outside. He let out a helpless chuckle. I've never seen those two air each other's dirty laundry quite like that. All right, the lunar mirror is 4,000 merit points, and the radiant brocade robes are 2,000 per set. You can only afford 2 sets, so you'll need to decide who gets to wear them. Fang Chen already had his chainmail armor, so he didn't need one. Which of you 4 wants them? Liu Qingxian, Xia Zheyaj, and Gu Zinner all eagerly threw their hands in the air. Liang Feiyan just rubbed his nose. As the only other guy, he obviously wasn't going to fight the girls for a dress. Fang Chen nodded. All right, Liu Qingxian and Xia Zheyaj, you each get one. Gu Zinner stomped her foot. Seriously, nothing for me again. Fang Chen looked her up and down. Aren't you pretty good at taking a beating? You took my 5. Lightning heavenly palm straight to the face, and we're still bouncing around. You definitely don't need armor. PFFT, the remnant soul inside her mind was practically dying of laughter. Gu Zinner flushed beet red, grinding her teeth. That smug jerk. He's dead set on denying me any perks, isn't he? Well, I'm getting something out of him today if it kills me. That lunar mirror, if I remember correctly, isn't that the supreme artifact of the lunar venerable you mentioned before, Master? The remnant soul gave a faint nod. It sighed with deep melancholy. To think someone as radiant as the lunar venerable still met her end, her legendary artifact shattered. Now her supreme lunar mirror is nothing but common loot for ordinary mortals. You have to find a way to secure a piece of it later. Check if the lunar venerable left her legacy inside. Once Fang Chen locked in his choices, the manager nodded. He took Fang Chen's identity token, deducted the 8,000 team merit points, and brought over 2 sets of radiant brocade robes alongside a shattered jade disc. Thrilled, Liu Qingxian and Xia Zheyaj grabbed their new outfits and hurried into a nearby changing booth. A moment later, they stepped out side by side. The radiant brocade robes were a deep midnight black, trimmed with elegant gold thread along the collar, cuffs, and hem. Intricate patterns of dragons, phoenixes, and crashing waves were embroidered across the chest in vibrant gold, crimson, amber, and jade. They were absolutely breathtaking, radiating an aura of untouchable royalty. Despite wearing the exact same design, the 2 girls gave off entirely different vibes. Liu Qingxian looked fierce and striking, carrying a cool, heroic edge. Xia Zheyaj, on the other hand, was the picture of gentle elegance, like a pure, delicate orchid blooming in a quiet valley. It wasn't just Fang Chen who stared in appreciation. Even Gu Zinner was utterly mesmerized for a moment. But then her bitter jealousy only flared up even harder. You're at least giving me a piece of the lunar mirror, right? Gu Zinner pouted, playing the absolute victim. Fang Chen finally tore his gaze away from the 2 stunning girls. He looked down at the white jade disc in his hands. It was a milky white, pulsing with a faint, ethereal glow. At first glance, it genuinely looked like a miniature moon. 7 jagged cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, perfectly dividing the disc into 7 equal fragments. The manager chimed in. No one knows where this artifact actually came from. It's been fractured into these 7 pieces for as long as recorded history. But here's the magic behind it. If you imprint a message onto one fragment using your mental energy, those exact same words will instantly appear on the other 6, no matter how far apart they are. It essentially creates a synchronized, multi-way communication network that completely defies space and distance. Fang Chen tested it out, and sure enough, it worked flawlessly. This is brilliant. It beats standard voice transmission talismans by a mile. He immediately started handing them out. 1 for Qingxian, 1 for Zheyaj, 1 for senior brother Liang. He then pocketed the remaining pieces. Gu Zinner finally snapped. Nothing for me again. Are you freaking kidding me? Fang Chen smirked. I told you already, you have to earn your keep and actually contribute to the team. Gu Zinner pouted hard. Internally, she was cursing Fang Chen to the deepest depths of hell. You smug little punk, is this how you bully a nascent Soul Realm expert? Fine, just you wait, you hear me, just you wait. It's just a Moon Realm shard, isn't it? Once I get my hands on it, I'm going to slaughter you. No, I absolutely cannot give up on that Moon Realm shard. This is no ordinary item. It's a relic of the Moon Venerable, a supreme treasure, once more legendary even than the very strand of hair my master calls home. Now that fate has brought it before me, how can I possibly let this chance slip away? She gazed at Fang Chen with a pouting, wronged expression. Is there any task I can do? Fang Chen replied, just wait a bit. First, I need to pick my rewards from the personal treasure vault, then I'll take everyone to the mission hall to see if there are any tasks we can accept. He looked towards the steward, who nodded and said, the others can wait in the antechamber. Fang Chen, follow me to the personal treasure vault. Fang Chen's heart swelled with anticipation. If the team treasure vault, which was merely a gift to the group, already held such extraordinary items, wouldn't the personal treasure vault contain something even more heaven-defying? Soon after, he passed through numerous layers of formidable formations, finally stepping into the true treasure vault of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Even though he knew the vault held countless treasures, the sheer sight of them still left him utterly stunned. Shelves stretched endlessly, overflowing with treasures piled like small mountains. The light from countless spiritual artifacts wove together into dazzling rainbows, revealing an innumerable collection of ancient texts, talismans, weapons, jade artifacts, and heaven and earth spiritual treasures. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion's true reserves far surpassed anything he could have imagined. And this was after centuries of dwindling resources, with the vault having already expended so much. He couldn't even begin to imagine how truly magnificent the Heavenly Secret Pavilion's treasure vault must have been in its heyday. Did you have anything in mind to exchange for before you came? The steward asked. With so many items, just glancing through them all would take an entire day. Fang Chen blurted out, a nascent soul strike jade talisman. The steward pondered seriously. If you only had 3,000 merit points, that would indeed be a decent choice. But now I suggest you add another 1,000 merit points in exchange for something far more applicable. He led Fang Chen to the deepest part of the vault, in front of a crystal display case separately protected by a powerful formation. There, a talisman arrow, intricately woven from talisman paper, caught his eye. Even through the crystal, Fang Chen could feel the talisman arrow radiate. A destructive power akin to heavenly might, this was a true talisman arrow. Once it locked onto a target, it would automatically pursue the enemy until it struck. Fang Chen's heart pounded. Having witnessed the terror of nascent soul cultivators firsthand, he understood that the jade talisman's effect was quite limited against them. Their speed was astonishing often. Before a talisman could even activate its power, they could instantly kill the wielder. At worst, they could easily escape the talisman's attack range. But the talisman arrow before him was something that could genuinely threaten a nascent soul cultivator. I'll exchange for the talisman arrow, Fang Chen said without a moment's hesitation. The steward nodded, deducted 4,000 merit points, and then took out the talisman arrow, handing it to him. Fang Chen clutched the arrow as if it were a priceless treasure, a long, lost sense of security washing over him. With this talisman, he finally had a fighting chance against a nascent soul expert, instead of being a mere lamb waiting silently for the slaughter. You still have 4,000 merit points left, the steward continued. I suggest you exchange them for a mid-grade dust heart pill, which can help you break through your current realm. After a moment's thought, Fang Chen replied, I'd like to exchange for another nascent soul strike jade talisman. He wasn't short on spiritual items to help him break through realms, but life-saving artifacts like the nascent soul strike jade talisman were incredibly difficult to acquire outside the sect. Now that he had the chance, getting another one couldn't hurt. The steward couldn't help but be stunned. Just how many powerful enemies did this guy have that a single talisman arrow wasn't enough to save his life? Still, he couldn't dictate a disciple's choices. He immediately retrieved a jade box within which a nascent soul talisman was clearly sealed. Fang Chen joyfully accepted it. I still have 1,000 merit points left, he said. For a moment, he wasn't sure what else to exchange for. Suddenly, Fang Chen noticed a section of magical artifacts nearby, each emanating spiritual pressure. He walked over, and to his surprise, they were all spiritual artifacts. Unfortunately, they were all just fragments of spiritual artifacts. And their value wasn't low either. ranging from 1,000 merit points to tens of thousands. He was speechless. Who in their right mind would waste 1,000 hard-earned merit points on useless fragments of spiritual artifacts? Just as he was losing interest, an eerie green glow caught his attention. He walked closer and saw a dark green ring. It was severely damaged, with only the band and a few remnant green gems clinging to the edges. Noticing the 1,000 merit points price tag beside it, Fang Chen said, "Steward, I want this ring." The steward walked over, frowned, and advised, "Merit points are hard earned, don't waste them. This ring is utterly ruined. Besides a faint trace of energy inside, it serves no other purpose." Fang Chen insisted, "I want this one." The steward opened his mouth to protest, but seeing Fang Chen's resolute stance, he said nothing more. He deducted the last 1,000 merit points from Fang Chen's identity token, took out the ring, and handed it to him. He sighed, "You'll regret this." Fang Chen took the ring, his palms trembling with excitement. He flipped the ring over, its base clearly engraved with 3 characters, "Boundless Ring." His throat went dry. He couldn't believe he had so easily obtained a second boundless ring. He'd found an identical boundless ring in a nascent soul cave dwelling at the base of that snowy mountain, a ring with the wondrous ability to control gravity. Back then, as a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, he'd faced the 9th-level golden core cultivator, Leng Gu. He'd barely survived, relying on the ring's residual energy to strike down Leng Gu. Half a year later, to find another one, and for only 1,000 merit points, it felt like a dream. The problem was, once its energy was depleted, it was incredibly difficult to replenish. Fang Chen had exhausted his spiritual energy trying, only to cause a slight, almost imperceptible change in its color. Because of this, he had left the boundless ring neglected for a long time. "Steward, what's the story behind this boundless ring?" Fang Chen was curious. Why was one here in the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, and the other at the bottom of a cliff? Was there a connection between the 2 rings? The steward stroked his beard. The boundless ring is a mid-grade magical artifact retrieved decades ago from the corpse found on the 10th underground level. When we found it, it was severely damaged. According to our records, this ring was a natal magical artifact belonging to a pair of late-stage nascent soul cultivators, Tao companions from a century ago. They were originally 2 rings, yin and yang. Separately, they are mid-grade magical artifacts, but when activated together, their combined power ranks among the top of all mid-grade magical artifacts. Back then, with both boundless rings, that pair of Tao companions swept all before them, their names echoing far and wide. Later, for unknown reasons, the 2 parted ways. One of them entered the 10th level of our Celestial Secrets Pavilion's underground world to explore. By the time she was rediscovered, several decades had passed. Not only had she perished, her cultivation vanishing, but the boundless ring in her hand was also shattered by an unknown force. Fang Chen nodded inwardly. The timeline matched that cave dwelling too, dated back a century. Suppressing his excitement, he said, "Thank you for the information, Senior. I'll take my leave." He couldn't wait to go back and see if he could guide the energy from the damaged ring into this empty boundless ring. If successful, he'd gain another trump card. As he turned to leave, he suddenly noticed a section of crystal display cases not far away, emitting a flickering multi-colored light. Peering closer, he saw several seals affixed to the crystal cases, and a separate formation had been set up, explicitly forbidding anyone from touching them. Then he saw the price tag next to them, and his jaw dropped. 100,000 merit points. Are they guarding a goddess in there? After all his hard work this time, he only had 8,000 merit points. Even if he were lucky enough to stumble upon 2 hidden spaces every month, he wouldn't accumulate that much merit in a full year. Who could possibly afford anything inside? The steward gave a wry smile. Indeed, 100,000 merit points is an astronomical figure, even during the Celestial Secrets Pavilion's peak. Under current circumstances, disciples would struggle to accumulate that much in a lifetime. However, the item inside is actually worth far more than 100,000 merit points. Fang Chen was extremely curious. More than 100,000 merit points, and that price still underestimated its value. What was inside? He peered through the crystal case, faintly discerning a small, jet-black jade bottle, barely palm-sized. What it contained, he couldn't tell. True spirit blood, what? Fang Chen's entire body trembled, as if an electric current had shot through him. His eyes widened, and his breath hitched. Lu Jialin, the founder of the Brahma Saint True Spirit cultivation method, hadn't even managed to gather all 4 types of true spirit blood in his lifetime, a testament to its extreme rarity. And the Celestial Secrets Pavilion was hiding a bottle of divine elephant true spirit blood, enough for Fang Chen to cultivate the divine elephant form, making him invincible beneath the nascent soul realm. And according to the cultivation method, cultivating a second elephant form and achieving a golden body meant his physical body would rival even a nascent soul realm cultivator. With a physique like that, what would he have to fear from a demonic emperor? He finally understood why the steward had said that 100,000 merit points underestimated its value. If Lu Jialin, who had never managed to collect all 4 types of true spirit blood in his entire life, knew that the Celestial Secrets Pavilion offered one for just 100,000 merit points, he'd probably be furious enough to spit blood. What he had desperately searched for here cost a mere 100,000 merit points. But when he came back to his senses, a hint of bitterness touched Fang Chen's face. In the current state of the underground world, earning 100,000 merit points was no easy feat. But at least he had found hope. He took one last longing look at the true spirit blood, then finally bid his farewell and departed. Soon after, he led his Zero team to the mission hall. Behind him, the outraged roars of Wu Ji and Yuan Zheng erupted in succession. That jerk took the moon mirror, damn him. And the brilliant brocade robe is gone too. The moon mirror was one thing, but a certain rule regarding the brilliant brocade robe had infuriated Wu Ji's team to no end. There was a catch: only one team at a time was allowed to exchange for the radiant silk robes. Even if there were 5 robes left in stock, Team Wu Ji was out of luck. They'd have to wait a full year for Team Zero's lease to expire before they were even eligible. And that was assuming Wu Ji's merit points could actually overtake Team Zero's by then. Meanwhile, Fang Chen and his crew had already made their way to the mission hall. The hall was buzzing with activity, packed with disciples picking up assignments with grim, battle-ready expressions. Confused by the tension, Fang Chen spotted Ren Guohong nearby and called out, "Senior Brother Ren, has something happened?" Ren Guohong's eyes lit up when he saw him, Fang Chen. "The Pavilion Master just dropped an emergency high-risk mission. It's restricted to disciples at the 7th stage of the Golden Core realm or higher. The objective is to track down an infernal behemoth. The bounty is a staggering 10,000 merit points. If you find it alone, you claim the full 10,000. If it's a joint discovery, the reward is split. Wu Manyu and I are teaming up. Do you want in?" Fang Chen was only at the 6th stage of the Golden Core realm, but his sheer versatility and tactical mind made him more valuable than any average 9th stage cultivator. Besides, this mission was suicide. Going in with an unreliable partner was a one-way ticket to the grave. That was why his invitation to Fang Chen was so sincere. Fang Chen frowned, deep in thought. His first instinct was to bring Team Zero along, but after a moment of cold calculation, he abandoned the idea. Scouting an infernal behemoth was pure insanity. It took a nascent soul expert and 5 demon emperors just to face one of those things. Without top-tier escape skills, it was a death trap. Fang Chen knew he'd be struggling just to keep himself alive. He couldn't afford to be a babysitter for anyone else. More importantly, the reward was a fixed pool. Whether he went alone or with his entire team, the merit points remained the same. Ren Guohong had likely left his own team behind for the exact same reason. After a brief pause, Fang Chen nodded. "Fine, when do we move out?" Ren Guohong grinned. "We can leave as soon as we register the mission. However, for an operation this dangerous, Wu Manyu and I need a day to prep." It was the right move. Proper preparation prevented poor performance. The infernal behemoth had been roaming for ages. One more day wouldn't make a difference, and packing every possible life saving tool was just common sense. A sharp glint flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. "Good. I have a few things to take care of myself. Let's regroup here at the mission hall this time tomorrow." He immediately claimed the mission and said his goodbyes to Liu Qingxian and the others. Identity token in hand, he bolted toward a secluded valley 30 miles outside the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. This was the site where the Pavilion Master had once faced his heavenly tribulation. Even now, the valley resonated with the undying energy of those celestial lightning strikes. Deep in the valley, within a pool crackling with arcs of electricity, the Demon Emperor Yizhu was bathing completely naked. A flicker of pain crossed her face as she sat in silence, letting the tribulation lightning scour and temper her physique. She glanced up at the Demon Emperor Jimeng, who was hesitating on the bank. "Well, you getting in or what?" Jimeng clutched her collar, scanning the surroundings with a worried look. The Pavilion Master mentioned that disciples wander through here all the time. If we're caught skinny, dipping in a lightning pool, I'll never hear the end of it. I have a reputation to protect. Yizhu rolled her eyes. Then wear your clothes. Let's see how long they last before the lightning turns them to ash. Besides, what junior is talented enough to sneak up on us without being noticed? If anyone gets close, we'll just zip into the clouds. I don't know what you're so stressed about. After a long hesitation, Jiumeng was finally convinced. She bit her lip and shed her robes, revealing her youthful, breathtaking silhouette. The East Sea Demon Emperor caught a glimpse of her legs and teased, pale and long. Honestly, even I'm tempted to get a closer look. Flushed with embarrassment, the South Sea Demon Emperor waded into the pool, quickly submerging herself. With only her head above the water, she continued to look around anxiously. I still have a bad feeling about this. Yizhu gave her another eye roll. You're acting like some blushing virgin. How old are you again? Why do you even care? So what if someone sees? It's not like they're going to steal the skin off your back. Jiumeng shot her a sharp glare. Oh yeah, if a disciple actually shows up, are you really going to stay out here like that? Yizhu stretched her arms out and laughed. Why not? They're all handsome young men anyway. It's their lucky day, not my loss. Suddenly, a ripple of movement stirred in the distance. Yizhu's gaze sharpened instantly. Someone's actually coming. Whoosh, she shot into the sky immediately, vanishing into the cover of the clouds. The South Sea Demon Emperor scrambled into the air right behind her, vanishing into the thick cloud cover in a sheer panic. Frustrated, she fiercely pinched the East Sea Demon Emperor's flawlessly slender waist. I thought we were going to tease the handsome young man, yet the second he shows up, you bolt faster than I do. A faint blush crept across the East Sea Demon Emperor's cheeks. Flustered, she pulled a silk bodice and a long dress from her spatial artifact and quickly slipped them on. And what if it had been some wrinkly old manager or the vice pavilion master? She shot back defensively. I wasn't about to risk giving an old creep a free show. The South Sea Demon Emperor hastily dressed herself as well. Her heart was still pounding. She completely regretted listening to the East Sea Demon Emperor's terrible idea. They had barely stepped into the lightning pool before nearly getting caught. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a figure darting through the forest. In a flash of movement, the person arrived in the valley. It's your son-in-law, the South Sea Demon Emperor whispered, hurriedly tying the straps of her bodice. Smoothing out her skirt, the East Sea Demon Emperor peered down, a look of genuine surprise crossing her face. What are the odds? So he is the disciple the pavilion master mentioned, the one who booked this place for cultivation. But the residual energy from the heavenly tribulation here isn't something he can just brush off. The South Sea Demon Emperor furrowed her elegant brows. With their strength at the Demon Emperor realm, surviving the lightning pool was a walk in the park. For Fang Chen, however, it should have been lethal. Down below, Fang Chen casually strolled to the edge of the lightning pool, a faint, confident smile playing on his lips. He glanced around the empty valley. After a brief moment of hesitation, he unbuckled his jade belt and shrugged off his black robes, bearing his rugged, muscular physique. The South Sea Demon Emperor quickly averted her eyes, muttering, "To cultivate out in the open like this, you either need a lookout or you just have zero shame. Come on, let's go." She was totally done with this anxiety-inducing cultivation session. The East Sea Demon Emperor frowned. "You can leave if you want. If the timing hadn't been perfect, the pavilion master would never have let me use this place. I'm going to wait. Once Fang Chen finishes his session, I'll go back down." She settled cross-legged upon the clouds. Peering down through the mist, she noticed Fang Chen had already submerged himself, sitting directly within the crackling lightning pool. His focus is impressive. He's actually engaging in cultivation in the lightning pool just as effortlessly as we were. The South Sea Demon Emperor peeked over the edge. To her shock, Fang Chen hadn't even flinched. If anything, he looked even more relaxed in the volatile energy than they had. Even if he specializes in lightning-based techniques, he shouldn't be able to shrug off the leftover wrath of a heavenly tribulation so easily. Your son-in-law must practice body tempering, or he's endured some seriously brutal training to forge that kind of willpower. It made sense for two demon emperors to treat the deadly pool like a hot tub, but for a human, and a mere 6th-level golden core realm cultivator at that, to do the same. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Down below, Fang Chen made his next move. Gripping a stone wreathed in electricity, he brushed his thumb across it, producing a single lotus seed. Your son-in-law is full of surprises. A spatial artifact, you can practically count the number of those on the continent on one hand. Her curiosity piqued. The South Sea Demon Emperor abandoned her plans to leave, settling comfortably onto the clouds to watch the show. The East Sea Demon Emperor studied the artifact intently. It's a natural spatial stone. He is incredibly lucky to find one. And that seed in his hand must be a top-tier natural treasure. the kid is practically dripping with good fortune. Before they knew it, the two Demon Empresses had turned into a peanut gallery. They watched Fang Chen's cultivation with rapt attention, occasionally whispering critiques as if they were enjoying a theater performance. Completely oblivious to his voyeuristic audience, Fang Chen swallowed the dragon heart blood lotus seed. Previously, with the help of Consort Yunxia's soul formation realm blood, he had successfully broken through to the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. Since then, surviving the bloody clashes with the giant sect and enduring the relentless dangers of the underground world had hammered his foundation into solid steel. He no longer needed to worry about an unstable foundation leaking his void stream lightning energy. The moment the lotus seed hit his stomach, a scorching surge of heat exploded, radiating deep into his bones and coursing through every limb. Sitting dead, center in the pool, he immediately engaged his cultivation method, devouring the wildly erupting spiritual energy and anchoring it into his body. Even as he primed himself for a breakthrough, he relentlessly siphoned the volatile tribulation lightning from the pool, strand by agonizing strand. Just as he had planned, this pool was brimming with the pure, unfiltered residual wrath of the heavenly Tao. There was absolutely no better catalyst in the world for evolving his lightning techniques. Time slipped away, half a day later. A massive vortex of spiritual energy gathered directly above Fang Chen's head. His eyes snapped open, and the torrential energy was sucked straight into his body, flooding his golden core. His golden core violently pulsed, expanding significantly in size, the 7th level of the golden core realm, breakthrough achieved. Up in the clouds, the South Sea Demon Emperor's eyes gleamed with awe. He broke through to the 7th level already. Yiju, your son-in-law's physical constitution is off the charts. He completely devoured every last drop of medicinal efficacy from that lotus seed. The East Sea Demon Emperor saw it too, unable to hide her astonishment. You're right, his body is like a black hole. Not a single trace of spiritual energy escaped him. I'm starting to believe the Pavilion Master's claim. If he hadn't been starved for resources in his early years, he would have easily hit the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm by now. Well, aren't you going to reconsider him? The South Sea Demon Emperor nudged. This kid is an absolute dragon among men. Your eldest daughter isn't going to find a catch like this easily. The East Sea Demon Emperor fell silent. Her previous rigid rejection was starting to waver. After a long pause, she let out a soft sigh. He's already married. Forget about the East Sea royal family rejecting it. My daughter would never accept being a second wife. The South Sea Demon Emperor clicked her tongue in pity. Then some other lucky girl just hit the jackpot. I wonder who had the eagle eyes to lock him down so early. Wait, what is he doing now? Suddenly, she noticed Fang Chen reaching into his spatial artifact again. This time, he pulled out a token that crackled with violent electrical arcs. The South Sea Demon Emperor's playful demeanor vanished. The Lightning Genesis token. Does he have a cultivation method from the sacred temple of myriad tribulations? Shock rippled across the East Sea Demon Emperor's face. How did he get his hands on that? Did he buy it off the black market? The kid has balls of steel. If the sacred temple of myriad tribulations ever finds out an outsider is practicing their divine techniques, they will hunt him to the ends of the earth. Unless they secured prior permission from the Hall of 10,000 Tribulations, just like the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets did. The Demon Empress of the South Sea lay sprawled on a cloud, her silken hair cascading over the edge and dancing in the breeze. Bored out of her mind, she sighed, let's get out of here. He still has to master the 6 sections of Heavenly Thunder. That's an Earth-grade high-tier cultivation method. He won't even scratch the surface for at least a few days. The Demon Empress of the East Sea let out a soft sigh. They really couldn't wait any longer. She stretched her long legs, preparing to stand up. Suddenly, she sat right back down. Wait, how is he already executing the moves? Under the watchful gaze of the two empresses, Fang Chen, who had already fully grasped the technique, began channeling the gathered lightning, striking out at the sky again and again. At first, he manifested a 10-foot blade of lightning, then 20 feet, then 30. Finally, after half a day, Fang Chen unleashed a violent strike toward the clouds above. 6 sections of Heavenly Thunder indestructible blade, swing, a 2,000-foot lightning saber sliced across the firmament, cleaving the clouds overhead in two. Residual sparks crackled in the air, refusing to fade as they radiated a searing, oppressive heat. In terms of raw destructive power, it was several times more devastating than the 5 Thunders' palm. Amidst the severed clouds, the 2 empresses found themselves perched on separate halves. The Southern Empress's eyes widened in total shock. He mastered it already. Weren't Earth-grade high-tier techniques supposed to take years at the earliest, or even decades? It's only been half a day. The Eastern Empress was equally stunned. mastering a technique in half a day that ancient monsters struggle with for years. What is with this son-in-law of mine? Under their stunned gazes, Fang Chen withdrew his lightning powers, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. First layer was perfected. Unfortunately, he was only allowed 1 day of cultivation here, and his time was up. Fang Chen felt a twinge of regret, but he wasn't truly disappointed. Smiling, he reached into the lightning pool beneath him and retrieved the heavenly thunderstones he'd been soaking. These stones were forged by lightning strikes and acted as magnets for electricity. After a full day's soak, they were bursting with stored energy. Given some time, he could use the power within them to cultivate the second layer. His cultivation and his techniques had both leveled up. Now, only one thing remained. Noticing the Valley Warden hadn't come to kick him out yet, he quickly pulled out 2 infinite rings. One was pristine and bone, while the other was shattered and glowing with vibrant green energy. Since these were the yin-yang pair, they were meant to be combined for even greater power. In theory, their energy should be interchangeable. Fang Chen pondered the possibility. He pressed the 2 rings together. To his delight, the fractured green gem in the broken ring began to dim rapidly. Meanwhile, the intact ring began to take on a visible, lush green hue. Before long, both rings had settled into a uniform shade of light green. The transfer stopped. The energy between the rings was like water in 2 connected rivers. Once the levels evened out, the flow ceased. Looking at the light green ring in his hand, Fang Chen felt a slight pang of disappointment. He wondered if this would even be effective against someone in the nascent soul realm. He looked at the broken ring, then up at the 2 clouds above, lost in thought. Since the broken ring was basically useless now, he decided to see just how much power it still had left. Up on the clouds, the 2 empresses watched Fang Chen's tinkering with genuine interest. Yizhu, what's that in his hand? It looks like a spiritual artifact. Why is he holding it up? It's pointed right at us. I think we should leave. I'm getting a really bad feeling about this. Suddenly, an overwhelming, mysterious force snatched the clouds and dragged them downward, empresses and all. No matter how much they tried to channel their sea demon powers, it was useless. They could only watch helplessly as their cloud slammed into the lightning pool with a thunderous crash. Fang Chen nodded in approval at the familiar sight. It seemed the power was decent enough. He didn't pay much mind to the falling clouds after all. They were just vapor and mist, or so he thought. 2 heavy thuds echoed right in front of him, as if something substantial had fallen from the sky. The resulting shockwave sent ripples through the lightning pool, scattering the energy. A blast of wind hit Fang Chen, knocking him off balance and nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. He stared ahead, completely dazed. To his absolute shock, there were 2 people there, 2 women. One wore a black dress that showcased long, ivory legs. The other was in pink, with a face of devastating beauty. Both were clutching their sides and chests, groaning in pain as they sat up, their faces tight with discomfort. As the scattered lightning gathered once more, the surge of energy instantly shredded their clothes, revealing 2 breathtaking silhouettes. The sight was blindingly white. Fang Chen stared, his mind a total blank. Women falling from the sky. Dazed from the fall, the 2 Demon Empresses suddenly felt a sharp chill. They looked down and shrieked in unison. The East Sea Demon Empress shielded her chest, screaming, "Don't look." Her face flushed crimson as she scrambled to pull the surrounding lightning arcs toward her, desperate to hide her body. But the shockwave from their fall had been too violent. Most of the lightning had dissipated, and it was taking too long for the protective shroud to reform. The South Sea Demon Empress was even more flustered. Covering her top left her exposed below, and covering her bottom left her top bare. "Stop staring," she shrieked, mortified. Fang Chen finally snapped out of it and jerked his head away. He wasn't looking anymore, but the image was already burned into his mind. Closing his eyes didn't make much difference now. The 2 women scrambled out of the lightning pool as if the world were ending, frantically throwing their clothes back on. The East Sea Demon Empress shot Fang Chen a humiliated, furious glare. "Put your own clothes on." Fang Chen realized the lightning pool could no longer hide a thing. He scrambled up and threw his clothes on as fast as he could. He had just finished fixing his hair when he felt 2 pairs of eyes piercing through him like daggers. He turned around with a wry smile and cupped his hands. "Your Excellencies, why exactly were you hiding in the clouds above my head?" After a brief moment of confusion, it wasn't hard to guess who they were, to fall from the sky and remain unscathed. There was no one else they could be but the Demon Empresses. The master of the Heavenly Pavilion had known the 3rd princess of the East Sea was a fake and still treated her with such hospitality. Fang Chen had suspected there was a catch, but he never could have imagined that the fake princess was the East Sea Demon Empress herself. The two empresses, who had been ready to snap at him, suddenly looked guilty under his questioning. Why were they in the clouds? To spy on his bath and his cultivation, obviously. But how were they supposed to explain that? Her face still bright red, the East Sea Demon Empress stammered, "We were just passing by. Then you suddenly attacked and dragged us down with that strange ring of yours." Passing by, Fang Chen asked, skeptical. That cloud had been hovering over him for quite a while. Were these two Demon Empresses actually peeping on him? He gave them a strange look. Did they really have that kind of hobby? Feeling his gaze like needles on her back, the South Sea Demon Empress snapped, "What's with that look? You think a Demon Empress would actually want to peep on you?" "Stop your delusions, kid. I'm telling your pavilion master about this." With that, she stormed off in a huff. It was a retreat fueled by pure shame. The East Sea Demon Empress stomped her foot and gave Fang Chen one last venomous look. She wanted to cough up blood. She had come here to scout a handsome husband for her daughter. How did she end up being the one exposed? Seeing how talented Fang Chen was, she had intended to convince her clan and her eldest daughter to tolerate him having a mistress. But how could she bring it up now? After today's disaster, she didn't have the face to be his mother-in-law. You're unbelievable. I'm done with you." She kicked off the ground and took to the sky. A vein throbbed in Fang Chen's temple. "You're the ones who are peeping," he muttered. "How are you the ones acting offended?" Mid-air, the two empresses both stumbled, nearly falling out of the sky as they heard him. Fang Chen glared at their retreating figures, his face dark. He was just glad he hadn't revealed too many of his secrets. If those two had seen everything, he'd be in real trouble. Realizing the time, he quickly packed his things and headed to the mission hall. Ren Guohong was watching other disciples fly off on their spirit mounts, looking relatively patient. Wu Manyu, on the other hand, had a long, annoyed look on her face. She stood with her arms crossed under her chest, her foot tapping the ground impatiently. Catching sight of Fang Chen in the distance, she tilted her chin up. "I thought maybe you couldn't bear to leave your lovely wives and backed out at the last second." Fang Chen scoffed. "Easier for you to be ready to leave when you're single and nobody wants you." Wu Manyu didn't get angry. Instead, she casually tugged at her thin collar, revealing a glimpse of smooth, pale skin. Every male disciple passing by stopped dead in their tracks to stare. Some even stood on their tiptoes, trying to get a better look. Those with female companions nearby tried to act indifferent, but their eyes were constantly drifting in her direction. Wu Manyu pulled her collar back together and smoothed it out. "Junior brother Fang," she said calmly. "Care to repeat that?" Fang Chen's lip twitched. There was no denying her beauty if she wanted a man. She could have any of them in a heartbeat. "Fine, you win." "So what's the plan?" Fang Chen asked, turning serious. "We can't just charge into the demon lands and search for a needle in a haystack." Wu Manyu, feeling smug after her little victory, decided to show off a bit. "Know your enemy, and the battle is already won." "Right now, we humans have very little intel on the Hellish Desolate Beasts. Almost everything we know comes from the demon race. So, we're heading to the demon lands first to find some reliable information. And that part, you can leave it all to me." Fang Chen looked at her skeptically. "Since when do you have connections with the demon race?" "As far as I knew, disciples from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion rarely ventured out into the world. In my 6 months across the 9 sects territory, I'd only ever seen a handful of them, like Jian Linyuan and Wu Manyu, and that was during the brutal battle at Boundary Mountain." "Since when did Wu Man? You have ties to the demonic beast race." Ren Guohong chuckled. "Junior brother Fang, don't underestimate junior sister Wu. She has some wild connections and always seems to know the most unexpected people." "Is that so?" Thinking about it, Fang Chen realized Wu Manyu did have an air of mystery he couldn't quite pierce. Take her magical artifacts, for instance. She seemed to have an endless supply of them, constantly pulling out some unexpected new treasure. If she had connections among the demonic beasts, it actually didn't seem that strange after all. "All right then, we'll be counting on you, senior sister Wu." Wu Manyu put her hands behind her back and puffed out her chest proudly. "Don't worry, I've got this covered." "We should get moving too," Ren Guohong said. "Lai Shangqiu, Yi Bangxia, and Wang Chongling are all heading to the beast territory to dig up intel. Whoever gets the fastest, most accurate information will have the upper hand." Hearing that, no one wanted to waste any time. They secured a flying mount from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and soared off into the wind. Traveling to the demonic beast territory on a land-based spirit beast would have taken at least 5 or 6 days. But with their flying mount, they crossed half the continent in a single day, arriving at the northernmost edge of the human realm Boundary Mountain. With the war between the two races officially over, Boundary Mountain was a ghost town. Only the deep claw marks of demonic beasts, left on the city walls, stood as silent witnesses to the horrific battles fought there. At the foot of Boundary Mountain, just inside the beast territory, stood several massive 500-foot-tall behemoth elephants. They were kneeling close together, their giant bodies forming 3 high walls, while their raised trunks intertwined to create a living dome overhead. Their tails fanned out like giant doors, creating a perfect natural tent. Outside this living structure, several groups of disciples from both the Heavenly Secret Pavilion and the 9 sects had already gathered. By the looks of it, they were all trying to extract information from the demonic beasts about the latest whereabouts of the Hellish Desolate Beast. Fang Chen immediately spotted some familiar faces. It was Yu Mingzhu, the sect master of the He Huan sect, and Gong Keiyi, the sect master of the Spirit Beast sect. Both were leading a group of their most powerful disciples. "I'm going to go say hi to some old friends. Let's meet back here later." Wu Manyu nodded. "Perfect. I'm going to tap into my own network and see what I can dig up." Moving with a sudden burst of speed, Fang Chen blurred through the crowd and slipped behind the group. He instantly caught the sound of Yu Mingzhu grumbling, "Wow, these beasts sure are full of themselves. We're here to help them track down that hellish desolate beast, and they won't even give us the time of day. If the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion hadn't issued the order, I wouldn't have bothered coming to this freezing, god-forsaken hellhole." "Just bear with it," Gong Keiyi said softly. "The beast race has their own bounty on it, so they're naturally reluctant to share prime intel. With so many people showing up, of course they're being guarded. Once we get some basic information, we can narrow down a general search area. Don't expect to get their most up-to-date intel." Yu Mingzhu put her hands on her hips and scowled. "Ugh. If I wasn't doing this to help Fang Chen get that reward from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, I wouldn't be putting up with their attitude for a second." Gong Keiyi looked around nervously. When the order to track down the Hellish Desolate Beast went out, the two of them had been the most eager to help, second only to the Qingyun sect. Since they lived closest to the beast territory, they had managed to arrive first. Hearing Yu Mingzhu mention Fang Chen so openly made her heart skip a beat. She silently prayed no one else had overheard. But as she scanned the area, her eyes locked onto a figure standing not far behind them. It was Fang Chen, wearing a knowing smirk. She gasped softly. Fang Chen pressed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. He silently slipped behind Yu Mingzhu and wrapped an arm around her impossibly slender waist. Yu Mingzhu's body stiffened. Instinctively, she threw a sharp elbow backward. "How dare you?" she snapped. "What? I'm not allowed to be bold with you." That familiar voice sent another shiver through her. She whipped around, her eyes instantly lighting up with pure joy. She stopped herself, remembering something, and immediately swatted his hand away. Pouting, she crossed her arms. "Wait, who even are you?" Fang Chen placed his hands on her shoulders, smiling. "Still mad at me?" He figured she was still sulking about the last time Liu Ruxu pulled the main wife card on her, but that was ages ago. "Don't touch me," she shrugged his hands off. He tried to grab her again, but she slipped right out of his grasp. After a few failed attempts, Fang Chen realized he couldn't even pin her down. "Fine, then I'll go bother Gong Keiyi instead." Ignoring her pouting, Fang Chen turned and started walking toward Gong Keiyi. Yu Mingzhu spun around furiously, grabbed his hand, and bit down on it. "You jerk, you always bully me." Fang Chen burst out laughing. "All right, don't be mad. I actually brought you a gift." Yu Mingzhu pouted. "I wouldn't dare take it. The moment Liu Ruxu finds out, she'll just make me give it back." As she spoke, her eyes welled up with tears from pure, dramatic grievance. Fang Chen pulled her into a warm embrace. "And would you give it back?" Without missing a beat, Yu Mingzhu snapped. "Not a chance." "Well, there you go then." Fang Chen pulled out a spool of celestial mountain silk and pressed it into her hand. "When we fought the Blood Flood Dragon, your old silk strings were destroyed. I've been wanting to get you a replacement. Here, it's all yours." Her eyes instantly lit up, and she eagerly snatched it. "Oh wow, it really is, and there's so much of it. It's way longer than my old one." Suddenly, a memory clicked in her mind. "Wait, back when someone stole Zhu Qingyong's silver-winged thunderbird, was that you?" Zhu Qingyong was absolutely convinced she was the culprit since the thief had used celestial mountain silk, and he had chewed her out for it. Fang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "Hey, you were the one who put a bounty on my head." "It really is you." Yu Mingzhu playfully smacked him, a mix of annoyance and amusement on her face. "You truly are my undoing." Fang Chen chuckled, still mad. Yu Mingju huffed playfully, then suddenly stamped her foot and planted a loud, smacking kiss on his cheek. I forgive you. Suddenly, she noticed Gong Kei had turned her face away, too embarrassed to look. Yu Mingju grinned mischievously. Sister, aren't you going to come say hello to our man? Your Willow Snows acknowledged junior wife, unlike me. I'm just a wild flower from outside. Gong Kei's face flushed crimson. She blurted out, Sect Master you shut your mouth, stop spouting such nonsense. She wasn't as brazen as Yu Mingju, kissing and hugging him openly in front of so many of her own disciples and other people. Abruptly, a heavy thud echoed from inside the tent. Can the people outside please be quiet? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, staring blankly at Fang Chen and the two women. Honestly, they weren't being loud at all. The breathing of a few war elephants was louder than Fang Chen and the two women talking. So many people, conversing with each other, made far more noise. Yet, the demonic beast in charge inside hadn't said a word about any of that, so why did Fang Chen and the two women flirting suddenly set them off? Fang Chen was slightly startled. That voice, Sea Charm Demonic King. She was the demonic beast in charge. Still, she had a lot of guts to slam the table when her master was talking. Inside the tent, the Sea Charm Demonic King's displeased voice came again. Humans outside, each of you send a representative in. As for the three who were so noisy just now, you'll enter last. Lai Shangqiu glanced at Fang Chen from afar and shook his head slightly. Everything about him is good, except having too many women around just spells trouble. Yu Tiandu grinned innocently. Serves him right. Not only will he be the last to get the information, but it'll definitely be the worst kind. Let that be a lesson for trying to claim every pretty woman he sees. And so, the various groups outside the tent each sent one person inside. Once they had their information, they quickly departed in a hurry. Finally, only Fang Chen, Yu Mingju, Gong Kei, and their group remained. Yu Mingju bit her lip slightly. Which bastard is that? I'll go have a word with her. How dare she make things difficult for my man? Fang Chen glanced around, seeing no outsiders remaining. He gently patted her hand. Don't get angry. Then he stepped into the tent. The moment he stepped inside, the Sea Charm Demonic King, with her long, wavy golden hair, exquisitely curvy upper body, and fishtail for a lower half, rushed forward. She bowed deeply, her voice urgent and laced with trepidation. Master, please, allow me to explain first. Fang Chen waved a dismissive hand, glancing around to confirm they were alone. No need. I understand what you meant. You deliberately created the illusion for outsiders that I'd angered you, and thus wouldn't get any information, or only inaccurate information. That way, when I go looking for the Hellish Desolate Beasts with the most accurate intelligence, they won't follow me, and the credit will be my 6 companions and mine alone. The Sea Charm Demonic King's taut body visibly relaxed. She wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead, let out a small breath, and smiled wryly. If I'd known Master understood, I wouldn't have been so anxious for so long. It was a self-sacrificial ruse, but if she'd encountered a less intelligent master, a torrent of abuse would have been mild. It was entirely possible she could have been punished indiscriminately. Thankfully, Fang Chen's intellect was almost supernatural. Without a word exchanged beforehand, he had understood her painstaking efforts. Fang Chen said, that was difficult for you. He walked to a stool and sat down. The Sea Charm Demonic King immediately brought him a cup of hot tea, then pulled open her collar and retrieved a hidden parchment scroll from within. She lowered her voice. Master, this is the latest intelligence. An hour ago, an annihilated demonic beast search party sent back their final message. You must go as quickly as possible. She had already prepared it before letting anyone in, and now she brought it out without Fang Chen even needing to ask. Fang Chen nodded slightly, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. The Sea Charm Demonic King was meticulous and clever, handling matters thoroughly and utterly loyal to him. He also had a portion of celestial demonic dew and several Bodhi pills on him. If he gave them to the Sea Charm Demonic King, she would have a chance to break through to the Demonic Emperor realm. However, if she broke through to the Demonic Emperor realm, the karmic chain necklace would no longer be able to control her. Fang Chen had to carefully consider the uncertainties that would follow. What's wrong, Master? Are you tired from the long journey? Let me massage you. The Sea Charm Demonic King moved behind Fang Chen, extending her slender jade fingers to gently massage his scalp. Her movements were soft, her gaze warm. Fang Chen closed his eyes. Sea Charm, have you ever thought about being free? The Sea Charm Demonic King didn't stop her massage. She spoke frankly. Of course I have. Who would want to be a slave forever? I also wish to interact with Master normally, to talk and laugh with him, just like Ling Shu and Imperial concubine Yunxia. The first half of her statement was what Fang Chen expected, but the second half was a slight surprise. Fang Chen spoke again. If we weren't master and servant. If I were in danger, would you save me without regard for your own safety, like Ling Shu and Imperial concubine Yunxia would? The sea-charmed demonic king replied without a second thought, yes. Fang Chen asked, so certain? Jaime's fingers softened. I can't explain why I'm so certain, she said. But if that day ever comes, I will. Fang Chen gave a slight nod. How are Consort Yunxia and Ling Shu? Consort Yunxia has been in secluded cultivation, Jaime replied. There hasn't been much news about her. But Ling Shu, things aren't looking good for her. A flicker of worry crossed her brow. Rumor has it the Demon Emperor wants to take Ling Shu as his 37th concubine. Fang Chen's eyes snapped open. That pure, innocent girl, who felt like a first love, was being forced to marry the Demon Emperor. The sound of her sweet, gentle voice, calling him brother, echoed in his ears like a spring breeze. A bitter ache gripped his chest. Does she even want this? Jaime fell silent. After a long moment, she offered a bitter smile. Does the Demon Emperor care what she wants? If he decided to claim me as a concubine tomorrow, I wouldn't have a choice either. Even if I wanted to resist with my life, I couldn't. Because the Demon Emperor's wrath would fall directly on my mermaid tribe. Fang Chen clenched his fists. Just how much is enough for this Demon Emperor to conquer before he's satisfied? Without another second of hesitation, he pulled out a vial of heavenly demon dew and 2 bod high elixirs. You know what these are, right? Jaime took one look, and her whole body trembled, her pupils shrinking to pinpricks. Heavenly demon dew. Fang Chen turned around, pressing the horn vial into her left hand and the 2 bod high elixirs into her right. Find an opportunity to break through to the Demon Emperor realm. Once you have your freedom, you don't have to call me your master anymore. But please stop the Azure Vault Demon Emperor. Don't let him run rampant any longer. Jaime stared in utter disbelief. The ultimate chance to reach the Demon Emperor realm had literally just been handed to her. She dropped to her knees, bowing until her forehead touched the backs of her hands on the floor. If I achieve the Demon Emperor realm, she vowed, I will protect Ling Shu with my life. Fang Chen nodded. Give the 2nd bod high elixir to Consort Yunxia for me. Remember, don't let anyone know, absolutely no one. Jaime's heart skipped a beat as a sudden realization dawned on her. Understood, she said. Fang Chen gave a final nod and strode out of the tent. Yu Mingzhu and Gong Kei hurried over to meet him. Husband, that arrogant woman didn't do anything to you, did she? Fang Chen sighed. She didn't give me any intel, and she warned you two not to go in and bother her. We'll have to split up. If you find anything, let me know immediately. Yu Mingzhu and Gong Kei frowned deeply, but there was nothing they could do. If they wanted to help Fang Chen, they'd have to mobilize the power of their sects and search separately. Then be careful, husband. The second I find a lead, I'll notify you. I'm making sure you get the credit for this. Yu Mingzhu handed him a communication jade slip, and Gong Kei quietly slipped him one as well. The 2 women then led their respective teams away, fanning out in different directions. Fang Chen watched them go, murmuring under his breath, You 2 fools, how could I let you risk your lives with me? If we actually run into a Hellish Desolate Beast, you wouldn't even have the chance to run. Afterward, he headed back to the Boundary Mountain. Wu Manyu arrived shortly after, grinning as she waved a piece of paper in the air. Got the intel. Fang Chen offered a faint smile. What a coincidence. I found some too. Wu Manyu looked completely baffled. We're in the middle of a massive war between humans and demons. You've slaughtered so many of their kind. They'd love nothing more than to rip you apart. Why would they give you intel? Fang Chen pulled out his parchment scroll, skimming the contents before asking her, Why don't you share yours first? Wu Manyu openly shared her findings. She unrolled the paper, revealing a line of bold, vigorous calligraphy. 4 hours ago, traces of a Hellish Desolate Beast were spotted at Mount Jangui. Fang Chen raised an eyebrow. He had to admit, Wu Manyu had some serious connections within the demon ranks, and high-level ones at that. Intel from 4 hours ago meant it had likely just been leaked by May not long after she got it. This was the absolute limit of what humans could extract from the demons. Wu Manyu glanced at the parchment in Fang Chen's hand. 2 hours ago, Fang Chen stated simply. Ren Guhong's pupils trembled in shock. 2 hours ago, even the top brass of the demons probably just got their hands on that information. Your network is terrifyingly good. Wu Manyu looked at her own paper, then stared at Fang Chen's scroll, completely losing her cool. How did you get that? That intel is unbelievably fresh. You must have paid a massive price for it, right? To secure her first-hand intel, she had spent countless hours sweet, talking, and had bribed them with a fortune in heavenly treasures. The worst part, the creep had actually tried to take advantage of her. She'd had to use every trick in the book just to get him to back off. Even then, he had given her nothing but attitude before reluctantly handing over the intel. And now Fang Chen had acquired his own intel that was far more accurate than hers. How was that fair? Still, for him to get his hands on such highly classified information, he must have paid a steep price. Whatever it was, it had to be worse than what she had endured. Hell, he might have even had to sleep his way to it. That thought alone made her feel a whole lot better. Fang Chen casually unrolled his parchment. It wasn't bad. They were actually quite polite. Once they heard I needed the intel, they just handed it over. Why do you ask, Senior Sister Wu? Did you have to give something up for yours? Wu Manyu stiffened, her words stumbling out. Oh, of course not. I'm gorgeous. All I had to do was ask, and they practically tripped over themselves, smiling to hand it to me. Why would I need to pay a price? Fang Chen gave a slight nod. That's good. It would be a massive loss if you had to sacrifice too much for such useless intel. No, absolutely nothing like that. Wu Manyu forced a stiff smile, but her right hand gripped her parchment so hard it started to smoke. Ren Gyuhong caught this from the corner of his eye, his eyelid twitching. Just what kind of horrifying price had Wu Manyu paid to be this infuriated? He cleared his throat. There's no time to lose. Let's head out immediately and verify if this new intel is legit. The group leaped onto their flying mount and immediately sped toward the east. 2 hours later, they arrived at Mount Buquin. Even from high in the sky, the carnage below was unmistakable. Bright red stained the pristine snow. Several massive demonic beasts, each dozens of feet long, had been torn to shreds by something terrifying. Their remains were scattered across a 1,000-foot radius. The intel was dead on. Wu Manyu angrily punched the eagle's back. She had paid such a humiliating price, nearly losing her purity in the process, only for her intel to be completely outclassed by whatever Fang Chen had casually picked up for free. It was absolutely infuriating. She glared at Fang Chen, jealousy bleeding into her voice. You're quite popular with the demonic race, junior brother Fang. Don't tell me you secured some fancy position among them. Fang Chen nodded slightly, seeing no need to hide it. It's not really a high-ranking position. I just hold the title of Imperial Consort. Anyway, let's head down and investigate. He vaulted off the mount, riding his flying sword down to the surface. He left the other two frozen on the eagle's back, looking as if they'd just been struck by lightning. Imperial Consort of the demonic race. They were utterly mind-blown. Fang Chen touched down and carefully examined the corpses. A moment later, his brow arched. It took Ren Gyuhong and Wu Manyu a long moment to process Fang Chen's jaw-dropping identity before they finally guided their mount down to join him. Wu Manyu spoke with obvious sourness. I've heard the Demon Emperor's daughter is named Lialai. They say she's an absolute stunner. Fang Chen nodded. She is pretty stunning. Why do you ask? Crack. Wu Manyu's knuckles popped as she clenched her fists. How do you always get all the lucky breaks? Ren Gyuhong battled his own flash of jealousy before curiosity took over. I've heard the Demon Emperor has a concubine named Yunxia. They say she has the flawless beauty of a celestial maiden. Have you met her? Is she really as breathtaking as the rumors claim? Fang Chen nodded without missing a beat. She's even more gorgeous than the rumors. Gentle, kind, deeply attentive. She's pretty much every man's absolute dream. You couldn't overpraise her if you tried. Wu Manyu scoffed. Gentle, kind, and deeply attentive. Listen to you. You make it sound like you know her intimately. Fang Chen smirked. Oh, we're intimate, all right. Intimate in every way possible. Before they could process the sheer implication of his words, Fang Chen pointed to the mangled corpses, his expression turning deadly serious. I think we've all been played. The thing slaughtering the demonic race isn't the Hellfiend beast. Wu Manyu was still hung up on the intimate in every way comment, but this bombshell snapped her out of it. Not the Hellfiend beast. How could you possibly know that? Ren Gyuhong looked equally floored. These attacks have thrown the entire continent into a panic. Are you saying it's all a hoax? Junior brother Fang, do you have hard proof? A claim like that carries massive implications. You need to be careful with what you say. The entire continent had united to fend off the Hellfiend beast. If Fang Chen's deduction was wrong, he could be branded a saboteur for undermining the war effort. The consequences would be catastrophic. Fang Chen kept his eyes fixed on the savage lacerations across the beast's flank. "Count them," he said grimly. "How many claw marks are there?" The other two examined the closest corpse, then checked the ones farther away. 5, they concluded. Whether it was a left or right strike, they all left 5 gashes. Fang Chen's eyes narrowed. "What if I told you I previously chopped off one of the Hellfiend Beast's claws?" Ren Guhong and Wu Manyu both gasped sharply. First, they were stunned that Fang Chen had actually crossed paths with the terrifying Hellfiend Beast and survived. Second, the horrifying realization hit them an unknown faction was impersonating the beast, unleashing a massive slaughter across the demonic realm. Could the Hellfiend Beast have regrown its severed limb? Wu Manyu asked, thoroughly spooked. Impossible? Ren Guhong shot the idea down immediately. Demonic beasts and Hellfiend beasts heal faster than humans, sure. But spontaneously regenerating a missing limb in such a short time defies all logic. The only way that happens is if someone fed it a high-tier healing elixir forged by human hands. And elixirs of that caliber can be counted on one hand. Only the legendary rejuvenation pill possesses that kind of miraculous restorative power. How would a Hellfiend Beast ever get its hands on one? He paused, his expression turning ice cold. There's no doubt about it. Someone is impersonating the Hellfiend Beast to massacre the demonic race. Wu Manyu's face darkened. When she'd been trading favors with that demon for intel, she had heard horrific tales about the attacked tribes. Word had it that the attackers hadn't even spared the newborn cubs, tearing them apart without a shred of mercy. Looking back, they spared no one, not even the old or the young. They were definitely trying to erase every witness. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. "We need to notify the elders. Let's make sure these bastards have nowhere to run." Fang Chen shook his head, his gaze darkening with murderous intent. Anyone bold enough to stage a massacre like this isn't from our continent. They're outsiders. If the elders realize they're from another realm, they'll start playing politics and weighing the consequences. They won't pull the trigger. Why let these animals off so easily? Ren Guhong's eyes lit up. "Fang, are you suggesting?" Fang Chen's voice was ice. "We don't know anything. We were just out hunting hell desolate beasts and accidentally took out a few trespassers. Simple as that." Wu Manyu felt a chill run down her spine. Fang Chen was ready to paint the town red. Seeing that coldness in his eyes made her blood run cold. Fang Chen had always been a patient guy. Wu Manyu had pushed his buttons for ages, and he'd never even raised his voice, let alone looked at her with killing intent. But now he was out for blood. Strangely enough, seeing this side of him made her respect him even more. "Now that's what I'm talking about," she cheered. "A man needs some spine. They're walking all over us. If you didn't have the fire in your blood, you might as well cut it off and call yourself a woman." Ren Guhong cracked his knuckles, his eyes narrowing. "If I remember correctly, these guys were heading south, straight for the human territories, weren't they? Their real target isn't the demonic beasts. It's somewhere within the 9 sects' territory. The carnage they left behind in the demon realm was just a smokescreen, a way to make it look like a beast outbreak and hide their true identity." A dangerous light flared in his eyes, targeting the human race. They have a death wish. He glanced at Fang Chen and Wu Manyu. "What do you say we make a game of it?" He pulled out a palm-sized jade flask filled with a swirling, iridescent liquid. "Most kills wins. We each put up a prize, and the top slayer takes the whole pot." He swirled the flask. "I stumbled across this in the subterranean world a while back. I once saw an ancient manual in the treasury, a legendary tome worth 50,000 merit points. This liquid actually resonated with that book when I was near it. I've been grinding for merit points to buy that tome ever since. This essence is definitely the key to unlocking its secrets." Think about it. Anything that reacts to a 50,000 point manual has to be high-tier stuff. Wu Manyu's eyes widened. "You've been holding out on us. I heard even the sect master spent years studying that manual. It's a soul formation realm legacy. And your essence links to it. If the boss found out you had that, he'd probably seize it and just throw some merit points your way." Ren Guhong smirked. "So you two, in or out, want to take a gamble. Win the bet, and the essence is yours. Even if you just trade it in, you'll be set for life." Wu Manyu didn't hesitate. She produced a delicate headpiece. "You're on. If senior brother is playing for high stakes, I'm not about to back down." She shot a look at Fang Chen. "Hey, weren't you eyeing this crown earlier? Now's your chance to earn it. This is a near-legendary artifact called the 1000 Illusion Crown. It has 2 main perks. First, it grants total invisibility. It can bypass the senses of anyone below the nascent soul realm. Even a nascent soul powerhouse might miss you if they aren't looking closely. Second, it can perfectly mask your appearance. Even a nascent soul master won't be able to see through the disguise. The downside, it eats mana like crazy. At my level, 7th stage, golden core, I can only keep it up for about 10 minutes. But in a pinch, it's a total lifesaver. Fang Chen was internally reeling. He could use both of these items. The crown was great, but the manual Ren Guhong mentioned that had to be the 5 elements divine art. And this liquid actually reacted with it. He thought back to the 5 magnetic mountain and that pile of matching stones he'd found. He wondered, did he need this 5 colored essence to fuse those stones into the mountain? Whether it was or wasn't, there was no way he was sitting this bet out. After a moment's thought, he pulled out 2 red medicinal pills that radiated an intense, searing heat. Medicinal pills. Wu Manu arched an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. Seriously, that's all you've got. We're putting up high-tier artifacts and rare essences, and you're offering vitamins. Ren Guhong looked skeptical. The pills looked high-grade, but as disciples of the pavilion, they were spoiled when it came to medicine. Their sect master was a 3-star soul master. They saw 3rd-grade elixirs all the time. This probably wasn't even in the same league as their stakes. Junior brother, maybe you should tell us what they actually do first, Ren Guhong said with a sigh. Fang Chen's tone was entirely casual. I don't need to explain what this pill does. You two probably know its value better than I do. Because it's the Bod High pill. Wu Manu shrieked, the Bod High pill. The legendary grade 4 elixir that boosts your chances of surviving the heavenly tribulation. You've gotta be messing with us. Ren Guhong's eyes practically burned with greed. As a cultivator at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, he was already brushing the threshold of the nascent soul realm. He knew exactly what this pill was worth. This was a divine elixir capable of tempering the flesh, exponentially increasing a cultivator's odds of weathering the heavenly tribulation. Years ago, when the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion sensed a breakthrough approaching, he hadn't dared to attempt it immediately. Instead, he spent an entire year scouring, taking province just to secure a single Bod High pill to tip the scales in his favor. For any cultivator in the late stages of the Golden Core realm, this elixir was a priceless holy grail. Ren Guhong's hand shot out on pure instinct, reaching for the pill. Fang Chen closed his fist, snatching the Bod High pill out of reach. Easy there, senior brother Ren, he said with a smirk. The competition hasn't even started yet. Ren Guhong snapped out of his trance, offering a sheepish grin. Right, sorry, got a little carried away. Junior brother Fang, you're full of surprises. To think you'd casually pull out the absolute dream item of every peak Golden Core realm cultivator. He had originally proposed this bet just to hype them up, a little friendly competition to rack up the beast body count. He never expected it to bait out 2 legendary elixirs. This was leagues beyond whatever he and Wu Manu were putting on the table. So, Fang Chen prompted, do we have a bet? Wu Manu's eyes practically glowed in the dark. Every last one of your treasures belongs to me. I'm going to slaughter every single one of those bastards. Ren Guhong radiated a terrifying, sky-high killing intent. Don't count your chickens just yet. I have the highest cultivation base here. When it comes to a pure body count, neither of you stands a chance. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. Then from here on out, may the best hunter win. The moment the words left his mouth, Wu Manu and Ren Guhong locked onto a trajectory and shot forward like bullets. They had clearly already deciphered the tracks on the ground to pinpoint the enemy's location. Fang Chen, however, was in no rush. When it came to tracking who could possibly outclass him, he rode his flying sword high into the sky, concealing himself deep within the cloud cover, and pulled out his heaven-serving mirror. The moment he channeled a thread of spiritual energy into the artifact, an invisible pulse rippled outward from his position. The surrounding landscape rapidly materialized on the mirror's surface, expanding outward like a radar sweep. 10 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles out. Suddenly, Fang Chen caught sight of something deeply disturbing. Amidst a raging blizzard, a massive, invisible entity was tearing through the storm. As the dense barrage of snow slammed against the unseen barrier, it painted a living silhouette. It formed the distinct shape of a ferocious, hulking beast, and huddled on its back, the snow outlined the unmistakable forms of human riders. Whatever this creature was, it bounded across the frozen wasteland without leaving a single footprint. No wonder it had been so impossible to track. The riders had clearly realized that the blizzard was exposing their camouflage. They were sprinting at breakneck speed, desperately trying to escape the storm's radius. Just as I thought, someone's out here slaughtering innocents and framing the Hellish Desolate Beasts. Fang Chen's eyes went ice cold. He was just about to pursue them when the heaven observing mirror flashed with yet another bizarre image. Hidden within a distant, floating cloud was a colossal, terrifying beast. It had massive wings, hovering completely silently within the mist. Its broad back was packed with mysterious, black-robed cultivators. Directly below this ambush squad, a small group of female disciples from the Hehuan sect were actively searching for the beasts. Fang Chen's eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. There wasn't just one hit squad. No wonder they were moving like ghosts. This was exactly why the demon race hadn't been able to pin them down all this time. Not only were they utilizing bizarre spirit beasts capable of flight and complete invisibility, but they were operating in multiple tactical units. Whenever the powerful cultivators of the demon race found an ambush site and started tracking the perpetrators, another attack would suddenly hit miles away. Naturally, they'd assume the beasts had relocated, forcing them to abandon their current trail and switch directions entirely. These squads were working in flawless synchronization, playing the demon race trackers like absolute fools and leaving them chasing shadows. The demons had chalked it up to the Hellish Desolate Beasts being cunning and elusive. They had no idea it was simply a highly coordinated diversionary tactic cooked up by humans. Fang Chen watched the group racing through the blizzard. Senior brother Ren, junior sister Wu, he whispered, "This squad is in your hands." He spun around, banking his violet sword toward a cloud 100 miles away, surging forward with lethal intent. Midway there, he pulled out a dustless talisman and slapped it onto his chest. "Playing hide and seek, fine, I'll play along." Atop the distant cloud stood 12 mysterious figures, their presence heavy and suffocating. The strongest among them was a young man wearing a red veil, revealing nothing but a pair of piercing eyes. His skin was dark and weathered, and his gaze was cold, sharp as a blade. The rest were in the 8th or 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Their collective power was staggering, easily matching the elite forces of any major sect. Beneath them crouched a terrifying beast, a monstrous creature at the peak of the 9th level Golden Core realm. They were currently looking down at 3 female disciples from the Hehuan sect. Senior brother Zhang, a man in gray robes, called out, eyeing the women below with a sleazy grin. A vicious glare from the veiled young man instantly shut him up. "How many times do I have to tell you? We're rogue cultivators from Kingly Mountain. Don't you senior brother? Do you want everyone to know we're disciples from outside this region? If someone tracks us back to our roots and raids our doors, our master will be the first one to feed you to the wolves." The gray-robed man winced. "Sorry, boss Zhang." Zhang Yundian shot him a sharp look. "You're wondering what to do with those 3 girls, aren't you?" The man's eyes burned with lust. "We're too far to see their faces, but those curves don't lie, especially the one in the middle. Damn, she's a masterpiece." "Could I, maybe?" Before he could finish, Zhang Yundian patted the beast beneath them. "Tingfeng, here's a snack for you." He grabbed the man by the collar, hoisting him up as if to hurl him into the beast's gaping maw. "Boss Zhang, wait, mercy, please." Zhang Yundian stared him down, his eyes radiating pure, murderous intent. "I'm giving you one last chance. Follow the rules, or I'll kill you myself before you get the rest of us compromised." He slammed the man back onto the beast's spine. "Use your damn head for once. If you touch them and leave any trace, our entire cover story is blown. Everything we've fabricated goes down the drain. If our mission is discovered, none of us will survive the fallout." The man nodded frantically, cowed by the rebuke. The others remained deathly silent, afraid to even breathe. Zhang Yundian's anger cooled. Noticing the heavy atmosphere, he sighed inwardly. These guys have been in the field too long. They're starving for some action. If he didn't throw them a bone, they'd eventually go rogue. His tone softened slightly. "Fine, later you can pick one to play with. Once you're done, erase her. Not even her ashes should remain. Let Tingfeng tear the other 2 apart. We need it to look like they were mauled while searching for us." A low roar of excitement rippled through the group. The man in gray beamed. "Thanks, boss." He immediately locked eyes on the woman in the center. That one, she's going to be a hell of a ride. The other men shared cruel, twisted grins. Zhang Yundian tapped the beast's back. "Spare the middle one, kill the others." But Tingfeng didn't move. Its massive, hideous head swung side to side, scouting the area as if sensing a threat. Zhang Yundian's expression shifted. He reached back for his hilt, eyes up, hostile contact. Before anyone could react, a crimson sphere dropped out of thin air, rolling right into the center of their group. Zhang Yundian's face paled the moment he saw it. A corpse sent pill from the Great Yin sect. Watch out, but it was already too late. The pill detonated, erupting into a thick cloud of blood, red mist that engulfed Ting Feng and everyone on its back. The 8th level golden core cultivators collapsed instantly. Even the 9th level experts began to stumble, and the massive beast, despite its peak cultivation, swayed unsteadily. The beast listed to the side, sending 4 unconscious cultivators sliding off and plummeting hundreds of feet from the sky. Zhang Yundian roared in panic, barely managing to grab one of the 9th level cultivators. Ting Feng land now. High altitude flying was supposed to be their ultimate advantage against trackers, but now it had become a fatal trap. He raised his sword, scanning his surroundings with a harsh glare. Who's sneaking around in the dark? Have the guts to show yourself. His heart hammered in his chest. Did the Heavenly Secret's Pavilion master find us, or maybe the Azure Demon Emperor? He quickly shook his head. No, if it were them, why hide in the shadows? They could just step out into the open and obliterate us all with a mere flick of their fingers. His answer came in the form of an ethereal, dreamlike voice, drifting as if from the edge of the world, yet whispering right against his ear. 9 stars command the heavens, 9 palaces bind the earth. 100 knots form within me, a myriad of gods at my call. The 3 gates conceal, the 5 elements flow. Already poisoned by the fragrant corpse pill, the group's mental defenses completely shattered under the weight of the mantra of oblivion. The 9th level golden core realm experts passed out one by one, and even the massive wind listener beast was swaying on its feet. Zhang Yundian's heart leaped into his throat. Stop it, he shrieked. Whatever you want, we can talk. We are disciples of the Outer Realm Divine Sect. If we die here, it'll bring endless trouble to your borders. You have to know the consequences. If you don't, go fetch your sect elders. Fang Chen's cold, emotionless chant was his only response. 3 cores and 4 limbs, stillness and motion centered. Dragon, tiger, and the 8 trigrams await my divine presence. Let no ghost, demon, or wicked spirit dare defy the true authority. That was the breaking point. Zhang Yundian's vision blurred, his body swaying like a drunken man. The only reason he hadn't completely blacked out was the sheer terror of realizing his mount, the wind listener, had just lost consciousness. The beast's massive body plummeted toward the earth like a kite with its string cut. The stomach-churning force of the freef all shocked his brain into staying barely awake. Down on the ground below, Jai Rai, you had swapped out her usual sultry, revealing attire for a peach, blossom pink palace gown. Compared to her normally seductive look, she looked incredibly elegant and demure. A junior sister sized up her back and teased, Senior Sister Jai, if you keep dressing like a nun, how am I supposed to admire those long legs of yours? Another girl chimed in with a wicked smirk, seriously, I never even got to cop a feel of that snatched waist. Jai Rai, you shot them a glare over her shoulder. Go grope yourselves. What I wear is none of your business. The first junior sister clucked her tongue. Oh my, look who's worried about her reputation after getting the classic knight in shining armor treatment from junior brother Fang. You're covering up so much. You must be terrified he'll pop out of nowhere, see you in something scandalous, and get the wrong idea. Jai Ryu's cheeks burned. She stamped her foot. Stop talking nonsense. There is absolutely nothing going on between me and junior brother Fang. He just dragged me out of a zombie's mouth back at Boundary Mountain. Do you know how many people he saved that day? By your logic, he was playing Prince Charming for the 80. Your old female elders, too. The 2 mischievous girls exchanged a look, muffling their giggles. Jai Rai, you exasperatedly clasped her hands in a pleading gesture. Please spare me, you 2. We're talking about the sect masters, man, spreading rumors about me and him. Are you trying to get me killed? She let out a soft sigh. Besides, I wouldn't dare have feelings for him. You all saw Liu Ruxu that day. Even our fiercely intimidating sect master was completely overshadowed by her. Who am I to compete? If Liu Ruxu even glanced at me, I'd probably drop to my knees in terror. The 2 junior sisters clicked their tongues, shivering at the memory of Liu Ruxu asserting her dominance as the alpha female. Ever since that day, any female disciple harboring a crush on Fang Chen had buried it deep. Nobody wanted a death wish. Then why the sudden wardrobe change, senior sister? One of them asked, still not used to Jai Rai, use modest look. Jai Rai, you gestured to her gown. Fang Chen made a name for himself at Boundary Mountain, and his battle with the giant sect made him a total legend. When outsiders, including sect elders, found out we were acquainted, they started seeking me out for information on him. I couldn't exactly meet them in my old skimpy outfits, could I? I refused to let people think he hangs around cheap, easy girls. It would tarnish his reputation. The realization dawned on the two girls. One stepped forward and gave her a gentle hug. "You're so sweet, senior sister Jai. You're doing all this to protect his image behind his back, and he doesn't even know it." "Jai Rai," you brushed it off with a smile. "It's just a change of clothes, no big deal. He saved my life. Looking out for his image is the least I can do." "It's just a shame. I'll probably never see him again." Her friends fell silent. Fang Chen had ascended to the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. He was a dragon, soaring among the clouds, completely out of their reach. Even if he ever returned to the 9 sects, only supreme elders and sect masters would have the right to speak with him. For an ordinary disciple like Jai Ryu, catching a glimpse of him from a distance would be a blessing. The days of them traveling side by side were gone forever. Just then, thud, 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 4 heavy impacts slammed into the ground around them without warning, blasting massive craters into the icy earth. The violent tremors sent the 3 girls shrieking in terror. What the hell is going on? Gathering their courage, they crept to the edge of one of the craters and gasped in unison. A human body lay at the bottom, mangled and twisted beyond recognition. Every bone had been pulverized into dust. Thick crimson blood pooled rapidly from the corpse's eyes, ears, and mouth, staining the pit red. They were dead on impact. Why are dead bodies raining from the sky? As they looked up, pure panic seized them, and they scrambled away. Plummeting straight toward them was a colossal demonic beast, surrounded by a terrifying swarm of free-falling human bodies. Boom, the massive demonic beast crashed into the earth, triggering a localized earthquake. Seconds later, the falling cultivators slammed into the ground like artillery shells. None of them even had the time to scream before they were instantly crushed to death. Only Zhang Yundian had managed to cling to a shred of consciousness. Just before impact, he spat out a defensive magical artifact he had hidden in his mouth. The artifact erupted with a brilliant, protective light, absorbing the brunt of the kinetic force. But even then, the crash left him vomiting blood, every nerve in his body screaming in agony. He didn't waste a single second thinking. He didn't even check on his squad or the Wind Listener beast. Hauling himself up, he fled immediately. He was severely injured. The unseen enemy was terrifyingly strong, and worse, they possessed the mantra of oblivion from Mount Sanking. Staying meant death. Running was his only option. Jai Rai, you stood completely frozen in shock. One moment, they were having a peaceful chat, and the next, she was standing in a literal slaughterhouse. Suddenly, the Wind Listener beast on the ground twitched. It wasn't fully dead. Its cruel, jaundiced eyes locked onto Jai Ryu. With a savage snarl, it swiped its massive claws toward her. It was the dying strike of a peak 9th level Golden Core Realm demonic beast, an attack she had absolutely no chance of blocking. Her world went dark as the colossal, sky-blotting claw eclipsed her vision. The only sound left was the terrified shrieks of her junior sisters. But just as the claw was about to rip her apart, a chilling snort echoed in the air. Death is knocking, and you still want to play the monster. Slash. An invisible surge of sword kai cleanly severed the monstrous claw. The monstrous beast unleashed a final blood-curdling howl of agony before something lethal pierced straight through its skull, finishing it off for good. Jai Ryu stumbled back, breathing heavily. As she looked around in pure disbelief, the space above the dead beast rippled. A handsome young man in flowing black robes stepped out of thin air, pinching a glowing talisman between 2 fingers. He offered her a gentle smile. "We meet again, senior sister Jai." Jai Ryu's jaw dropped. It took her a full second to process what she was seeing. Fang, junior brother Fang, she stammered. Fang Chen chuckled, briefly sizing her up. The modest peach pink gown didn't hide her gorgeous figure. If anything, the elegant cut highlighted her curves even more. Stripping away her usual provocative vibe, the dress gave her the graceful, captivating aura of a noble lady. It was a remarkably refreshing look. Giving her an approving nod, he stepped over to one of the fresh corpses and patted it down. He didn't find any identity tokens, but he noticed a stark detail, a twisted, black totem branded onto the back of every assassin's neck. He was currently in a killing competition with Ren Guhong and Wu Manyu to hunt down these scumbags. He needed a way to prove his body count. Since they didn't carry identity tokens, these branded totems would serve as the perfect kill confirmation. He swung his sword in a sharp arc, severing the head along with the brand on the neck, before casually tossing it into the lightning stone. He repeated the execution until all 11 of the mysterious figures had been decapitated. Once the work was done, Fang Chen calmly glanced in the direction Zhang Yundian had fled. He turned to Jai Ryu. "This level, 9 golden core beast is all yours. Split the materials with your 2 junior sisters. And loot everything off these bodies as well. Don't leave a single scrap behind. I have other matters to attend to. Until next time." With that, he mounted his sword and soared into the sky. Before leaving, he gave Jai Rai you one last look and smiled. By the way, that outfit looks great. It really suits you. Then he streaked across the horizon and vanished into thin air. A flush crept up Jai Rai Yu's pale cheeks until her face was bright red and her eyes shimmered with a soft mist. She pressed her hands against her burning face, her heart hammering wildly in her chest. He actually noticed what I was wearing. He said it looked good on me. One of her junior sisters leaned in, her eyes wide with envy. Senior Sister Jai, he actually complimented you. He noticed the effort you put in. All your hard work really paid off. Jai Rai Yu bit her lip, her expression a cocktail of bashful delight and pure joy. The other junior sister stared at the massive level, 9 golden core beast, and the pile of fallen experts, her jealousy deepening. Fang Chen really looks out for you, Sister Jai. He left all these incredible treasures just for you. When word of this gets out, every female disciple in the 9 sects is going to be dying of jealousy. Jai Rai Yu giggled behind her hand, her face radiant. All right, help me harvest the materials. I'll make sure you both get your share. The 2 girls beamed, feeling incredibly lucky they had decided to follow Jai Rai Yu on this trip. They were riding her coattails straight to a massive windfall. This was a total stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Mu Ying and her group of rogue cultivators from Mount Kingley moved forward with grim determination. They had managed to squeeze some intel out of the sea charm, Demon King. But upon arriving, they realized someone had already beaten them to it. It seemed the Demon King had been selling the same useless information to everyone. Yu Tiandu sighed, dejected. Man, 10,000 merit points sounds great on paper, but actually earning them is a nightmare. Mu Ying tried to boost morale. Don't give up. If it's hard for us, it's hard for everyone. This is a game of patience. We just need to be the first to find a real lead. Mu Ying's brow twitched as she squinted toward the horizon. Across the vast, flat plains, something caught her eye. A dark figure was hurtling toward them. His movement was eerie. One moment he was there, and the next, he'd blink across the space, like a ghost, jumping through dimensions. The clouds, step flick. Mu Ying gasped. What is a disciple from an outer province sect doing here? Yu Tiandu and the others didn't need to be told twice. They immediately went on high alert. In the Taking Great Province, rogue cultivators from Mount Kingley and disciples from the outer province, sects rarely saw eye to eye. As the figure drew closer, they finally recognized him. It was Zhang Yundian of the Cloud, Step Sect. Mu Ying was stunned. Zhang Yundian's chest was soaked in blood, and his energy was fading fast. Zhang Yundian was heading straight for them, clearly hoping that a crowd would provide safety from his pursuer. When he saw the group, relief washed over his face. Mu Ying, Yu Tiandu. He actually knew who they were. Thank the heavens, he gasped. Listen, someone is hunting me down. We're all from Takang. Please, for the sake of our home province, you have to protect me. If you help me, I'll give you the secret manual for the cloud. Step flick. Yu Tiandu's eyes lit up. Are you serious? The cloud step flick was a legendary Earth-grade movement technique. At its peak, it was rumored to let a cultivator cross miles in a single stride. But Mu Ying's eyes narrowed. She offered a stiff, formal salute. Brother Zhang, we're on a high-priority mission and can't afford any delays. I'm truly sorry. Everyone, move out. Yu Tiandu couldn't believe it. Sister Mu, that's the cloud. Step flick, he hissed. Even if we don't learn it, we could trade it for a fortune at the pavilion. You're just going to walk away. Mu Ying shot him a lethal glare. How much stronger is Zhang Yundian than you? Yu Tiandu shifted uncomfortably. I mean, he's got a few more years of cultivation on me. He's at the peak of the golden core realm. I'll get there eventually. Mu Ying pressed him. Then how much stronger is the enemy currently hunting him down? Yu Tiandu's face went pale. A cold shiver ran down his spine. If someone was capable of leaving Zhang Yundian in that state, they were far beyond anything they could handle. That manual wasn't a reward, it was a death warrant. He might have the hands to take it, but he wouldn't live long enough to use it. Move now, stay as far away from Zhang Yundian as possible, Mu Ying hissed, her voice low and urgent. The others didn't dare hesitate, scrambling to follow her lead. Zhang Yundian wasn't about to let his human shields slip away so easily. Gritting his teeth, he made his move. Wait, he shouted again, I'll lead you to the Hellish Desolate Beast. Does that work for you? In truth, he had no idea where the beast was. He just needed to trick Mu Ying's group into acting as his vanguard to help him survive. Mu Ying skidded to a halt, her eyes darting as she weighed the risks against the potential rewards. A single cloud immortal step technique wasn't worth the gamble, but the location of a Hellish Desolate Beast, Ga. Out of nowhere, a flash of sword light materialized right behind Zhang Yundian. He sensed the danger at the last second and lunged aside. But he wasn't fast enough. The blade sliced clean through his hand, severing it instantly. Blood sprayed across the ice, and Zhang Yundian let out a guttural scream of agony. Even as he scrambled back, he threw a vicious palm strike toward the source of the attack. He was already badly wounded. The strike lacked the devastating power of a peak 9th-level Golden Core Realm Cultivator. When a spectral idol materialized in the air and unleashed 4 simultaneous punches, Zhang Yundian was sent flying again, hacking up a mist of crimson as the impact shattered his defenses. Fueled by pure terror and rage, he used the momentum of the blast to bolt into the distance. He burned every drop of spiritual energy he had left, activating the Cloud Immortal Step to flee for his life. Without looking back, he screamed, "Mu Ying, Yu Tiandu, what are you waiting for? Kill him, we had a deal." Mu Ying's eyes flared with fury. That bastard was trying to drag them down with him. She quickly cupped her hands toward the empty air. "Ignore him. We have nothing to do with that man." The air remained still, as if the hidden attacker was weighing her words. Zhang Yundian had managed to put hundreds of feet between them. He gloated silently. If they started fighting each other, he could make a clean escape. Then the scent hit him, the sharp, ozone tang of air scorched by lightning. He looked up and froze. A massive sword of light, 200 feet long, was descending directly toward his head. His pupils shrunk in terror as he gasped. 6 paths of heavenly thunder, eternal blade. The lightning blade tore through the sky, striking with absolute finality. Violent arcs of thunder consumed his vision. Before he could even think of a counter spell, he was swallowed by the storm. The sword tore through his body, carving a 200-foot-long charred scar into the frozen wasteland. Thick clouds of steam hissed upward, rising into the sky like a funeral shroud. Through the mist, a translucent figure appeared before Zhang Yundian's scorched, lifeless corpse. With a single stroke, the figure severed his head and swept it into a storage artifact. The misty silhouette then turned, its gaze locking onto Mu Ying and her team from a distance. Mu Ying's face went pale. She bowed deeply. "We saw nothing. We know nothing." The figure shifted its gaze to Yu Tiandu. He turned white as a sheet and instantly lowered his head. Wherever that gaze landed, the group fell into a deathly, terrified silence. Satisfied, the figure vanished into the sky, leaving Mu Ying's group drenched in cold sweat. Mu Ying whipped around, glaring at Yu Tiandu. "If you ever go rogue like that again, you're out. Consider yourself expelled." The other 5 members, still shaking from their brush with death, shot Yu Tiandu looks of pure resentment. Thank the heavens Mu Ying was smart enough not to trade their lives for the Cloud Immortal Step technique. With that eternal blade technique, who among them could have survived? They would have ended up just like Zhang Yundian. Yu Tiandu wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice trembling. "It won't happen again, I promise." But there was one thing he didn't dare mention. When that figure looked at him, he had felt a distinct, chilling intent to kill. He was baffled. When had he ever crossed a powerhouse like that? He was usually careful, only picking on the weak. When had he offended an expert from the myriad tribulations, temple enough to warrant a death sentence? Meanwhile, after leaving the scene, Fang Chen immediately used his heaven, watching mirror, to check on the other group. He wondered if senior brother Ren and senior sister Wu had tracked them down yet. Those rats were slippery, finding them wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, an image flickered onto the mirror. Fang Chen's expression relaxed for a moment, then instantly hardened. Wu Manyu's team had found them. Not only that, but they had somehow managed to slay a beast as powerful as Ting Feng. Zhang Yundian really thought he was the main character because he dropped a fake 5-clawed gash to frame a monster. Bro, you're cooked. While the continent is paralyzed by the Hellish Desolate Beast scare, Fang Chen is out here, turning a forbidden lightning pool into a private spa. Crashing the Demon Empress's party and treating a high-stakes assassination like a casual speedrun. Obliterating an elite squad with a move he mastered in an afternoon. That's a direct violation of the server rules. If Fang Chen is already decapitating divine sect elites like common mobs, is the coming war a crisis for the human race? Or is the 9 sects' true survival threat actually the man we're calling a hero? They were currently pinned down by the remaining masked assailants. But that wasn't what was eating at Fang Chen. The 2 of them had plenty of escape tricks up their sleeves. These thugs wouldn't necessarily be able to keep them trapped. What truly chilled him was a figure standing in the distance, partially veiled by the blizzard. The stranger stood with hands behind his back, a silent observer in the swirling snow. Snow fell in thick sheets, dancing wildly in the wind. Yet within a 3-foot radius of the man, the air was a dead calm. Not a single flake touched him. Fang Chen squinted, his pupils shrinking as he took a closer look. The man wasn't just standing, he was hovering, his feet suspended in midair. Fang Chen's heart hammered against his ribs, a nascent soul powerhouse. Sensing a looming disaster, he gritted his teeth and activated his cloud shadow step, blurring through the storm. He was already bracing for the worst, that Ren Guohong and Wu Manyu had already been slaughtered. Moments later, the rhythmic clash of steel reached his ears. The fight was still on. He exhaled, the knot of tension in his chest loosening slightly. That nascent soul master hadn't made a move yet. He glanced toward the master's position. The man remained motionless in the gale, watching the carnage with total indifference. Feeling Fang Chen's gaze, the stranger looked sideways. Those eyes pierced right through his dustless talisman, pinning him instantly. That single look sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through Fang Chen's veins. Fortunately, the master looked away, turning his attention back to the bloodbath. Fang Chen realized something: this guy wasn't with the attackers. With that in mind, he tried to creep toward a level 8 golden core fighter who was too busy ganging up on Wu Manyu to notice him. In one fluid motion, Fang Chen lunged, driving his blade straight through the man's back. Caught completely off guard, the man felt the purple sword erupt from his chest. He managed one weak, desperate swing before his strength failed, and he collapsed into a heap. Fang Chen kept a wary eye on the nascent soul master. When the powerhouse didn't react, a wave of relief washed over him. Now, he could let loose without restraint. 5. Thunder Heavenly Palm, Soul, Piercing Sting, Vast God Lord Strike. Every technique he unleashed left another mysterious warrior dead or dying. 2 of the 4 men surrounding Wu Manyu were instantly out of the fight. Wu Manyu's eyes lit up. Junior brother Fang, she might not recognize his newer moves, but that soul-piercing sting was his signature. The pressure on her vanished. On the other side, Ren Guohong shouted frantically, "Hey, Fang, stop playing the hero for the girl and help me out here." He was in much worse shape than her. His level 9 golden core cultivation had made him the primary target. Every single person attacking him was at the peak or late stages of the level 9 golden core realm. Luckily, he was wearing a defensive breastplate that could tank hits from a peak level 9 master, soaking up most of the damage. But he was being swarmed, and one of his attackers was a powerhouse at the very limit of the golden core realm. Ren Guohong's left arm hung limp and useless at his side, clearly shattered. A chunk of his scalp had been sliced off, blood gushing down his face from a near-fatal blow. Without backup, he was a dead man walking. Fang Chen didn't hesitate for a second. Soul, piercing sting, resonating blade, blood shadow. The moment he joined the fray, the 4 mysterious experts felt the tide turn violently against them. Now free, Wu Manyu wiped the blood and grime from her face, her eyes burning with murderous intent as she unleashed a barrage of lethal artifacts. Ren Guohong felt the pressure lift, but seeing how aggressively Fang Chen was killing everyone, he panicked. "Crap! You're going to destroy all the loot." He clenched a dagger between his teeth and used his one good hand to hurl handfuls of toxic powder at his enemies. The 4 Divine Walk sect experts were suddenly in deep trouble. Their leader, a peak level 9 golden core named Kang Lin, was reeling. He was both terrified and furious. What is wrong with these people? They're attacking like leeches who just smelled blood. They were fighting like there was a massive bounty on their heads, showing zero regard for their own lives. Even more insane was the sheer amount of high-level gear those first 2 had. Even as a disciple of a great sect from beyond the borders, it made his skin crawl. His own spirit beast had been shredded by the 2 of them in seconds. Then, despite being outnumbered 12-2, the pair had managed to survive and even take down 4 of his men. Fine, he could accept them being tough. But then this new guy shows up and starts tearing through them like a god of war. In a heartbeat, only 4 of them were left. A blood-curdling scream cut through the air. Now, there were only 3. "Who exactly are you?" Kang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a jade talisman. The artifact shattered, unleashing a torrential shockwave of fire that swept the battlefield. The blistering heat forced both Ren Guohong and Wu Manyu to fall back. A stray ember caught the dustless talisman on the invisible Fang Chen's chest. It burned to ash, exposing him to plain sight. A jolt of panic hit him. He glanced toward the nascent soul expert hiding nearby, but then he relaxed. A low-grade concealment talisman could never fool someone of that caliber anyway. His true face had been exposed from the start. He decided not to waste another talisman. He shifted his cold gaze to Kang Lin's trio. "You disguise yourselves as hellish desolate beasts. You slaughter the people of our continent for sport, and you have the nerve to ask who we are." Spit it out. Which outer realm divine sect do you belong to? And what is your real purpose on this continent? Kang Lin let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Big words. You're talking like you've already got the three of us dead to rights. He was at the absolute peak of the Golden Core realm. Even if these three had bizarre techniques he couldn't counter, escaping with his life would be child's play. But his smug grin instantly vanished. Beside him, the other two Golden Core experts began to tremble violently. Fang Chen had just pulled out a nascent soul jade talisman. The overwhelming, crushing aura it radiated made their hearts pound in absolute terror. Only one of you gets to walk away from this. Whoever gives me the clearest answers gets to live. Fang Chen stated, his voice devoid of emotion. Kang Lin's face drained of color. Don't fall for it. He hissed to his companions. He's trying to turn us against each other. If we split up and run, there's no way one nascent soul talisman can kill all three of us. His two companions exchanged shifty glances. They were definitely weighing their odds, ready to gamble on who would be the lucky survivor. Fang Chen's tone remained deadpan. I'll target you first, the peak Golden Core cultivator. Hearing this, the other two didn't hesitate. They burst into motion, shooting off in opposite directions. If the kid was locking his ultimate attack on Kang Lin, this was their golden ticket out of here. Panic seized Kang Lin. With his human shields gone, he was a dead man walking. I'll tell you everything, he screamed. Just don't kill me. Every single piece of intel I have, it's yours. Without missing a beat, Fang Chen casually swept the glowing nascent soul talisman toward the two fleeing figures. They froze midair, trembling as they shouted back, wait, we'll talk too. Through sheer psychological warfare, Fang Chen had completely broken the three arrogant experts. Now, they waited like obedient dogs for his interrogation. Hidden within the snowy tempest, the mysterious nascent soul expert began a slow, quiet clap. A low chuckle echoed out. So young, yet quite the ruthless schemer. Not bad at all. Fang Chen had planned to play dumb about the Watcher, but since the expert was making an entrance, he couldn't just ignore him. Keeping one eye fixed on Kang Lin's group, Fang Chen offered a respectful bow. This junior is a disciple of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Greetings, senior. When dealing with unpredictable apex predators, it was always best to drop the name of your powerful sect immediately. Yun Tianju's people. The stranger casually dropped the pavilion master's name with a nod of approval. It seems he's taken in three rather capable disciples. Unsure of the man's identity or motives, Fang Chen probed carefully. May I ask if senior has need of our services? The nascent soul expert saw right through the polite facade. Relax, he chuckled. I was merely passing by. I saw a few kids scuffling and couldn't help but watch the show. Fang Chen breathed a silent sigh of relief, though he couldn't help but internally roll his eyes. Nosiness really is human nature. Doesn't matter how high your cultivation is. All right then, don't let me interrupt. Carry on. He stepped into the void, preparing to leave. But he paused, struck by a sudden thought. Actually, since you're locals to this continent, let me ask you something. Fang Chen, Ren Guhong, and Wu Manyu waited in tense silence. The man's piercing gaze swept over their faces, studying their every expression. I'm tracking someone down, the Vice Pavilion Master of the River and Mountain First-Class Pavilion, a man by the name of Yan Daeon. Thump, thump. Fang Chen's heart treacherously skipped a beat. Horrifyingly, the man sensed the minuscule shift. His terrifying eyes immediately locked onto Fang Chen. He raised an eyebrow. You know him? A chill ran down Fang Chen's spine. What realm is this guy in? He actually heard my heart rate spike. Thankfully, Fang Chen's mental fortitude was inhuman. He forcefully suppressed his vitals, instantly restoring his calm demeanor before panic could paint his face. He brought his hands together in a salute. As a matter of fact, senior, I have crossed paths with him. The man instantly dropped from the sky, his casual demeanor replaced by deadpan seriousness. Where is he? Give me an accurate location, and I will personally reward you with another nascent soul jade talisman. A sharp, collective gasp hissed through the snow. Fang Chen was stunned. Was Yan Daeon really that important? Just a single lead was worth such a massive reward. Masking his true thoughts, he put on a look of pure excitement. Senior, I saw him during the nascent soul clash in the Demon Territory's northern frontier. The nascent soul master looked disappointed. That's hardly a lead. Countless experts of our realm were there to hunt the ancient giant. Yan Daeon was just one face in the crowd. Then realization struck. He fixed his gaze on Fang Chen, his eyes turning cold and piercing. Wait, how do you even know what Deputy Master Yan looks like? This was the Master's first time on this continent, and he had immediately sniffed out a contradiction. Fang Chen forced his heart rate to steady, keeping his expression neutral. To be honest, Senior, I witnessed the duel between Master Azure Crane and Senior Yan Daeon. Master Azure Crane seemed gravely injured, and it looked like Deputy Master Yan wanted to. The nascent soul expert raised a hand, cutting him off. Say no more. I can guess what happened. Having Fang Chen voice the betrayal would disgrace the Grand Sovereign Pavilion. If word got out, it would spark a feud with the Temple of Myriad Calamities. And then, he asked. Master Azure Crane suddenly regained his strength. Fang Chen explained. They were evenly matched. After a few exchanges, they both backed off. They went their separate ways, and I haven't seen them since. The powerhouse narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself, even I have to be careful around that old fox Azure Crane. For the deputy master to think he could take him down alone, that's pure arrogance. Shaking his head, he turned back to Fang Chen. This information is too vague to track him down. I can't give you the nascent soul jade talisman for this. Fang Chen let out a silent breath of relief. He was just thanking his lucky stars that his lie had worked. He didn't care about the reward anymore. However, you did provide something. I'll give you a smaller consolation prize. A half-empty flask of wine appeared in his hand. Its intoxicating aroma made Fang Chen's internal energy feel instantly more refined. In his other hand, he held several thumb-sized shards of broken crystal. This is moon-gazing wine. It stabilizes your spiritual energy, ensuring you have a rock-solid foundation. The other is ghost, soul crystal. It can trap souls, even those of the nascent soul realm. But since these are just shards, they can only hold a golden core soul at most. Pick one. It sounded like he was just tossing out trash, but a nascent soul master's scraps were treasures to a golden core cultivator. The wine alone was tempting. Fang Chen had just reached the 7th level of the golden core realm. With it, he could consume 1,000-year flesh and jump straight to the 8th level without spending months refining his energy. But he eyed the ghost, soul crystal shards. Could he use the mountain river cauldron to forge them back into a single piece? If so, he'd have a weapon capable of trapping a nascent soul itself. I'll take both. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. The powerhouse chuckled. A predictable answer, however. I'm a businessman. I don't do charity. One lead gets you one prize. Fang Chen considered this. These items were clearly junk to a man of his stature, but the expert was a man of strict principles. Is there anything else you want to know? If it's within my knowledge, I'll answer one question for you. Fang Chen thought it over. There was no harm in asking. He might actually get a useful answer. The expert laughed. Fine. I'll ask you one instead. If you can give me even a hint of an answer, you can have both. 1,000 years ago, the Frostfire Demon Lord fell on this continent. If you have any leads before he could finish, Fang Chen interjected. Did he have a palace called the Skyfire Pavilion? The expert froze, his hands clamped onto Fang Chen's shoulders like iron talons. You know it. Where is it? He demanded, shocked. Fang Chen winced at the crushing grip. Senior, easy, you're breaking my shoulder. The expert immediately let go, quickly regaining his composure. My apologies, that was unexpected. He shoved both items into Fang Chen's hands. They're both yours. And if you can give me the exact location, and it's accurate, I'll give you that nascent soul jade talisman after all. Fang Chen's eyes gleamed, even if the place has been picked clean. The Demon Lord's treasures aren't that easy to loot. The expert replied, just give me the coordinates. I'll handle the rest. Fang Chen was ecstatic. Head straight south to a place called Great Lake. At the bottom, you'll find the ruins of the Skyfire Pavilion. It's mostly just rubble and broken pillars now. As soon as the Demon Lord was mentioned, Fang Chen knew exactly where he meant. It was the same underwater palace where the heaven, burning pearl, had been born. Great Lake, the powerhouse whispered. He pulled out a nascent soul jade talisman and tossed it to Fang Chen without hesitation. Fang Chen caught it, stunned. Senior, aren't you going to verify it first? He had expected the man to go check the lake before paying up. The powerhouse shook his head. No need. You're a smart man. You wouldn't risk offending a nascent soul master over a single talisman. Even in the worst case scenario where you're lying to me, I can always track you down at the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. And trust me, your pavilion master won't be able to protect you from me. He gave a casual wave, until fate brings our paths together again. Kang Lin's eyes sharpened. He suddenly bowed low. I am Kang Lin of the Divine Motion sect. I offer my respects to the Tower Master of the Jiangshan Yipin Tower. I wish to strike a deal with you. Fang Chen's pupils constricted. This man was the master of the Jiangshan Yipin Tower. No wonder he was so confident that the pavilion master wouldn't be able to protect Fang Chen. To rule the massive commercial empire of the Great Taking Province and fend off raids from outer, Elm Divine sects, the Tower Master had to possess absolute peak-level power. He was standing before a literal titan of the world. His heart hammered against his ribs in shock. The Tower Master looked down at Kang Lin, a smirk playing on his lips. Fine, my tower never turns away business, as long as you can pay the price. His words echoed the female Vice Tower Master who had nearly managed to rescue Jin Zhongming. Kang Lin's face lit up with a cruel joy. He pointed a finger at Fang Chen, his eyes filled with malice. I want you to kill him. The Tower Master didn't look surprised. He wore a warm, professional smile, dropping the air of a distant powerhouse the moment business was mentioned. Hiring me is incredibly expensive. Even your master might not be able to afford it. What are you prepared to pay? Kang Lin cupped his hands. I am aware. But I have brought intelligence so valuable. It's the entire reason we came here. The Tower Master laughed. Let's hear it then. If the value is right, I'll take the boy's life for you. Fang Chen felt a cold chill run down his spine. This was a true businessman. There was no room for sentiment here. He could be praising you one moment and then kill you without a second thought the next, provided the price was right. Fang Chen realized he might need to offer up some of his own treasures to counter the deal. Kang Lin shot a cold glare at Fang Chen's group. He didn't care if they overheard. He was certain the Tower Master wouldn't refuse the deal, and once it was signed, the three of them were as good as dead anyway. Tower Master, have you heard the legend? That a true spirit once roamed this continent 1,000 years ago. The Tower Master's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you referring to the Earth Phoenix, the legendary guardian of these lands? That's just a bedtime story. There's no proof it ever even existed. Kang Lin smirked. We found it. What? The Tower Master's pupils shrunk as a wave of shock hit him. Are you absolutely certain? The legends claim it was a true spirit. You understand the implications of such a being, don't you? Of course, Kang Lin replied. The Great Sage Realm, the absolute pinnacle of existence. 3 generations of my divine motion sect spent a century scouring the Great Taking Province's ancient archives. We have finally located its final resting place. The Tower Master's expression turned solemn. So that explains why your sect has been raiding noble tombs for the last 100 years. You offended countless powers for that. The world thought the Divine Motion sect was just a bunch of greedy grave robbers who couldn't keep their hands off burial goods. I had no idea your ambitions were this grand, to think you actually found a lead. I have to admit, even I am impressed. He was hooked. No one could stay indifferent to the tomb of a great sage. Even a single item salvaged from such a place could be a divine artifact capable of changing one's destiny. But he didn't agree immediately. His eyes flickered with calculation. If word of this leaks, do you realize the consequences, for starters? You'd have to worry about the great sage's descendants coming for your heads. Not to mention every major sect in the province would be at your throat to claim it. A bloodbath would be an understatement. If someone played their cards right, your entire sect could be wiped off the map. Kang Lin spoke with absolute confidence. That is why we've stayed our hand. Even after confirming the Earth Phoenix's tomb a decade ago, we didn't dare make a move for fear of a leak. But now that the Hell Beast has returned to this world, we have our chance. With the continent in chaos, we can raid the tomb and pin the entire thing on the Hell Beast. When people realize the Earth Phoenix's resting place has been desecrated, they'll only suspect the monster. The beast has been suppressed for a century and is starving. It's perfectly logical that it would devour a great sage's remains to recover its strength. Besides, we've been assisting the Hell Beast in its path of destruction all along. Even if that beast could talk, no one would believe its denials. The Tower Master's eyes narrowed as he took it all in. A century of planning for a single moment of execution. Your sect's scheme is truly flawless. But for all your careful scheming, you overlooked one thing: the disciples of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion standing right in front of you. The master of the Jade Horizon Tower cast a long, knowing look at Fang Chen and his 2 companions. If those 3 hadn't meddled, the Divine Walk sect's century-long master plan would have been flawless. Of course, it's not too late to fix that. Kill Fang Chen's group, wipe out every last member of the Divine Walk sect, and erase every trace they left behind. Then they can go back to operating in the shadows, unseen and unheard. Kang Lin glared at the trio with pure venom. I still don't get where we went wrong. Everything was seamless. Our disguise as Hellish Desolate Beasts was perfect. Yet these 3 saw right through it and hunted us down like they had nothing to lose. The Tower Master studied them with genuine curiosity. Even I'm intrigued. Who exactly is brilliant enough to dismantle the Divine Walk sect's grand design? Even I didn't spot the flaw, he admitted. He had personally inspected the massacre site and found nothing out of place. He, too, had assumed it was the work of Hellish Desolate Beast. That would be me, the brilliant and beautiful one, Wu Manyu chirped, tilting her chin up as she boldly took the credit. It was obvious the Tower Master was tempted by the deal. If he decided to kill, he'd start with whoever ruined the plan to tie up loose ends before moving on to the rest. If she stepped up, maybe Ren Guhong and Fang Chen would have a sliver of hope to escape, considerate repayment for the time Fang Chen saved her life. Suddenly, she felt a firm weight on her shoulder, Fang Chen's hand pressed down, steady and strong. No need to take the fall for me. If the Tower Master makes his move, none of us are getting out of here alive. The Tower Master let out a dry chuckle. How did you figure it out? Kang Lin stared at Fang Chen, racking his brain. He couldn't wrap his head around how such a meticulously crafted trap had been shattered so easily. Fang Chen held up 5 fingers, then tucked his thumb in. Simple, he said calmly. I personally cut a finger off that Hellish Desolate Beast. It only has 4. But the claw marks your beasts left on the corpses. They all had 5. Kang Lin felt like he'd been struck by lightning. They were exposed because of a tiny, insignificant detail like that. How could anyone have known a Hellish Desolate Beast was missing a finger? Even the ancestors of the Divine Walk sect couldn't have seen that coming. The Tower Master stood stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. So that's it. The Divine Walk sect never dreamed someone had actually met a Hellish Desolate Beast and left a mark on it. Huh. Kang Lin's face went pale. Tower Master, it's not too late to save the plan, he hissed. Kill them all, and we can still strip that great sage tomb bare in secret. On behalf of my master, I invite you to join us. Do we have a deal? No one believed for a second that the master of the Jade Horizon Tower would say no. The prize was too staggering. Even if they split the Great Sage Horde, it would change the destiny of both their organizations forever. In time, it might even allow both sects to give rise to their own soul formation realm experts. As a businessman, the Tower Master had zero reason to turn this down. I decline. Kang Lin froze. Even Fang Chen was stunned as the Tower Master rejected the offer with total nonchalance. Kang Lin sputtered, Tower Master, is it because I'm just a disciple? My word is law. If you want, I can have my master come negotiate with you personally. The Tower Master's gaze remained indifferent. Even if your master were here, the answer would be the same. I refuse. Fine then, no deal. You guys carry on. He stepped into the empty air, hands behind his back, and drifted away with effortless grace. Kang Lin's heart plummeted from heaven to hell. But why Tower Master? What's wrong with the deal? The Tower Master paused and looked down at him coldly. If I were a small, time merchant with nothing to lose, I'd take the risk. I'd gamble everything for a chance at overnight wealth. But now I carry the entire Jade Horizon Tower on my shoulders, betting my organization on a high stakes gamble for a chance just doesn't make sense. We merchants don't do business at a loss. Kang Lin shouted desperately, but there is no risk. Just kill these people and the secret is safe. The Tower Master replied flatly, nothing in this world is absolute. That Earth Phoenix tomb is a risk in itself. I don't believe a great sage's resting place is something you can just waltz into. I'd suggest you cut your losses while you can, though I suppose the 3 of you won't be getting that chance. With that, he vanished into the swirling snow and wind. Tower Master Kang Lin let out a scream of pure desperation. Suddenly, a shriek tore through the air. The moment the Tower Master left, Fang Chen, Ren Guhong, and Wu Manyu acted as one, lunging at a 9th-level Golden Core disciple as if they'd planned it all along. Fang Chen could have wiped him out alone with the 3 of them striking together. The man didn't stand a chance. He was dead before he could even process what was happening. This one's mine, Wu Manyu shouted, slicing his head off and shoving it into her storage ring. Ren Guhong didn't miss a beat, immediately diving toward another 9th-level Golden Core disciple. Fang Chen was stunned. He'd actually been beaten to the punch. Sister Wu, how many years have you been single? Your hands are way too fast. Left with no choice, he locked his sights on the final target, Kang Lin. But when he looked, Kang Lin had already used some secret technique to flicker across the horizon, his silhouette leaping across the landscape in a series of eerie, unnatural jumps. Fang Chen's eyes narrowed. You're much faster than Zhang Yundian. Then again, maybe he wasn't slow. He was just mangled and half dead. Hard to run when you're broken. Too bad for you. You've run into me. 6 paths of heavenly thunder shadow in the clouds. Crack, he summoned a thunder dragon from the high heavens and surged forward atop the beast. A moment later, Kang Lin, who thought he'd already escaped, saw a shadow loom over him, his expression turning grim. You think you can stop me from leaving? Stealing the burial treasures from the Earth Phoenix Mausoleum without a trace is now impossible. If this gets out, the Divine Movement sect will face endless trouble, these damned bastards. If anything happens to my Divine Movement sect, I'll make sure the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion pays the ultimate price. No sooner had he spoken than thunder boomed overhead, and a lightning dragon roared into being. Kang Lin blanched, his eyes wide, 6 divisions of heavenly thunder cloud shadow, you're from the myriad tribulations sacred hall. When he recognized the slender figure in billowing black robes atop the lightning dragon, he gasped. It's you. Aren't you a Heavenly Mystery Pavilion disciple? But how? Aha, I get it now. You stole the myriad tribulations, sacred hall's ultimate technique, and cultivated it to the 3rd layer. You're finished. Just wait until the sacred hall comes for you. Kang Lin let out a malicious grin, as if he'd just found Fang Chen's greatest weakness. Fang Chen said coldly, you think you'll live long enough to report me? 6 divisions of Heavenly Thunder Indestructible Blade, Wuxia 200, Jianglong Lightning Sword streaked across the sky, slashing directly at him. Kang Lin's eyes twitched. You have Indestructible Blade too. Thankfully, it's only the 1st layer. Great Luo Shadowless, he spun, unleashing 2 powerful punches towards the sky. 2 fist forces, radiating a brilliant golden glow, shot upwards. They collided with the 200 Jiang lightning sword. Crack, the sword shuddered violently, large arcs of lightning scattering away. The residual lightning sword still pierced Kang Lin's body, but only left him numb and his body trembling. His expression hardened. I told you, you can't defeat me. Fang Chen, unhurried, glanced around. Finally, I can fight without holding back. Kang Lin's face tightened. What do you mean? Was he holding back because of that master from the Jiangshan 1st grade pavilion? Did he have techniques too dangerous to reveal then? Yin Marrow Tiger Seal, Fang Chen's palm flashed, revealing a black jade tiger talisman. He slammed it down hard. An enormous, thick mass of yin energy coalesced into a giant claw and slammed fiercely into Kang Lin. The pervasive yin energy immediately seeped into his body, flooding his golden core. Suddenly, Kang Lin was horrified to find his golden core struggling to function. This meant all his spiritual energy was sealed away. 5-magnet divine light. Before Kang Lin could even struggle, the 5-magnet primal mountain abruptly descended, slamming him to the ground. A powerful divine light instantly enveloped him. But Kang Lin was no common cultivator. The instant he hit the ground, he decisively used the last remnants of spiritual energy in his meridians to activate a spatial talisman. Whoosh, just before the divine light could fully envelop him, he teleported away. Fang Chen's expression darkened. His spiritual energy was sealed, and he still escaped. But he wouldn't escape. Fang Chen's gaze locked onto the vanishing ripple of spatial energy, and he summoned his lightning dragon to give swift chase. Each teleportation covered dozens of miles. After absorbing lightning power from the thunder pool, the cloud shadow technique's maximum uses had increased from 5 to 8, allowing him to traverse over 200 to 300 miles. Meanwhile, the spatial talisman only covered a little over 100 miles. Whoosh! After several thunderous roars, Fang Chen indeed caught up to Kang Lin. Kang Lin was riddled with yin energy, desperately trying to expel it by swallowing medicinal pills and restore his spiritual energy circulation. But Fang Chen caught up so quickly that despair bloomed in Kang Lin's heart. How is this possible? 5-magnet divine light, Fang Chen roared, and the 5-magnet primal mountain descended once more, enveloping Kang Lin. The spreading divine light instantly encased Kang Lin, draining him not only of his spiritual energy, but also his physical strength. His body went limp, unable to move. What is this now? Fang Chen landed, wasting no words. He unleashed a strange lightning, infused energy blast from his palm, striking Kang Lin's chest. Kang Lin's face contorted in horror, void stream thunder force. Your crunch, a muffled thud, and Kang Lin's left chest shattered. He let out a choked scream, then his body went rigid, his legs motionless. Fang Chen's eyes narrowed. He drew his purple sword with a swift backhand, slashing towards Kang Lin's head. Against those from the Outer Domain Divine Sect, he always took extreme precaution they weren't truly dead until their heads were severed. But just then, several spirit beasts galloped over the thick white snow. Their backs were laden with figures, clearly powerful cultivators from a certain sect. Kang Lin, who had been playing dead, suddenly opened his eyes and cried out desperately, "Seniors of the 9 sects. I am a disciple of the Divine Movement sect. A cultivator from your lands is trying to murder me. Please stop him, or you'll bring catastrophic trouble upon your sect. Fang Chen frowned. The bastard had been playing dead, only to expose his identity and threaten them the moment the 9 sect seniors appeared. This was exactly what Fang Chen had feared. Those 9 sect elders, holding such high positions, had too many concerns to allow a disciple of the outer domain divine sect to die on their watch. However, as he recognized the newcomer's attire, his tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and he let them rush forward. Fang Chen, the one in the lead, was none other than Qin Wangshuan. Her presence was mighty. She had impressively reached the peak of the Golden Core Realm. It seemed that, thanks to Fang Chen's 1,000-year spirit flesh, she had been the first to break through her limitations and reach the peak of the Golden Core Realm. And cultivators like Shi Kaishan and Huang Jianshan also showed auras subtly nearing the peak of the Golden Core Realm. Fang Chen smiled. Grand Elders, Sect Leader, everyone, what are you all doing here? Liu Wenchen leaped down, unable to hide his excitement. We're here to back you up, of course. We heard Heaven's Pavilion issued a high-stakes mission and that you joined the hunt. The Grand Elders and I talked it over and headed out immediately. We're here to help you track that Hellish Desolate Beast and help you crush this mission. A wave of warmth washed over Fang Chen. Even though he'd technically left the Azure Cloud sect, they still looked out for him. He gave a respectful salute. Thank you for coming all this way. I truly appreciate it. Qin Wangshuan hopped down with her hands behind her back. Listen, kid, Oof, the snow was so deep, it swallowed the pint-sized elder whole. Stifling a laugh, Fang Chen quickly fished her out and brushed the snow off her clothes. Grand Elderkin, you can just talk from the spirit beast's back. I can hear you perfectly fine from there. Qin Wangshuan's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Even the damn snow is picking on me. Unbelievable. Kid, why are you wasting time dueling people instead of tracking that beast? Fang Chen's expression chilled as he explained the situation in full. Kang Lin's heart hammered against his ribs. He quickly bowed to the elders. Seniors, Fang Chen is just being short-sighted. Surely you're more reasonable. Please don't follow his lead and do something reckless. If you provoke the divine Spied sect's wrath, it won't just be bad for your sect. Your entire continent will pay the price. The Grand Elders' collective frowned. Qin Wangshuan simply stared off into the distance. Everyone, weren't we looking for a Hellish Desolate Beast? Why are we standing around? The message was loud and clear. Liu Wenchen played along perfectly. Ah, right, everyone's rested up, I assume. Let's get moving. True, Shi Kaishan added. It's nothing but a white wasteland out here. Can't see a single soul for miles. Move out. The Azure Cloud sect group acted like they'd never even seen Kang Lin and moved on. Behind them, Kang Lin let out a desperate, guttural roar. Don't go, don't leave me here. Kang Lin had no idea what Fang Chen meant to the Azure Cloud sect. There wasn't a world where they'd choose a stranger over their own prodigy. Squelch, a violet blade, slammed through the right side of his chest. Fang Chen didn't give him a second to beg. He went straight for the kill. Kang Lin's eyes bulged. Blood erupted from his mouth. He reached out with a trembling hand, trying to snag Fang Chen's sleeve, his face contorted in a mask of rage. You and the rest of them won't. His legs gave one last kick, and his breath failed him completely. Fang Chen didn't hesitate. He lopped off the man's head, just to be absolutely sure he was dead. He took a closer look at the body to figure out how the man had faked his death earlier. It turned out his heart was on the right side of his chest, a rare anatomical quirk. He'd almost fallen for the trick. Good thing my own people showed up, Fang Chen thought. Anyone else might have let their guard down. From now on, when dealing with outsiders, it's either decapitation or total incineration. Anything less wasn't a confirmed kill. Fang Chen had just updated his personal definition of death. He searched the body but found nothing of value. Just as he was about to head off to find Ren Guhong and Wu Manyu, they appeared. Ren Guhong approached, carrying several severed heads as trophies. He looked at the headless corpse at Fang Chen's feet, then at Kang Lin's head nearby, and sucked in a sharp breath. Junior brother, you actually took him down. Fang Chen nodded. He was a tough nut to crack. Wu Manyu marched up to Ren Guhong and thrust out a pale hand. Pay up. With a dark expression, Ren Guhong handed over a dragon heart blood lotus seed. Wu Manyu's eyes sparkled as she let out a melodic, triumphant laugh. I told you junior brother Fang could handle him. You wouldn't listen, insisted on betting against me. Now the seed is mine. Ha ha ha. She laughed so hard her entire body shook, her curves swaying in a way that was hard to ignore. Fang Chen stared at them, deadpan. You guys were betting on my life. Ren Guhong gave Fang Chen a long, hard look. I can only say that you are truly a man of many secrets, junior brother. Wu Manyu finally explained the bet with a grin. Did you know that when he was only at the 2nd level of the Golden Core realm, he captured a 9th level demon priest named Yeo Yu? And now he's already at the 6th, wait, 7th level. Damn it, how the hell is your cultivation moving this fast? She'd been too busy fighting for her life to notice earlier, but sensing Fang Chen's 7th level Golden Core aura now, she completely lost her cool. Ren Guhong noticed it too, his jaw practically dropping. You, moving this fast, aren't you worried about having an unstable foundation? Take it from me, maybe you should purge a little power and focus on your core basics first. Even out here at Heaven's Pavilion, people just couldn't stand to see a brother winning. Fang Chen rolled his eyes and kicked the severed head at his feet. Time to settle the bet, he said. Ren Guhong snapped out of it and tossed over the 3 heads he was holding. You just took down 3, plus Kang Lin makes 4. I've got 4 new kills, and junior sister Wu has 4 too. It's a draw. Fang Chen nodded, understanding the situation. Was this squad exactly 12 people as well? Wu Manyu shot a lingering, regretful look at Fang Chen's chest. Fine, she sighed, you're bod. High pill is safe for now, but mark my words, I'm getting my hands on it sooner or later. She shot him a playful wink. Fang Chen didn't flinch. Instead, he gave a knowing smirk. Who said anything about a draw? After all, he still had 12 more heads tucked away in his storage artifact. Wu Manyu's brows shot up. What? Are there more of those bastards left to kill? Ren Guhong asked junior brother Fang, why do you say that? Did Kang Lin say something before he died? It was a passing comment, but as Fang Chen processed it, his brow furrowed. He said I'd die a miserable death, just like them. Who were they? Did he mean the slaughtered demons, or were there other victims they didn't know about? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Was there a 3rd team out there? Wu Manyu crossed her arms, lost in thought. And what the hell is this Earth Phoenix they mentioned? I've never heard of such a thing on this continent. The term Earth Phoenix was completely foreign to them. Ren Guhong shook his head. I haven't heard of it either. Is it some kind of subspecies of the Phoenix? Fang Chen frowned, mulling it over. Earth Phoenix. He was sure he'd heard that name somewhere before. The other 2 turned to him, eyes wide with surprise. Fang Chen shook his head. It rings a bell, but I can't place it right now. It probably wasn't anything incredibly valuable or legendary. It certainly didn't sound like it belonged in the same league as the Great Sage Realm they were talking about. If it were that significant, he wouldn't have forgotten it. Whatever, forget it then, Wu Manyu said. We need to figure out how we're going to report this to the higher ups. They were sent to deal with hellish beasts, but it turned out to be a conspiracy by the Divine Step sect. Killing those scumbags was satisfying, but how do we explain this without getting blamed for the fallout? Fang Chen wasn't worried. There's no need to stress, he said calmly. The Pavilion Master is a wise man. If he finds out, he'll probably be secretly cheering us on for a job well done. Even if the Divine Step sect comes looking for trouble, the Pavilion Master will likely just give us a slap on the wrist for show. He won't actually punish us. Although he hadn't known him long, Fang Chen had a good sense of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion Master's character. He was a leader you could actually depend on, nothing like that tyrant of a demon emperor who everyone hated. Rumble suddenly. The ground began to quake. Fang Chen looked toward the source of the noise. A pack of spirit beasts was charging toward them from the direction of the demon territory. He thought it might be the Azure Cloud sect returning after finishing their little performance, but as they drew closer, he realized the riders were all women. Among the 9 sects, only the Spirit Beast sect was composed entirely of female disciples. Gong Kei stood atop a massive beast, her colorful robes fluttering in the wind. She scanned the area until she spotted Fang Chen, seeing him unharmed. A look of pure relief washed over her gentle face. Jai Rai, you had already informed Yu Mingzhu that Fang Chen was off hunting down a group of enemies. Gong Kei had been there when the news broke. Upon hearing there were beasts at the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm involved, both women had immediately led their Yun, its back, to find him. She was the one who reached him first. Fang Chen, are you okay? Before her mount even came to a halt, Gong Kei leaped off and rushed to his side, checking him over for injuries. Only after seeing he wasn't covered in blood did she finally let out the breath she'd been holding. Fang Chen glanced at the crowd of disciples behind her and gave a teasing smile. Aren't you worried your students will start gossiping, Palace Master? Gong Kei, Yi's face flushed with embarrassment. When she heard he was in danger, her reputation was the last thing on her mind. I'm being serious, and you're just making fun of me. Gong Kei sighed softly. You little brat, she teased, no heart at all. I should have never looked after you back then. Fang Chen chuckled and reached out, taking her soft, slender hand in his. Startled, Gong Kei blushed and reflexively tried to pull her hand away. But then she felt something in her palm. Opening it, she saw 2 lotus seeds glowing with a faint, ethereal light. What are these? Gong Kei asked, her voice filled with confusion. Yu Mingzhu got the Tiantian silk, Fang Chen said, so these are for you. Her face flushed again as she tried to shove the seeds back at him. What is Yu Mingzhu to you, and what am I to you? I can't possibly accept this. Fang Chen felt helpless seeing her act so bashful. Kei was naturally reserved. She might have been more open in private, but with so many eyes on them, she'd never dare to be as bold as Yu Mingzhu. Wu Manyu's eyes lit up. She lunged for them. Give them to me then. I'll take them. Gong Kei instantly pulled her hand back. She eyed the curvy, dangerously charming girl with suspicion. Fang Chen, who is she? Wu Manyu gave a beaming smile. I'm his beautiful senior sister, obviously. If you don't want those dragon, heart-blood lotus seeds, I'll happily take them. I don't care about competing with some girl named Yu Mingzhu. Frowning, Gong Kei quickly tucked the seeds into her sleeve. She shot Fang Chen a sidelong glance. You've only been at the pavilion for a few days, and you've already found someone new. Fang Chen scoffed her. Give me a break. She's a Maynator. She'll eat you alive and spit out the bones. Wu Manyu pouted and glared. Is that any way to talk about a lady? Besides, it's not like you've ever given me a taste. Gong Kei's expression relaxed. Good, as long as it's not like that, she thought. But knowing how precious those seeds were, she felt a heavy weight of gratitude in her heart. First you gave me the bod, high seed, and now these, I don't even know how to repay you. Fang Chen stepped closer with a warm smile. When you looked after me back then, did you ever ask for anything in return? Of course not. She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. Memories of a sunny afternoon in Azure Cloud City flooded back. A young boy shouting himself hoarse on the street, trying to give away free samples of beauty cream. To think that was only 6 months ago. Her heart softened. All I gave you were 2 bottles of Earth Phoenix juice. They weren't worth much. Nothing compared to what you've given me. Fang Chen smiled, his own mind drifting back to the moments they first met. During the lowest point of his life, Gong Kei had been the kindest person he knew. Those were memories he would cherish forever. Suddenly, Fang Chen's smile vanished. Earth Phoenix juice, he finally realized why the name sounded so familiar. The spiritual fluid she'd given him to boost his early foundation establishment stage was exactly that Earth Phoenix juice. He remembered it was a specialty of the Spirit Beast sect, harvested by specific beasts that burrowed deep into the earth. He hadn't connected the dots before because the legend of the Earth Phoenix true spirit was so massive. Simple juice seemed worlds away from a divine spirit. His subconscious had never linked the two. But now that she'd mentioned it, everything clicked into place. At the same time, a dark realization began to take root. Could it be? Is the Earth Phoenix burial grounds right beneath the Spirit Beast sect? The Earth Phoenix juice must be a mysterious fluid nurtured by the burial grounds energy. It explained why, out of all the 9 sects, only the Spirit Beast sect possessed it. The other sects had never even heard of it, let alone seen it. If that were true, then who were them Kang Lin mentioned before he died? He looked at the elite disciples standing behind Gong Kei, and his heart skipped a beat. Sect, Master Gong, he asked, is everyone else still back at the sect? She blushed and whispered, helping you find the Hell Beast was a personal favor. I couldn't bring the Grand Elders or the other elders into it. Even bringing these elite disciples along is already pushing the boundaries of my authority. Fang Chen's heart plummeted. He asked in a low, grave voice, how exactly did the Earth Phoenix grass juice get its name? A peculiar expression crossed Gong Kei's face. She found it odd Fang Chen would ask. At his current cultivation realm, he should be well past needing a low-grade spiritual liquid like the Earth Phoenix grass juice. Still, after a moment of hazy recollection, she replied, I remember, it was a sect master from long ago who stumbled into an underground area. He brought back a bottle of spiritual liquid and named it the Earth Phoenix grass juice. Ever since, the Earth Phoenix grass juice has been a spiritual liquid unique to our Spirit Beast sect. It's odd too, for centuries we've always been able to extract it, as if it's an inexhaustible supply. Yet, for some unknown reason, about 10 days ago, the spirit beasts refused to go down and harvest it anymore. I was just about to go down and investigate it myself. By the way, why the sudden interest? Fang Chen's heart plunged as if to the bottom of the ocean. He spoke, his voice low and urgent, quick. Return to the spirit beast sect. I pray my suspicions are wrong. The spirit beast sect. Rain poured from the sky, washing the muddy mountain path as it overflowed the steps and cascaded downward. Only today's rain was exceptionally red. Gong Kei's palms trembled, and an uncontrollable twitch pulsed at the corner of her eye. She clutched Fang Chen's arm, her voice a desperate plea. Fang Chen, tell me they're all right. Her nails dug in hard, piercing Fang Chen's arm. Tiny rivulets of blood stained the black fabric. Fang Chen gently embraced her slender shoulder. He said, don't look at the ground when we arrive. Search for survivors. Save every single one we can. If there are any left. He then spun to face the spirit beast sect disciples behind them. Go hide in the distance. Do not follow. Senior brother Ren, senior sister Wu, help me save lives. Afterward, I'll give each of you a bod, high pill. Wu Manyu shot him a cold glance, then flicked her sleeve and surged up the steps, racing towards the mountain peak. Ren Guhong likewise gave him an indifferent look. Who are you looking down on? He challenged. Fang Chen felt a slight jolt in his chest. He cupped his fists. My apologies, he said. While they might resort to countless cunning and even insidious schemes when vying for resources in the face of a greater cause, they stood taller than anyone. With such a grave enemy before them, using a bod-high pill to motivate them was undoubtedly an insult. Killing intent surged within Fang Chen. He turned to the trembling Gong Kei in his arms. Are you ready? He asked, don't look at the ground, saving lives comes first. Don't look at the ground, saving lives comes first. With a whoosh, he summoned his lightning dragon, carrying her as they ascended. In a flash, they reached the spirit beast sect's peak. Before the once spacious mission hall, countless dismembered bodies were strewn across the ground. Washed by the rain, the waterlogged ground shimmered like a pool of blood. Fang Chen didn't look. Instead, he pricked his ears, listening intently for any sound. A faint sound of distant combat reached his ears. Normally, a sudden clash would make one tense with alarm, but in this deadly silence, it brought a surge of invigorating hope. Like the cries of a newborn heralding new life. Fighting meant there were still survivors. Fang Chen let out a low exclamation, and a spark of light instantly ignited in Kei's eyes. She broke free from Fang Chen and surged toward the sound of battle. Before the treasury, Yuan Jiyu stood, clutching her broken arm at the entrance to the treasure vault. A colossal, earthy, yellow light barrier, generated by a formation, enveloped her and the treasure vault behind her. Around her lay several fallen sect elders, bleeding profusely. Inside the treasure vault behind her, even more wounded lay scattered. Among the injured, Yuan Jiyu was the only one still capable of standing. The catastrophe had struck too suddenly, without warning. A group of mysterious cultivators had descended from the heavens. Guided by several traitors from the Spirit Beast sect, they precisely sealed every path down the mountain, then prioritized eliminating all flying spirit beasts. What followed was a brutal, indiscriminate slaughter. They didn't even bother dirtying their own hands. Instead, they herded their victims toward towering demonic beasts, sitting back as the monsters tore through the Spirit Beast sect like paper, scattering bloody remains across the ground. This was a calculated slaughter. Their only miscalculation was the spoils from the Boundary Mountain War. Using their battle merits, the Spirit Beast sect had secured a defensive array from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion's vault, a barrier capable of withstanding the full-force strike of a peak Golden Core realm expert. The sect master had secretly installed it over the vault. Now, that very barrier served as the final sanctuary for the survivors. But it wouldn't hold forever. Boom, a monstrous claw slammed against the amber energy shield, sending violent tremors rippling across its surface. Before the barrier could even stabilize, a second massive claw smashed into it. Then came a third, a fourth, a fifth. Outside the dome, 5 hulking demonic beasts relentlessly battered the defenses. The barrier was fading fast, its glow dimming by the second. Crack, a sharp splintering echoed through the air. Everyone looked up to see a jagged fissure, thick as a man's arm, spider, webbing across the zenith of the shield. Yuan Jiyu's stomach dropped. It was over. Staring out into the drizzling rain, a bitter, broken smile crossed her face. Master, your disciples are going on ahead. Please take care of yourself. Crack, shatter, the barrier imploded, raining down in a shower of dissipating light. With blood-curdling roars, the 5 demonic beasts lunged into the terrified crowd. Ungu squeezed her eyes shut. The stench of rotting blood washed over her face. She clenched her jaw, but her mind was plagued by visceral memories of her friends being chewed to pieces. Terror racked her slender frame, making her teeth chatter uncontrollably. For a fleeting second, she wished she had just taken her own life. The absolute terror was suffocating. Filthy beasts. A furious shout rolled like thunder, shattering the grim darkness and flooding her despairing mind with sudden clarity. An instant later, an overwhelming, god-like wave of blistering heat washed over her. It was followed by agonized shrieks and the stomach-churning stench of searing flesh. She forced her eyes open and gasped at the sheer devastation. The 5 towering demonic beasts had been utterly decimated. One was reduced to a blackened skull, another was nothing but charred hind legs. A third had its entire torso vaporized, leaving only bloody fragments behind. An apocalyptic burst of flames had punched clean through their bodies, gouging a massive, smoldering trench hundreds of feet long. Boiling, dark red magma churned in its wake. Standing at the very epicenter of the destruction was Fang Chen, his black robes snapping in the blistering wind. Crumbled in his grip was a glowing crimson jade talisman, its power spent as it dissolved into glowing ash. Junior brother Fang, Ungu, murmured in shock. Stumbling forward, she nearly collapsed as fresh tears streamed down her soot-stained face. Fang Chen, our sect it's... Fang Chen darted forward, catching her in his arms before she could hit the ground. His gaze fell on the grisly stump where her arm used to be. Without a word, he produced a rejuvenation pill and gently placed it into her mouth. He scanned the surviving elders and disciples huddled in the ruins. The heavy knot of dread in his chest finally began to loosen. The casualties were horrific, but they had avoided total annihilation. Most importantly, Gong Kei had successfully smuggled the core disciples out, sparing them from the slaughter. Once this new generation came of age, the Spirit Beast sect could be rebuilt to its former glory. Gong Kei sprinted onto the scene, seeing the battered, surviving elders and grand elders, the iron composure she had maintained finally shattered. Hot tears spilled down her cheeks. "You're alive, thank the heavens," she sobbed. "I thought I was going to be the last one left." Fang Chen stepped up beside her, offering a comforting squeeze to her arm. "It's not over yet. Take these rejuvenation pills and distribute them to the wounded." Gong Kei stared at the vials of medicinal pills in his hand, her eyes shifting to the lingering ash of the nascent Soul Realm talisman. She felt like a lost, shivering girl in a torrential downpour, who had suddenly been offered an umbrella. For the first time all night, she felt safe. Completely broken, she threw herself into his arms and buried her face in his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. "Fang Chen, thank you so much." If he hadn't burned such a priceless nascent Soul Realm artifact to obliterate those beasts, she truly would have been the last elder standing. Fang Chen wrapped his arms gently around her trembling frame and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. "You never have to thank me, not between us. Hurry and pass out the pills, then get everyone out of here." She looked up, eyes glistening with tears. "What about you?" Fang Chen's gaze turned icy, practically radiating murderous intent. Someone has to pay for the blood spilled tonight. Just then, Ren Guhong's urgent, hushed voice suddenly broke the silence. "There's a hidden tunnel here. It definitely leads straight to the Earth Phoenix Great Sage Tomb." As Fang Chen turned to leave, Gong Kei gripped his arm tightly, her tear-stained face fraught with worry. "Promise me you'll come back?" "I've lost too much already. I can't lose you too." A fierce pang ached in Fang Chen's chest. He gently wiped away her tears, cupped her face in his hands, and leaned in to kiss her. This time she didn't shy away. She tilted her head up, meeting his lips with desperate, fierce affection. "Please, come back to me." She reluctantly loosened her grip. Fang Chen gave a solemn nod, then vanished into the shadows, racing toward the voice. Soon, at the end of a muddy mountain path on the hillside, riddled with beast claw marks, a massive tunnel plunged diagonally deep into the earth. The tunnel's stone walls were smooth, a result of colossal spirit beasts rubbing their bodies against them over countless ages. The depths of this tunnel must be where the spirit beasts gather Earth Phoenix grass nectar, and it's highly probable this is also the burial site of the great sage Earth Phoenix. Seeing Fang Chen arrive, Ren Guhong and Wu Manyu eagerly slapped on dust-proof talismans and slipped into the tunnel. Fang Chen decisively applied one as well. After a moment's thought, he drew his violet sword and soared into the air on it, leaving no trace. After roughly a quarter of an hour, having descended to unknown depths, the air deep underground carried no hint of decay or dampness. Instead, a fresh, herbal fragrance grew increasingly potent. The scent stirred a sense of familiarity in Fang Chen. It was the distinct aroma of the earth phoenix grass nectar he had once consumed. It seemed they were almost there. Such rotten luck. The tomb is practically open, and they send us up to check the situation. With 5 peak golden core demonic beasts down there, how could a bunch of old, weak, and ailing folk possibly escape? They just don't trust us because we aren't direct disciples. They're afraid we'll pocket some treasures, so they sent us away. Damn them, when it's grunt work, we're family, but when it's time to split the spoils, we're suddenly outsiders. Watch your tongue, loose lips sink ships. 2 young men, cloaked entirely in long robes with only their eyes visible, came whispering toward them. They moved with a practiced lightness, using an advanced movement technique. Like agile cats, they barely touched the hard stone walls as they darted and leaped, leaving no human trace. Suddenly, the quieter of the 2 robed youths narrowed his eyes, spotting a trail of muddy footprints ahead. With heavy rain falling outside and the ground slick with mud, it would have been impossible for Ren Gyuhong and Wu Manyu to avoid tracking dirt. The robed youth's eyes sharpened, and he recoiled instantly. The expressions of the invisible Ren Gyuhong and Wu Manyu changed, and they immediately drew their swords, ready to strike. Thwip, the moment the robed youth recoiled, a violet sword pierced his throat from behind, silencing his scream. The other complaining youth opened his mouth to scream, but the space around his neck suddenly twisted, and his head tumbled to the ground. Wu Manyu's chilling voice drifted through the air. It seems our little bet can continue after all. Fang Chen removed his dust-proof talisman, decapitated the second youth, and then said, "You two, reveal yourselves." He activated his mind's speak orb. Once Ren Gyuhong and Wu Manyu revealed their forms, he met their gazes, instantly forging a mental link. Don't speak aloud from now on, lest those inside overhear us. I've activated the magical artifact. We can communicate mentally, hearing each other's thoughts. As soon as he finished his mental message, a wisp of thought echoed back. This brat has such a treasure. Is it really working? Soon 2 more mental thoughts responded to her. It's real. Looks like it's really working. The first thought was Fang Chen's, his lips twitching into a wry smile. The second was Ren Gyuhong's, resonating with a foolish grin. So I can't secretly badmouth Fang Chen anymore. Oh, I mean, tough love. This is your senior sister's unique affection for you. Wu Manyu looked utterly sheepish, a rare display of embarrassment for her. Fang Chen's face darkened. I'll pass on that kind of love. He reapplied his dust-proof talisman and continued his descent. A stray thought echoed once more. Why are you acting so high and mighty? I guarantee you'd love me more than anyone if I just took off my clothes. Arg, who's speaking nonsense in my head? So annoying. Fang Chen stumbled, then turned to glare fiercely at the empty air. Be serious, he mentally roared. Wu Manyu's face burned with mortification. What is this damn thing? It's going to be the death of me. All right, I won't think anything. Nothing at all. Please, just make it stop. Ren Gyuhong barely managed to suppress a burst of laughter. The mind, speak orb, was an absolute disaster for anyone whose inner thoughts didn't match their outer demeanor. Before long, they reached the very bottom. It was a cavernous space, hundreds of feet wide. The ground was covered in countless crimson, red grasses, creating a stunning vista that resembled a layer of burning flames. This must be the earth phoenix grass. Fang Chen plucked a stalk, put it in his mouth, and tasted it. The familiar flavor surged through him. It was undeniably earth phoenix grass. A stone wall there has been broken through. Ren Gyuhong's voice resonated in their minds. It's a fresh breach. They looked, and indeed, at the far end of the cavern, a stone wall had been blasted apart, revealing a hidden, colossal chamber beyond. From within, faint sounds of human chatter and the clatter of objects being moved could be heard. It's the Earth Phoenix Tomb, Fang Chen thought. The Divine Movement sect really didn't pick the wrong place. The Earth Phoenix Tomb was right there, just a single wall away from where the Spirit Beast sect harvests Earth Phoenix grass. I can't believe they missed such a massive stroke of luck. Ren Gyuhong couldn't stop shaking his head in disbelief. Fang Chen shook his head. Do you really think the founder of the Spirit Beast sect missed this? Think about the name Earth Phoenix grass. Doesn't that strike you as a bit too convenient? The realization hit them. If the founder hadn't known the great sage, Earth Phoenix, was buried here, why would he have named the plant after him in the first place? My guess, Fang Chen continued, that tomb is a death trap. He probably knew exactly where it was, but realized common cultivators wouldn't stand a chance. Wu Manyu rolled her eyes internally. Ugh, there he goes again, acting like he's got it all figured out. What I mean is, Junior Brother Fang is truly a genius. Your insight is simply breathtaking, truly. Fang Chen gave her a sideways glance. He could only imagine how much she trashed him behind his back. He shook his head, deciding she wasn't worth the effort. Fang Chen pulled out his bronze formation plate and began scanning the surroundings. "I'm setting an ambush," he said. "If they try to make a run for it, they'll walk right into it. Watch where you step. I'd hate for you two to get caught in my own trap." He chose a spot near the center of the cavern. Wu Manyu frowned as she watched him work. Why set a trap in such an open area? That breach in the wall is narrow, the perfect bottleneck. If you set it there, they'd have no choice but to step on it. Ren Guohong nodded, also doubting Fang Chen's strategy. "How careful do you think these people are?" Fang Chen asked. "Scary careful," Ren Guohong admitted. "They didn't even leave a single footprint behind." "Makes sense. They've bet their entire sect's future on raiding this tomb." Fang Chen nodded. "Exactly. And if you two can spot an obvious ambush point, don't you think they will too? In a narrow passage, they'll be on high alert for traps. It's the first place they'll look." "Light bulbs went off for both of them. You've got a point," Ren Guohong admitted. Wu Manyu muttered under her breath. "No wonder I always lose to this little brat. He's way too calculating." "I'm complimenting your brains, okay?" she added quickly. "Ahem." In truth, it wasn't that Fang Chen was some master strategist. He just learned the hard way after a failed ambush against a two-headed hellhound. Back then, he thought burying his formation plate in a narrow mountain pass was a genius move. Instead, his enemy had sniffed it out instantly. He wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. He just hoped this formation would give them a nasty surprise. Once the plate was hidden, Fang Chen slipped through the gap in the stone wall. On the other side, the mountain opened up into a cavern so vast the walls vanished into the distance. Everything in the distance was swallowed by pitch-black shadows. The only light came from a cluster of torches burning in the center of the space. Bathed in the flickering orange glow was a small, humble mound of dirt. A weathered wooden sign stood in front of the mound, surprisingly intact. Scrawled across it were 4 words, "Little Phoenix's Grave." Fang Chen froze in his tracks. Little Phoenix, as in the legendary true spirit of heaven and earth. This was its final resting place. Humble didn't even cover it. This place was a dump. Who would bury a legend like this, and who had the nerve to call it Little Phoenix? Wu Manyu and Ren Guohong caught up, and both of them looked like they'd been hit by lightning. "Are you kidding me?" Wu Manyu stammered. "This dirt pile is smaller than my dog's grave back home. You're telling me this is the tomb of a great sage?" Her eyes were wide with disbelief. If the sign hadn't explicitly said Little Phoenix's Grave, she'd have thought they were in the wrong place entirely. Ren Guohong stared at the barren mound. "Well, I guess junior brother Fang was bound to be wrong eventually." The Spirit Beast sect founder didn't leave empty-handed because it was dangerous. He left because there's absolutely nothing here to take. Fang Chen's lip twitched. "Yeah, I didn't see that coming." "Man," he muttered awkwardly, "I'd love to know what the Divine Step sect is thinking right now. 3 generations of searching, 10 years of hiding, and betting their entire sect's future on this excavation, only to find this." They looked up and saw 10 figures in black robes standing in front of the mound. They were dead silent. Beside them were 2 deacons in Spirit Beast sect robes, likely moles planted by the Divine Step sect years ago. Their eyes were vacant, each of them questioning their life choices. A black-robed figure turned to the sole enigmatic person, clad in red. "Are we still digging this tomb?" The red-robed man, an elder, rumbled in a low, aged voice, "Dig. Even a single find is better than nothing." Clearly, he hadn't anticipated such a dismal outcome for the alleged Earth Phoenix tomb. The glorious vision of boundless inheritances, countless spiritual treasures and rare elixirs, and world-shaking divine artifacts had vanished. All they saw was a pathetic little dirt mound. If even this paltry dirt mound yielded nothing, he'd go mad, and the Divine Movement sect utterly ruined. At his command, a black-robed figure produced a grappling hook, snaring the tombstone from a distance, and cautiously began to pry it away. They'd braced for extreme danger, taking every precaution imaginable. But the moment they applied pressure, the tombstone crumbled into fine splinters. The wooden marker had stood for far too long, utterly ravaged by time and decay. The red-robed elder's face darkened further. "Is this really a great sage tomb? What sage would have such a crude burial, lacking even a single defense?" "There's still a sliver of hope, if we can unearth a coffin. But the thought was barely formed when..." 2 disciples lightly dug with their hoes, effortlessly cracking open the small dirt mound. Inside, they found a few rotten feathers, so decayed only their barest tips remained. "Did we already hit the bottom?" The two digging disciples stared in utter bewilderment. The red-robed elder's eyes went wide. He snatched the hoe. "Let me." He grunted, furiously digging a few more times. But beneath, there was only more dirt, no coffin, nothing. The entire dirt mound contained nothing but a few rotten feathers. The red-robed elder stumbled back, nearly collapsing onto the ground, only for two nearby figures to quickly steady him. "Master, please, calm yourself." The red-robed elder violently shook them off, a grim, trembling laugh escaping his lips. 100 years of searching for just a few feathers. "The heavenly Tao, why are you so cruel to my divine movement sect?" The others remained utterly silent, clearly reeling from the immense, crushing blow. Inside her mind, Wu Manyu roared with silent laughter. "Ha ha ha, I'm going to die laughing. Let them act all high and mighty. In the end, it's just a few measly feathers. Ha ha ha." Ren Guhong, too, felt a surge of secret glee. All that effort, all that immense cost for this. Ha. Fang Chen, however, rubbed his chin, falling deep into thought. If the mound holds nothing but a few rotten feathers, then what about the earth phoenix grass sap we found outside? It couldn't have just appeared out of thin air, could it? Their silent laughter died, and both fell into contemplation. Wu Manyu mused, a hint of suspicion in her tone. "Don't tell me. There might actually be something hidden in that mound." They were just so overwhelmed by their own expectations that they dug too hastily, not searching carefully enough. If they were to break apart every single clod of dirt, searching meticulously, piece by painstaking piece, they'd most likely uncover something truly valuable. Just then the red-robed elder, after a moment of grim self-mockery, slowly regained his composure. His gaze returned to the dirt mound as if he, too, had finally grasped the oversight. A glint of sharp insight appeared in his eyes. Sift through every bit of that dirt. Search it thoroughly. Though they didn't fully understand, the black-robed figures immediately moved forward to resume digging. Just then the red-robed elder stiffened as if sensing something. He suddenly barked, "Who's there? Show yourself." His cold, piercing gaze swept the surroundings, making the very air tremble. A terrifying aura, emanating from a nascent soul realm expert, radiated from his body, sweeping across the area. Fang Chen's face paled. In his mind, the terrified shouts of Wu Manyu and Ren Guhong echoed in quick succession. "It's a nascent soul expert. They sent a nascent soul realm powerhouse to stand guard. We've been discovered. Retreat now." Facing a nascent soul realm expert, how could three mere disciples possibly contend? Even escape would be a desperate struggle. A chill ran down Fang Chen's spine. Even with several powerful magical artifacts at his disposal now, openly challenging a nascent soul expert was absolute suicide. They had to retreat. But in his alarm, his peripheral vision caught something. He narrowed his eyes. He didn't spot us. Wu Manyu and Ren Guhong swallowed their fear, and on closer inspection, realized the red-robed elder wasn't looking at them. His ancient eyes were fixed on the distant darkness. Both followed his gaze, and their pupils contracted sharply. For in the depths of that darkness, a mountain, like colossal shadow, was slowly rising from the earth. It was a gargantuan beast, previously sprawled on the ground, now rudely awakened. Boom, it rose, taking a single step that sent tremors through the entire earth. A wave of savage, brutal energy surged forth, sweeping over them like a tempest. The red-robed elder's eyes grew grim. He barked, "Quickly, gather all the grave dirt. Take it with you." Damn it all, they'd been here for so long, and yet they hadn't detected a single hint of something so dangerous lurking beneath their noses. Fang Chen's gaze flickered with sudden realization. He recalled Gong Kei's words. The spirit beasts, who typically harvested earth phoenix grass sap, had recently refused to descend. It all made sense now. They must have sensed something incredibly dangerous had emerged from below. Thud, the mountain-sized behemoth took another step, sending violent tremors through the earth. Fang Chen's heart hammered against his ribs, matching the monster's thunderous cadence. He had seen his fair share of nascent soul realm experts and demonic emperors. Hell, he'd even been hunted by a two-headed hellhound. But none of them exuded an overwhelming presence like this. The sheer pressure was suffocating, like drowning at the bottom of an abyssal trench. As the colossal shadow closed in, his blood raced. Goosebumps erupted across his skin. Raw, primal fear clawed its way up his throat, impossible to suppress. He took a slow step back, accidentally bumping into Wu Manyu. Her normally lithe body was stiff as a board, completely paralyzed by the beast's dominating energy. We can't fight this thing, he realized. Even a nascent soul realm master from the Divine Stride sect might just be a snack to it. Boom, 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 the towering shadow stepped forward. In the suffocating darkness, two massive, crimson eyes ignited, glaring down like a pair of high, hanging blood moons. An ancient aura rolled off the beast, dripping with pure, unadulterated savagery. Thud, the Leviathan had arrived. A massive black claw silently stepped into the flickering torchlight. It was dark as the void, its obsidian scales gleaming with a chilling, metallic luster. Fang Chen stared, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. One of its massive digits was missing. Fang Chen swallowed hard. He knew exactly what this monstrosity was. The hellish wasteland beast, the mythical terror sealed away for over 60 years. It had been lurking beneath the spirit beast, sect this entire time. Run, shrieked the red-robed elder. The murderous intent rolling off that single claw was enough to make his skin crawl. His disciples had just finished bagging up the graveyard dirt, sealing it inside a spatial ring. Hearing the commotion, they spun around, seeing the looming behemoth, the blood drained from their faces, terror gripping them all. "I've got the dirt," yelled a gray-robed man. He was clearly the elder's core disciple and second income, and the moment he demanded it, the spatial ring was tossed right into his hands. The 10 black-robed intruders, along with their 2 inside men from the spirit beast sect, scrambled toward the exit in absolute panic. The red-robed elder was on high alert, slowly backing toward the exit while offering a respectful salute. "Your Eminence, we meant no offense. We are leaving immediately. Pray forgive the intrusion." A beast of this caliber, even without taking human form, possessed fearsome intelligence. Even if it didn't speak human tongues, it should recognize a gesture of submission. Surely it would weigh the pros and cons of attacking, or so the elder desperately hoped. Whoosh! A sky-blotting black claw tore through the very fabric of space, swiping ruthlessly at the elder. In the crushing dark, those blood-moon eyes burned with absolute, arrogant contempt. The elder's expression twisted into an ugly scowl. "Since you refuse the easy way, don't blame me for getting rough." Heavenly furnace fire. He thrust both palms forward, unleashing a horrifying inferno. The flames split into 2 blazing pillars, one surging to block the incoming claw, the other rocketing straight for the beast's eyes. The moment the fire erupted, the cavern's temperature skyrocketed to a blinding heat. Even from hundreds of feet away, the onlookers felt their skin blister, their clothes mere seconds from bursting into flames. The sheer power of the elder's attack was even more devastating than the blazing jade talisman Fang Chen had detonated earlier. But what happened next left everyone, Fang Chen, the disciples, and even the elder himself, utterly floored. The beast didn't even flinch. The massive claw casually swatted the fiery pillar, snuffing it out against the cavern floor like it was a pesky firefly. As for the inferno rocketing toward its eyes, the creature simply blinked. The raging flames slammed into its eyelids and shattered, scattering into harmless sparks like a match struck against solid steel. The elder gasped, a bucket of ice water seeming to pour over his very soul. What the hell is this thing? His frail body trembled. In a sickening flash of clarity, he realized he wasn't even in the same league as this monster. Without another word, he turned tail and bolted. But Fang Chen and his crew were already gone. The moment the elder had thrown his attack, Fang Chen knew exactly how it would end and had bolted early. They had already slipped through the smashed wall and plunged into the cavern, lined with earth phoenix grass nectar. "Watch your step." Fang Chen barked a warning, ordering Ren Guhong and Wu Manyu to hug the cavern walls. They needed to avoid the center at all costs to escape the blast radius. Roar! Just as Fang Chen cleared the gap, the cavern quaked violently. The hellish wasteland beast slammed its claw into the ground, sending a shockwave of pitch-black energy rippling outward in all directions. Mid-sprint, everyone's legs suddenly turned to lead. It felt like they had plunged straight into a quagmire. Their frantic pace ground down to a sluggish crawl, and within 3 seconds, every single step felt like wading through thick, suffocating tar. Even the red-robed elder was caught in it. Luckily, he managed to levitate just in time, yanking himself out of the dark energy rolling across the earth. His pupils constricted, his voice trembling the primal beast domain. This is the infernal beast's ultimate move. He turned to see the titan stalking out of the darkness. His heart hammered against his ribs, nearly leaping out of his throat. We were pretending to be infernal beasts, and we walked right into the real thing. Of course, the infernal beast had just ended its seclusion. It was at its weakest and starving for energy. Nothing would draw it in faster than the remains of a great sage. Talk about cosmic irony, we played the devil and met the actual demon. Terror gripped him. Without a second thought, he vaulted over his disciples' heads and bolted toward the breach in the wall. Master, Grandmaster Zayoyao. Trapped as if in quicksand, the crowd let out panicked screams as they watched Grandmaster Zayoi abandon them to their fate. Crunch, the infernal beast, closed the distance, its massive claw coming down with effortless weight. A disciple at the peak of the Golden Core realm was crushed instantly, popping like a ripe melon. A spray of blood and gore coated the surrounding disciples. They were paralyzed with pure, unadulterated horror. Crunch, another disciple, was flattened. A sadistic glint flashed in the beast's eyes. It wasn't hungry, it was just playing with them like they were cheap toys. Looking back, Grandmaster Zayoya's eyes flared with rage. "You beast," he roared. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly drew an ancient, broken spear. Even shattered, it still hummed with the faint, lethal power of a magical artifact. He hurled the spear with everything he had, the weapon becoming a black blur. A flicker of caution finally crossed the beast's blood, red crescent, moon eyes. It raised a massive, indestructible claw to shield itself. Clang sparks flew as the spear struck the claw, but it didn't leave a single scratch. However, the strike was enough to disrupt the beast's focus, breaking the hold of its primal beast domain. The dark ripples on the ground vanished, and the disciples found they could move again. "Go, now, don't stopile, hold it off," Zayoi growled. He pulled out several more fragments of broken spiritual artifacts. These disciples had been entrusted to him for a vital sect mission. Several were his personal protégés. If they all ended up as beast fodder, he'd be branded a traitor to the Divine Walk sect. He couldn't face the elders. More importantly, he couldn't stomach the loss of over a decade of his own hard work in training them. "I'll just stall it for a moment," he thought. "If things get too hairy, I can still ditch them and run." With that plan in mind, he began raining down the broken artifacts like a barrage. To his relief, the infernal beast really was weakened. It seemed genuinely wary of the artifact's lingering power. It actually stopped its advance. Seizing the opening, the disciples scrambled past him, faces lighting up with hope. The disciple holding the spatial storage ring called out, "Master, please be careful." "Stop talking and get out of here," Zayoi snapped. "And once you're up there, finish off any survivors. No one can know the Divine Walk sect was behind this. If word gets out that we robbed a great sage's tomb, every powerhouse will be knocking on our door for a piece of the loot. What would we even say that we only found a few scraps? We wouldn't even believe that ourselves, let alone the rest of the world. If the sect can't produce the treasure, the fallout will be catastrophic. So wipe out everyone from the Spirit Beast sect, leave no witnesses." "Understood," the disciple replied with icy resolve before sprinting past. Zayoi felt a wave of relief. Chang Zeon was his senior disciple, efficient, ruthless, and his most trusted hand. With him on the job, he could rest easy. Thud, a sickening sound echoed from behind him. Zayoi whipped his head around just in time to see Chang Zeon's head spinning through the air. A strange, deceptively cute seed had latched onto his shoulder. Its mouth, like pod, had clamped onto his neck, paralyzing his entire body. Someone had seized that split second of immobility to decapitate him. Then, an invisible hand snatched the severed head out of the air, making it vanish. A voice as cold as the grave drifted through the air. "You're right, no one will know the Divine Walk sect was here, because none of you are making it out alive." Reality crashed down on Zayoyao. His eyes nearly burst from their sockets. Zeon. He couldn't wrap his head around it. His star pupil was just gone. A massive roar erupted, the shockwave tossing Fang Chen through the air like a ragdoll. The dustless talisman on his body shattered under the force. He materialized instantly, his silhouette cutting through the air. Before Master Zayoyao could even process what was happening, Fang Chen snatched the seed back and looted the storage artifact containing the grave soil right off the corpse. Then, without a second thought, he turned and bolted. "You little brat, how dare you murder my disciple?" Master Zayoi let out a thunderous roar, hurling several damaged spirit artifacts to create a barrier against the hellish beast. Eyes burning with murderous intent, he charged after Fang Chen. He skidded to a halt as he reached the breach in the wall. He unleashed a searing beam of fire with a wave of his hand, incinerating everything in the path of the gap to flush out any hidden traps. Anything that wasn't destroyed would at least be forced into the open. Hugging the corners in the distance, Wu Manyu and Ren Gyuhong watched in awe. It had played out exactly as Fang Chen predicted. When dealing with high-level experts on high alert, any spot that looked like a perfect ambush point was the first place they'd check. Even in his blind rage, Master Zayoi remained sharp, refusing to walk blindly into a trap. Fang Chen glanced back, his heart racing. He had technically killed 2 nascent soul experts before, but the circumstances were different. One had been on the verge of death, and the other had been tricked into drinking demonic poison. He had never faced a nascent soul powerhouse in a straight fight. Being hunted by one now, he'd be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. But he'd already made his move. There was no point in holding back now. As he sprinted forward, he caught up to 2 disciples who were fleeing in a blind panic. Without hesitation, he swung his blade in a lethal arc, decapitating one instantly and looting the remains as he passed. The other disciple reacted just in time, diving frantically to the side. But the air behind him shimmered as Ren Guhang suddenly appeared, punching a hole straight through the disciple's heart before taking the head and vanishing. Finally, I actually got a piece of the action, Ren Guhang barked with a laugh. He had been fuming on the sidelines, forced to watch those 2 cunning foxes, Fang Chen and Wu Manyu, snatch every kill for themselves. Wu Manyu hissed, "You two are literally insane," killing his disciples right in front of him. Just run. But even as she warned them, her eyes flashed with cold light. She launched a hidden weapon that took the head off another disciple before he could even scream. Ren Guhang rolled his eyes. "Oh sure, tell us to run while you steal the kills. You're obsessed with these rewards." Fang Chen's pulse throbbed at his temple. He was the one drawing all the heat from Master Zaoyao, and these 2 were busy loot, farming. "Fine, knock yourselves out. I'm gone." He dove into the tunnel, only to be met by a lethal flash of light. A disciple, realizing Fang Chen was slaughtering his peers, had been lurking in the shadows. He unleashed a strike with the power of a Peak 9 level core formation cultivator. Thud, despite his armored artifact, the sudden impact left a metallic tang of blood in Fang Chen's throat. Soul-piercing sting. The disciple tried to retreat when the ambush failed, but Fang Chen's mental attack hit home, leaving him reeling. Then the in-essence tiger talisman flared. A shroud of dark mist enveloped the disciple. By the time he snapped out of the daze, his golden core had been frozen solid by the icy energy. Seeing this from a distance, Master Zaoyao screamed, "Use your life. Saving treasure, quick." In truth, the disciple had already sensed his doom, and was frantically pulling out a spatial escape scroll. But Fang Chen had learned his lesson the hard way before. He wasn't giving anyone a chance to use an escape scroll again. They were barely 10 feet apart. Fang Chen whipped out a massive 20-foot-long spiked mace from his storage ring and brought it crashing down with everything he had. By the time the disciple noticed, the world above him had already gone dark. A split second of agony followed as his consciousness was crushed. Another brutal strike followed. No matter how strong the cultivator, flesh and bone couldn't withstand that kind of weight. He was out cold, instantly. Before the body even finished falling, Fang Chen's blade flashed, claiming the head with clinical efficiency. "You animal!" Master Zaoyao's face contorted with fury as he unleashed a devastating firestorm toward the tunnel. But at the last moment, he redirected the blast away from the entrance. If the tunnel collapsed, he'd be sealing his own tomb. However, his redirected shot made life miserable for Ren Guhang and Wu Manyu. Even though they were only caught in the shockwave, the heat stripped away their concealment and shredded their clothes. Their skin turned an angry, glowing red. They looked like a pair of overcooked roast pigs. The 2 of them let out agonizing screams as the heat seared them. They didn't dare linger a second longer, bolting up the tunnel like a pair of scorched streaks. Zaoyao's murderous intent exploded, his voice a thunderous roar. "The 3 of you are dead." Boom, he launched himself forward, a blurring streak of light as he pursued them with impossible speed. Fang Chen glanced back, his voice chillingly calm. "Actually, why don't you die first?" A low, resonant hum vibrated through the air. In the middle of his dash, Zaoyao's body jerked to a halt, seized by an unseen force. Suddenly, a massive circle of brilliant azure light, nearly 300 feet wide, erupted beneath his feet. Intricate runes flared to life on the ground, linking together like blinding chains of light to form an inescapable cage. He was trapped, a bird caught in a celestial snare. "Formation, you set an ambush." Zaoyao stared in disbelief. He never imagined a trap could be hidden in such an open, exposed area. "You think a pathetic little formation can hold me?" Seething with rage, he unleashed 2 searing beams of fire, slamming them into the shimmering barrier. But the chains held firm. They flickered for a moment after the impact before snapping back into place, unyielding. Which of the 10 heavenly stems does this belong to? How can it possibly restrain a nascent soul expert? He didn't have time to figure it out. From the shadows behind him came the heavy, rhythmic thud of approaching footsteps. The abyssal beast was here. And he was pinned down, a sitting duck with nowhere to run. Panic surged through Zaoyao. "Boy, undo this formation, now." Fang Chen shot him a cold, piercing look. Didn't you enjoy dressing up as abyssal beasts to massacre people? Well, here's your chance to get up close and personal with the real thing. Consider it a bonding experience. With that, he turned and bolted for the exit. Terra gripped Xiaoyao's heart. Wait, young man, undo the formation and I'll reward you with treasures beyond your wildest dreams. Fang Chen just scoffed, not even bothering to look back as he surged upward. He cut down any divine Spied sect disciples who had fallen behind, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. With Ren Guhong and Wu Manyu greedily sniping every kill they could find, the tunnels were soon filled with a chorus of agonizing screams. Xiaoyao's eyes nearly bulged out of his head in fury. You little rats, I'll hunt you down and grind your bones to dust. He never imagined his elite team wouldn't fall to the beast, but would be wiped out by 3 devious kids. But then a cold, rasping voice drifted from the abyssal beast's maw, and Xiaoyao's blood turned to ice. So you've been pretending to be me. The abyssal beast lumbered closer, a cruel, mocking glint in its savage eyes. It spoke with a human tongue, and if Fang Chen had been there, he would have recognized that voice instantly. It was Yan Dayan. Meanwhile, Fang Chen's trio fought their way out of the depths. By the time they burst out of the tunnel, not a single enemy remained alive. The 10 men in black and the 2 spirit beast sect traitors had all been reduced to headless corpses. They didn't waste a second. They charged down the mountain and vaulted onto their flying mounts, making a break for it. Once they were safely airborne, Wu Manyu rubbed her hands together, ignoring her singed clothes and burns as she eagerly pulled out her trophies. She'd claimed 6 more in the tunnels. Combined with her previous 4, she had a solid 10 kills. Ren Guhong's face fell, and he slapped his knee in frustration. You're a total kill stealer, you know that. He tallied his own score. 5 from this round plus his previous 4, exactly 9 kills. Wu Man, you let out a triumphant, cackling laugh. Oh ho ho, looks like I'm finally hitting the jackpot. Pay up Senior Ren's 5, Colored Spirit Liquid and Junior Fang's Bod, High Pill, they're all mine now. Fang Chen watched the spirit beast sect fade into the distance, finally letting out a breath of relief. He smirked. Who says you won? Wu Manyu scoffed. Oh, trying to back out of the bet? Let me do the math for you. Including the 2 spies, there were 14 enemies in the tunnel. I got 6, Senior Ren got 5, which leaves 3 for you. Assuming you even got all of them. Add those to your 4 from earlier, and that's 7 total. The score is 10 for me, 9 for Senior Ren, and 7 for you. It's simple math. Now, cough up the goods. She held out her hand, preening like a proud peacock, absolutely beaming with smug satisfaction. Ren Guhong sighed, his face dark as he produced the container of 5, colored spirit liquid. He patted Fang Chen on the shoulder. Junior brother, a bet's a bet, time to pay up. We're in the same boat now. Once we're safe, let's find a place to grab a drink and drown our sorrows together. Fang Chen gave a knowing smirk. Senior brother, I think you'll be drinking alone tonight. He reached into his bag and pulled out 3 heads, then 4 more, and then he produced another 12. Sorry to disappoint, but I win. Ren Guhong and Wu Manyu stood frozen, their expressions completely petrified. They stared, motionless, at the mountain of severed heads. It was more than double what the 2 of them had collected together. F. Fang, junior brother Fang, where did those extra 12 come from? Ren Guhong stammered, looking lost. Did we even cross paths with those 12? Fang Chen shook his head. You didn't, I did, so I took care of them. Ren Guhong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. You mean you pulled off a massive hit before we even met up? As Fang Chen nodded, Ren Guhong went completely blank. So you're saying the competition was over before it even started? Fang Chen nodded once more. Ren Guhong lunged forward, looking like he wanted to throttle Fang Chen. Then why didn't you say something? I was out there killing like a maniac, thinking I actually had a shot. Fang Chen laughed and ducked out of the way. Hey, I just wanted to give you guys something to live for. Ren Guhong grit his teeth, literally shaking with rage. You are such a troll, you know that. Wu Manyu, meanwhile, crouched down to desperately inspect the 12 heads. When she saw the marks on their necks match the others perfectly, she finally hit her breaking point. She burst into tears, sobbing with pure frustration. You're such a bully. I'm done. I'm never playing with you again. Wailing, she ripped off her hairpiece and hurled it at Fang Chen. She turned her back on him, sobbing uncontrollably on the back of the giant bird. She had poured every ounce of herself into this, more focused than she had ever been in her life, just to beat Fang Chen once. But in the end, it was a total, crushing defeat. Fang Chen rubbed his nose and muttered under his breath, Did I win a bit too hard? If I'd known, I would have brought fewer heads back, just to spare your feelings. Hearing that, Wu Manyu cried even harder, kicking her legs in frustration. Now he's calling me useless. Why, Fang Chen felt completely helpless. He decided it was best to stop talking, tucked the hairpiece away, and gathered the 5-colored spiritual liquid from the ground. He cleared his throat and walked over to Wu Manyu, giving her shoulder a gentle pat. Look, it wasn't a total loss. Don't forget what we actually discovered. Wu Manyu's sobbing stopped instantly. Her eyes went wide as a grin spread across her face. The Hell Abyss Beast. We found a Hell Abyss Beast. The gloom vanished from Ren Guhong's face as it clicked. I almost forgot. That's the real jackpot of this entire trip. He whipped out his identity token and used his finger like a pen, scrawling Hell Abyss Beast, spotted at Spirit Beast Sect. Ren Guhong. Fang Chen pulled out his own token and followed suit. Noticing Fang Chen's confusion, Ren Guhong explained, these Heavenly Machine Pavilion tokens act as communication talismans, but they only work one way, to the pavilion. They can't send messages back to us, and we can't talk to each other. Fang Chen nodded, so it's just a one-way transmitter. With the disciples holding these tokens, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion effectively had thousands of eyes and ears across the land. Wu Manyu happily finished her message. The reward goes to whoever's info is the most current, she added. If the elders get here and the beast is still here, we get the credit. But if the beast moves and another disciple finds it and guides the elders there, they get all the glory. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. That's fair. Information is only valuable if it leads to results. If they got the credit just for being the first to see it, no one would bother with the dangerous work of tracking it once it moved. They could only hope the pavilion master and the others arrived quickly to put the beast down. Suddenly a deafening boom tore through the sky behind them. Smoke billowed from the distant mountain. High Spirit Beast Sect. A red blur shot out from the dust. It scanned the horizon, locked onto their position, and tore across the sky toward them. Holy hell, Fang Chen shouted. He actually got out. What was that Hell Abyss Beast even doing? Ren Guhong and Wu Manyu's skin crawled. Wu Manyu quickly tore open a spatial scroll. Fang Chen, you killed the most people. He's definitely coming for you. Fang Chen's face went dark. Yeah, well, you're the one who was enjoying the killing the most. He summoned his 9 heavens, Thunder Dragon, and bolted. Ren Guhong shivered. You two are the absolute worst, Master Zaioi. Oh, definitely hates you the most. He unfurled his pair of 1,000 feather wings. Without another word, the 3 of them turned into streaks of light and vanished toward the horizon. It wasn't long before Master Zaioi caught up to their mount. He was a wreck. His red robes were shredded, and half his skull had been sheared off, leaving white brain matter dripping down past his ear. One of his eyeballs dangled from its socket. Any normal Golden Core realm cultivator would have been long dead, yet Zaioi-Ao's life force remained terrifyingly vibrant. You little brat, he hissed, his face twisted in pure malice. It had cost him every single one of his emergency trump cards to escape the Hell Abyss Beast, and he blamed the boy in black for everything. When he saw the pile of heads on the bird's back, his malice exploded into primal rage. You slaughtered my entire sect, die. With bloodshot eyes, he locked onto Fang Chen's thunderous trail and charged like a demon. Almost at the same moment, a mountain-shaking roar erupted from beneath the Spirit Beast Sect. The massive peak split clean in two, blasted open by an overwhelming force. A massive, monstrous shadow surged out, radiating pure malevolence. Its blood-red eyes scanned the area, fixed on Master Zaioi and the direction Fang Chen had fled, and it began to tread through the air in pursuit. Nearly 300 miles away, Fang Chen emerged from his 8th consecutive cloud shadow step. He landed in a rolling hill country with a small village nestled along a distant river. The sun was setting, and thin trails of smoke rose from the chimneys. A young cowherd rode an old water buffalo, whistling a happy tune on a willow pipe as he headed home. At the village entrance, the elders were packing up their stools and heading inside. Fang Chen focused his mind and donned the 1,000 illusion crown. As his spiritual energy surged, a soft, milky, white glow washed over his face. Within seconds, his skin darkened to a rugged, sun-baked bronze, and he transformed into a weathered, middle-aged man. He shed his black robes, swapping them for a set of plain, peasant clothes he hadn't worn in years. He gathered a bundle of firewood, tied it loosely, and hoisted it onto his shoulder, strolling toward the foot of the mountain as if he didn't have a care in the world. Boom, the sky roared, and the forest whipped into a frenzy as Master Zaioi arrived, tracking the residual lightning energy. He looked down and spotted a woodcutter nearby, swooping down to land right in front of him. Ghost, the woodcutter shrieked. He dropped his firewood in terror and scrambled back toward the mountain. Master Zaioi touched the left side of his face. a gruesome mess of blood and bone. I'm asking you, he growled, his expression twisted with rage. Did you see anyone pass through here? The woodcutter tripped and fell, his legs kicking frantically as he backed away in the dirt. He was shaking like a leaf, his lips quivering. Who? I didn't see anyone, I swear. Master Xiaowei. I huffed in annoyance but didn't suspect a thing. Fang Chen was using an invisibility talisman. Hiding from a common woodsman was child's play. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the area for any trace of the talisman's energy. Finding nothing, he glanced toward a nearby village and snorted, vanishing into a blur of red light. Little did he know, shortly after he left, the woodcutter stood up and brushed the dust off his pants with a smirk. If you'd bothered to doubt me, even for a second, you might have actually seen through the act. The 1,000 illusion crown only worked as long as a nascent soul powerhouse wasn't looking for a disguise. A single, focused sweep of his spiritual sense would have exposed the ruse instantly. He quickly deactivated the disguise. Just as Wu Manyu had warned, the crown was a massive drain on spiritual energy. That short stunt had already cost him half his reserves. If he'd questioned me any longer, I would have been caught red-handed. He activated the crown's invisibility effect and slipped silently into the deep mountains. The hills stretched endlessly here. Once he was deep enough and well hidden, finding him would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, a massive crash echoed from the village at the base of the mountain. He pulled out the mirror of heaven to observe the situation from afar. One look at the screen, and his expression darkened. Getting no answers at the village gates, Master Xiaoyao had casually demolished an old man's thatched hut by the roadside. The old man hadn't escaped in time. His head was visible amidst the rubble, his breath fading fast. The villagers at the entrance collapsed in pure terror. Others fell to their knees, begging for mercy as if praying to a god. Master Xiaowei towered over them, pointing and barking questions. The mirror of heaven didn't carry sound, but it wasn't hard to imagine. He was hunting for Fang Chen. When the villagers couldn't give him what he wanted, Xiaoyao's gaze turned murderous. He raised a hand, twin spheres of flame flickering violently in his palm. Fang Chen's heart hammered. Master Xiaowei clearly thought he was hiding in the village and was ready to slaughter everyone rather than let him escape. The villagers had no idea what was about to hit them. A young shepherd boy peeked out from behind his kneeling mother, staring curiously at the fire in the man's hand. To him, it looked like the fireworks they set off for the new year, bright, loud, and beautiful. He had no idea he was standing on the threshold of hell. You old bastard! Fang Chen's eyes burned with rage. He ripped off the 1,000 illusion crown and stood on the mountain peak, his roar echoing through the valley. I'm right here. Come and get me, you coward. He drew his purple sword and took to the air. He had barely flown a few hundred yards when a terrifying red figure smashed into the spot where he'd just been standing with the force of a collapsing mountain. The small hill literally split open, and the resulting shockwave sent Fang Chen reeling, knocking him right off his flying sword. Before he even hit the ground, a beam of soul, crushing fire, streaked toward him. Fang Chen's pupils shrank. Don't you want the grave soil? He screamed, whoosh. The fire beam swerved at the last second, narrowly missing him by 100 yards. Even so, the heat melted half his clothes, leaving his skin scorched and beat, red as if it had been boiled alive. Fang Chen winced, gasping for air, but even the air he inhaled was scalding, burning his lungs. Sensing a figure rushing toward him, he desperately gripped a storage ring. Touch me, and I'll crush it, he roared. Suddenly, Master Xiaoyao's flaming palm stopped just inches from his face. The old man's venomous eyes locked onto the storage ring in Fang Chen's hand. With Fang Chen's strength, destroying the ring would be easy. And once a storage ring shattered, everything inside would be swallowed by the void of collapsing space. He had planned to torture Fang Chen until he was barely human, making him beg for a death that wouldn't come, while slowly extracting the ring's access code. But now his hands were tied. He couldn't risk pushing Fang Chen too far and losing the prize. Hand over the ring and the code, Master Xiaowei hissed, and I'll give you a quick death. He glared at Fang Chen with a look so cold he seemed more like a man-eating beast from the abyss than a human. Fang Chen finally tumbled to the ground. He scrambled up, his face tight with uncertainty, never letting go of the storage ring. Don't think you can escape. Master Xiaowei said darkly, you're facing a nascent soul. None of your tricks will work. I can kill you before you even move a muscle. Fang Chen's heart sank. It was the truth. No matter how powerful a technique was, it took time to cast. If he made a move, the old man could kill him instantly. There was no contest. After a long silence, Fang Chen spoke. Fine, it's yours, but I need to go somewhere first. Don't try anything, Xiaowei, snorted. Otherwise, I'll kill you even if it means losing that grave soil. This brat had slaughtered his disciples and turned him into this hideous freak. Today, even if the gods themselves intervened, Fang Chen was a dead man. Fang Chen took to the air with Master Xiaowei, out-trailing just 10 feet behind him, ready to strike at any moment. But Fang Chen didn't play any tricks. He returned to the small village and helped the villagers pull the old man out from the ruins of his home. Seeing the man on the verge of death, Fang Chen pulled out a spring renewal pill and fed it to him. Master Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed. Is that a high-grade medicinal pill? You're actually wasting it on a dying old man. You're delusional. He thought Fang Chen had somewhere important to go, but the boy just wanted to save a mortal peasant. It made no sense to him. Fang Chen glanced back at him, his voice cold. To you, he's an ant. But aren't you just an ant to a soul formation master? A life is a life. No one is inherently better than anyone else. Master Xiaoyao's face darkened, insulted by the lecture from a junior. Are you done yet? Pick a spot with a nice view to rot in, and I'll send you on your way. Suddenly, the little shepherd boy broke free from his mother's grip and ran over to Fang Chen. He looked up with wide, innocent eyes. Mister. Fang Chen touched his own soot-covered, scorched face and gave a wry smile. He reached out to pat the boy's head. Hey there, little guy. The boy rubbed his nose. Thank you, mister. You saved Grandpa Wang. I want you to have this. He held out a whistle made of curled willow bark with both of his small, dirty hands. Realizing there was some spit on it, he hurriedly wiped it off with his finger. There, it's clean now. Fang Chen smiled and took it with both hands. Thank you, I love it. The boy gave a shy grin and scurried back to hide behind his mother. Fang Chen waved to him. Good luck with everything, kid. He took to his flying sword and soared away, Master Xiaowei, hot on his heels. After crossing several peaks, the old man finally lost his patience and pointed to a barren summit. That looks like a good enough place for a grave. Fang Chen looked down, said nothing, and descended. The mountain was surrounded by water on 3 sides, with 2 smaller peaks standing guard like the arms of a throne overlooking the land. It was indeed a place of power. All right, this is how it'll be. Fang Chen's clenched fist rose. As his fingers slowly unfurled, a spatial storage artifact with a small note plastered to its surface appeared before Venerable Xiaoyao's eyes. Before Venerable Xiaoyao could even discern what was written on the note, Fang Chen swiftly tore it off and concealed it behind his back. Venerable Xiaoyao snatched the spatial storage artifact. He swept his divine sense inside, but his consciousness was immediately blocked, confirming that an incantation was indeed required. He narrowed his eyes. What was on that note you just snatched away? Hand it over. Fang Chen hesitated, a flicker of resistance in his eyes before sighing. Fine, if I don't give it to you willingly, you'll just force it out of me anyway. He tossed the note over. Venerable Xiaowei unfolded the note. Neatly inscribed upon it were 8 large characters. May wealth pour in daily, and blessings reach all corners of the land. He frowned. What is this nonsense? Fang Chen sighed, a weary note in his voice. It's the spatial storage artifact's incantation. Since you've seen it, there's no need to interrogate me any further. Just kill me already. Suspicion clouded Venerable Xiaoyao's face. Who would be foolish enough to write out a spatial storage artifact's incantation and then paste it directly onto the artifact itself? Aren't they afraid someone would just snatch it away? Fang Chen ignored him, finding a large, flat rock. He lay down on it, seemingly resigned, silently waiting for his end. A flicker of murderous intent sparked in Venerable Xiaoyao's eyes, but he forcibly suppressed it. Who knew if the incantation on the note was genuine? What if it was a fake, and this brat ended up dead? Where would he find the real incantation then? He'd best test the incantation's authenticity first. You'd do well not to deceive me. If this is a fake incantation, I won't hesitate to let you experience the full depths of my interrogation methods. Gripping the spatial storage artifact, he glanced at the note, silently mouthing the incantation may wealth pour in daily, and blessings reach all corners of the land. A faint click resonated in his mind, signaling the artifact's opening. The incantation was correct. The brat truly had resigned himself to his fate, and hadn't tried any tricks. He resolved to go easy on him later, with that thought. Venerable Xiaowei peered into the artifact's inner space, but the instant his divine sense entered boom. A crimson arc of light, without the slightest warning, erupted from within the spatial storage artifact. It appeared too swiftly, too suddenly, and the distance was simply too close. Venerable Xiaoyao's heart had time for only a single, violent lurch before the crimson arc pierced straight through his chest, leaving a grotesque, arcing gash that cleaved through his front and back. PFFFD, blood and shredded flesh erupted from the wound, gushing forth as if a dam had burst within him. That bloody light had utterly shredded his internal organs, claiming his life in an instant. Venerable Xiaoi, I roared in agony, the realization hitting him like a physical blow he had been utterly tricked. This is the spatial storage artifact of the Vice Pavilion Master of the Junction First Pavilion. You deceived me. He clutched at the gaping wound on his chest, desperately trying to staunch the torrent of blood and flesh, but it was futile. His life force visibly drained away, moment by moment. Fang Chen, who had risen to his feet unnoticed, spoke with a chilling calm. I never said this was my spatial storage artifact. You made an assumption. What could I do about that? Venerable Xiaoi, I was incandescent with rage. He roared, I'll kill you first. Fang Chen clenched his palm, and a surge of profound heavenly might erupted. Venerable Xiaoi, I scoffed, a mere jade talisman. It's utterly useless against a nascent soul realm cultivator like me. The time it takes you to activate that, I'll have already killed you 12 times over. Fang Chen's voice was frigid. Look closely first, then tell me what it is. It was a talisman arrow, intricately woven from talisman paper, radiating an overwhelming spiritual pressure. Venerable Xiaoyao's pupils constricted. A talisman arrow? Fang Chen delivered the chilling question in your current, heavily wounded state. Do you truly believe you can withstand the pursuit of a talisman arrow? Venerable Xiaoyao's gaze flickered, a storm of emotions raging within him. His life hung by a thread as it was. How could he possibly risk further injury? He had to flee and heal immediately. Perhaps there was still a chance to cling to life. At the very least, he could abandon his body, allowing his nascent soul to escape and attempt reincarnation through possession. The thought ignited a fresh blaze of fury within him, and he glared at Fang Chen with unbridled hatred. He spat venomously. You brat, to bring me to this state, to slaughter so many of our sect disciples. Just you wait for the full wrath of the Shengxing sect. When that day comes, no one will be able to protect you. A cold glint sparked in Fang Chen's eyes. If that's your stance, then I'll simply have to drag you down to hell with me. He immediately made to shatter the talisman arrow. Venerable Xiaoyao, utterly terrified, hastily shot into the sky and fled. With that pathetic display of courage, you dared to come seeking revenge. Fang Chen let out a low chuckle. It wasn't Fang Chen or the Heavenly Secret Pavilion who needed to worry, it was the Shengxing sect. If Fang Chen were to expose their excavation of the Great Sage's tomb, the Shengxing sect would be in unimaginable trouble. Especially if they couldn't produce anything to silence the masses. Fang Chen not seeking them out was already a blessing they should count. How could they possibly dare to provoke him further? A wave of deep satisfaction washed over him at the thought. He pulled out the whistle the shepherd boy had given him, placed it to his lips, and began to blow a cheerful tune. The whistle's clear, bright melody echoed through the mountains. Soon after, he found refuge within a bear's den. From within the sky thunderstone, he retrieved the spatial storage artifact bundled with grave soil. If he wasn't mistaken, this particular spatial storage artifact was a communal one, requiring no incantation whatsoever. Back then, several disciples had shoveled the grave dirt into their spatial storage artifacts simultaneously. If it required an incantation, they would have had to chant it every single time they scooped up the earth. One person would have to open it, let the spatial rift close, and then wait for the next person to chant to open it again. But they had moved fast. A few of them packed it all away in seconds. Clearly, these spatial artifacts could be opened at will. Heart pounding with anticipation, he sent his senses inside. Just as he suspected, the artifact clicked open without a hitch. A messy pile of grave dirt materialized before him. All right, Divine Movement Sect, let's see what you've got, he muttered. Let's see what kind of legendary treasure took you 3 generations to dig up. He dumped the dirt out. The only things immediately visible were a few rotting feathers. Tossing them aside, Fang Chen took a jade shovel and meticulously leveled the soil, clod by clod. To make absolutely sure he didn't miss anything, he crushed every single lump of dirt into fine dust. He found a few more decaying feathers along the way. 2 hours later, staring at the perfectly flattened pile of dirt, doubt began to creep in. Did I get this wrong? Eyeing the final handful of soil, he swallowed his frustration and painstakingly ground it down. Maybe the jackpot is at the very bottom. But as the last clump crumbled to dust, he was left with exactly nothing. Fang Chen nearly chucked the jade shovel across the room. Are you kidding me? All that work for a pile of literal dirt. Aside from a growing collection of moldy feathers, he had absolutely nothing to show for it. He refused to accept it. Had he missed something back in the tomb? No, he had watched the divine movement, sect disciples, excavate the site. It was just a tiny burial mound. There was nothing else. If there was a treasure, it had to be in this soil. This makes no sense. There has to be a source for that endless supply of earth phoenix grass sap. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought, before his gaze drifted back to the scattered earth. A crazy idea struck him. He summoned the mountain and river cauldron. What if the treasure is something intangible, mixed directly into the dirt? It would be just like the yin marrow. When it exploded, it was pure yin energy, but when compressed, it formed solid crystals. Acting on instinct, he grabbed a handful of the grave dirt and tossed it into the cauldron. He channeled his energy into the small vessel, but the dirt didn't react. That meant it was just ordinary soil, no hidden spatial dimensions here. But looking closer, Fang Chen noticed something, a faint, almost imperceptible haze of reddish, yellow mist clinging to the dirt's surface. Skeptical, he scooped the rest of the soil into the cauldron. Instantly, that elusive reddish, yellow mist thickened, becoming undeniably real. Bingo, there really was something hidden in here. Fang Chen's pulse spiked. He frantically shoved every last speck of dirt into the cauldron. The palm-sized cauldron hummed, expanding until it was as large as a small burial mound itself. As Fang Chen pumped his spiritual energy into it, the reddish, yellow mist began to condense. It compressed further and further until, reaching its absolute limit, a single, breathtakingly vibrant feather floated within the cauldron. Fang Chen leaned in, his excitement giving way to utter confusion. Is that a chicken feather? He blinked, doubting his own eyes, but there was no mistaking it. It looked exactly like a feather plucked straight off a rooster. Wait, was this legendary earth phoenix just a giant rooster? A rooster that somehow cultivated all the way to the true spirit realm. Fang Chen's head spun. That was a lot to process. Taking a deep breath, he reached into the cauldron to grab it. But his fingers passed right through. It wasn't physical, it was still just an illusion woven from energy. Unbelievable, Fang Chen groaned. All that hype, all that work, just for a phantom chicken feather. What a joke. Cock-a-doodle, do, out of nowhere, a razor, sharp, deafening rooster's crow erupted from the feather. Before he could react, the glowing feather spun in midair, locked its tip onto Fang Chen, and shot straight into his chest like a bullet. Holy, Fang Chen stumbled back in panic. He frantically ripped open his collar and stared down at his chest. A glaring rooster feather insignia had branded itself onto his chest. It looked like a tattoo, and no matter how hard he scrubbed, it refused to fade. It was almost as if the feather had heard Fang Chen's relentless complaining, took offense, and stamped itself onto his skin out of sheer spite. The message was loud and clear. The more he despised it, the harder it would cling to him. It was permanently etched into his flesh. There was no shaking it off. You've been dead for years. Are you seriously still holding a grudge? Fang Chen was ready to curse its entire bloodline. That giant rooster must have been an absolute menace when it was alive. Now he could only pray this cursed feather wouldn't have any deadly side effects. Suddenly a chorus of faint, skittering sounds caught his attention. He poked his head out of the cave and stared in disbelief. Every ant, centipede, snake, and creeping insect in the vicinity was fleeing in a mass exodus, scattering as if an apex predator had just dropped in. Fang Chen looked down at his chest and muttered, well, I guess it's not completely useless. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about becoming bug food in his sleep. Still, he frowned, a lingering sense of unease gnawing at him. He finally let out a resigned sigh. I need to focus on boosting my power first. I'll figure out how to peel this stupid feather off later. With a mere thought, he drew the tribulation lightning from the heavenly lightning stone, preparing to push his imperishable blade technique to the third layer. Meanwhile, Lord Zaoya was sprinting for his life. He finally collapsed in front of a massive expanse of amber. After confirming the coast was clear, he frantically popped a healing medicinal pill into his mouth. The agonizing sensation of his flesh tearing itself apart finally began to subside. He had survived, but his vitality was severely crippled. It would take a year, minimum, before he even came close to recovering his peak strength. That little bastard. Lord Zaoya's hatred for Fang Chen burned deep into his very marrow. He seethed in silence for a long time. He glanced down at the spatial storage artifact in his palm. Thank the heavens that Brat hasn't reached the nascent soul realm yet. In my current state, he could have slaughtered me with a flick of his wrist. He still couldn't believe the kid had somehow acquired the storage artifact belonging to the Vice Pavilion Master of the Junction Pinnacle Tower. An artifact from someone of that rank, the treasures hidden inside had to be absolutely staggering. A wicked grin spread across his face. Maybe this trip wasn't a total loss after all. He held up the storage artifact, eager to probe its contents. Suddenly the sky above him darkened. At first he assumed a stray cloud had blocked the sun, but as the shadows deepened he looked up and nearly had the soul scared out of his body. It was the infernal wasteland beast. Amusement glinted in the monster's eyes as it spoke in a rumbling human tongue. That tiny human actually has some bite. He almost managed to kill yet another nascent soul realm cultivator. Yet another. The realization hit Lord Xiaoi, like a physical blow. He finally understood exactly how that storage artifact had been acquired. That brat hadn't just stumbled upon it, he had outright murdered the vice pavilion master to steal it. How is that bastard so terrifyingly strong? But there was no time to panic. With a desperate backhand, he launched 2 scorching pillars of fire directly at the infernal wasteland beast. He didn't even stay to see if they hit. He spun on his heel and bolted. The infernal wasteland beast chuckled darkly. Did you really think you could run? Its colossal body morphed into an overwhelming shadow, crashing down upon him. Mercy, Lord Xiaoi, shrieked, but his severely wounded body stood zero chance against such a crushing blow. A single claw swatted him, instantly obliterating his body into a bloody mist. A glowing, palm-sized soul burst from the gore, clutching 2 spatial storage artifacts, and desperately tried to flee. The infernal wasteland beast let out a low, mocking laugh and reached out with a massive claw. Despite being an intangible spirit, the soul was effortlessly plucked out of thin air. Ignoring Lord Xiaoyao's final, agonizing shriek, the beast tossed the soul straight into its gaping maw. Horrifying crunches and muffled wails echoed from between the beast's jaws as it chewed. A moment later, it tilted its head back and swallowed. Just like that, a mighty nascent soul realm powerhouse was devoured whole. Immediately after, the beast's gargantuan form began to shrink and warp, ultimately morphing into the figure of an elderly man. If one looked closely at his eyes, they would find an exact replica of Lord Xiaoyao. By devouring a soul, the infernal wasteland beast could perfectly mimic the appearance of its prey. The beast opened its mouth and spat out the 2 spatial storage artifacts. One of them belonged to Lord Xiaoi, himself. Having absorbed the cultivator's soul, it clearly retained his memories. It silently muttered the unlock incantation, popping the artifact open with ease. It did a quick mental sweep of the contents and scowled, "It's not here." Which meant only one thing: the soul stone was still in the hands of that human brat. It still houses a lingering fragment of the great sage Earth Phoenix's soul. Even I was wary of it. I didn't dare lay a finger on the thing. That kid better not wake that soul, or he'll end up getting himself obliterated. It paused, eyes glinting. That brat's spirit beast took the divine merit bead, my ultimate bane. I need to take it back. With a thought, it pulled a set of black robes from its spatial storage. It gave a mocking smirk. He's been searching the whole world for the Hell Desolate Beast, hasn't he? Fine, I'll give him exactly what he wants. I'll deliver myself right to him. All right, fam, listen up. Imagine spending a century plotting, spilling rivers of blood for the ultimate cosmic jackpot, a great sage tomb. You bet your entire sect's future on it. And what do you find? Literally a chicken feather. This isn't just an L, this is an absolute cinematic tragedy for the Divine Movement sect, cooked by their own hubris. Fang Chen, meanwhile, is out here collecting nascent souls like their Pokémon cards, turning an ancient demon into his personal bug zapper. But with an actual hellish wasteland beast on his trail, and that little phoenix of feather branded on his chest, is Fang Chen truly playing 4D chess? Or is he about to get perma-banned by the Tao itself?